Chapter 861. Sitting on the third floor of Changfeng Pavilion, Li Dong was in a very good mood. Smelling the wine in the cup, there was an indescribable satisfaction. He had made a lot of money, and what he earned was the banknotes of the Tang Dynasty. With the banknotes of the Tang Dynasty, he could buy many good things in the Tang Dynasty that the merchants of the Tang Dynasty would not sell. County Magistrate Mu, the people in the county have been doing well this year, right? Li Dong took a sip of the wine in his cup. Through the open window, he looked at the light snow that was still drifting down from the sky and said, "Don't worry." The county magistrate Mu, who was sitting opposite him, was a man in his 40s. Hearing his voice, the cold wind blew in from the window and brushed his cheeks. He showed 2 yellow teeth and nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, not only not bad. The higher-ups have proposed to promote me, but I rejected it. No matter how good it is elsewhere, it is not as good as a place close to the border. This year, there was a heavy snow, and not a single house in the county collapsed." Speaking of the Tang Dynasty, the tools sold to Xinlua, as long as they are made of iron, the steel mouth is extraordinary, especially the long saws used to cut trees. With a few swishes, a thick tree will be cut in the blink of an eye. With wood, every house will be renovated. It is good. As County Magistrate Mu spoke, he seemed to think of something good. He smiled and his eyes narrowed. He also held a cup of wine and shook his head slightly. Li Dong also smiled. His hand that was not holding the cup picked up a fresh cucumber from the table and put it in front of his eyes to look at it. This is technology. Like cucumbers, the Tang Dynasty has been able to plant them in winter. Xinlua just started to learn it today. It is not like the past. At that time, the Tang Dynasty was very strict. But now, almost all the places slightly north of the Tang Dynasty are planted. It is impossible to keep it a secret. The only thing that makes people sullen is that it is easy to learn how to plant cucumbers in winter, but there is no chance to steal the method of making steel. I heard that someone came to you last month to discuss building a smelting workshop in this county. You have to send someone to take a look. If they can learn it, it will be a great merit. Speaking of technology, Li Dong once again felt the benefits of the Tang Dynasty's banknotes. Ever since the Great Tang banknote had been introduced, one had to use the money of the Great Tang in order to buy good things in the Great Tang. The copper coins of the past had become useless. Medicinal herbs, high-quality clothes, exquisite glass products, and exquisite pottery had to be bought with the money of the Great Tang. There was clearly an exchange ratio between the Great Tang's money and the Xian Luo's money, but the Great Tang did not allow them to exchange for the Great Tang's money. They could only sell the goods to obtain the Great Tang's money. The problem was that Xinlua could only sell a few metals other than charcoal, and the Great Tang was doing its best to lower the price. Coupled with the 20% tariff, it was not easy to earn some money from the Great Tang. It was only because he was more familiar with the people of the Great Tang that he knew what the Great Tang liked, and thus he was the first to find a business opportunity and make a profit. It was not so easy for other merchants. Perhaps it was because they had a telepathic connection. County Magistrate Mu also thought of this matter. He looked at the watermelon on the table, licked his lips and said, "Boss Li, cucumbers are good, but watermelons have to be bought from the Great Tang. I heard from the people of Changfeng Pavilion that this winter, they spent a lot of money just to buy watermelons from the Great Tang. We have to think of a way to get glass, preferably the manufacturing technology of glass. Boss Li, what do you think about finding more merchants and working together to gather money to bribe the officials in charge of manufacturing glass in the Great Tang? I don't believe that there is nothing that money can't buy." Li Dong fell into deep thought for a moment. Without waiting for him to speak, County Magistrate Mu continued, "The Great Tang is indeed good to our Xinlua. They sell food at a cheaper price than the local Great Tang. This is the etiquette of the Great Tang. There is also cloth and silk. But why don't they use the Great Tang's money to buy charcoal? Li Dong and Wei Wei nodded. It was as County Magistrate Mu said. The merchants of the Great Tang came to cooperate with the Great Tang to use the land, cut down trees and burn charcoal, but they did not give the Great Tang money. They only gave a large amount of charcoal to the people who worked. Ordinary people, even merchants who did not do much business, had never seen the Great Tang's banknotes, let alone use them. Boss Li, do you think we can buy the manufacturing technology of glass if we gather 1 million strings of cash? Once we get it, then. County Magistrate Mu said to Li Dong as he recalled the scene of him lying on the glass mountain. Before he could finish, Li Dong laughed. "Huh, County Magistrate Mu, wake up, stop dreaming. Glass, do you know where glass comes from? Luzhou, which is very far away from the Great Tang's capital. They would rather send glass to various places in the Great Tang from afar and bear the losses caused by the instability of the ships and vehicles on the road than set up a few more places in the Great Tang to make glass. Isn't it all to keep it a secret? If you go there with 1 million strings of cash, you will be caught as soon as you take it out. If it is someone else's business, maybe you can put pressure through the officials of the Great Tang, such as the Ministry of Works, to get the secret. But who dares to go to the Zhang family and Wang family's business? Even if you are not a spy, you will be interrogated as a spy. Besides, the current head of the Ministry of Works is Zhang Zhong, the head of the Zhang family. Then what should we do?" County Magistrate Mu's hot water cooled down and asked in frustration. "Endure and pretend. Look at Japan, they know how to endure and pretend. They are obviously farther away from the Great Tang than we are from Xinlua, but they can pretend to be subservient and deliberately curry favor with the Great Tang. Isn't it to make the Great Tang lower its guard and think that they are not a threat and easy to cheat of the technology?" Li Dong also considered this problem. If he wanted to get good technology, he could only wait for the Great Tang to give him. He couldn't show any ambition. County Magistrate Mu exhaled hot air through his nose, gritted his teeth, and said, "I understand. When spring comes next year, several factories of the Great Tang will be built in this county. I will choose clever people to work there. See more, listen more, think more, and ask less. Let the Great Tang people think that we are stupid and let their guard down. Well, that's good. Eat. In the future, go to between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand to eat more. There are many merchants of the Great Tang there. Maybe you can get some useful information." After saying that, Li Dong no longer mentioned this matter and lowered his head to eat and drink. Just as the two of them had said, the houses of the people of Xinlua were well built. Countless firewood had been cut down. When the weather was cold, they didn't have to worry about freezing. However, when the farmers lived in good houses, they were not in a good mood. This year's grain was sold, and the money they earned was less than half of last year's. If not for the Great Tang people coming to recruit workers, they probably wouldn't have been able to survive the new year. When the work was done, would all the farmers starve to death except for those whose land was requisitioned? Under the support of such thoughts, the farmers felt that this winter was even colder. It was cold from the inside out. They didn't know what would happen next year. A few days passed quietly. When some people were happy and some were sad, Zhang Tai brought a person to find Li Dong and set up a banquet at the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. In order to let Li Dong eat well, he deliberately made a double pot. One side was clear soup, and the other side was spicy. Some of the few chilies were taken out. Of course, they were all chilies without seeds. The seeds had to be planted. At the sight of the red stuff, Li Dong was amazed. He had eaten the double pot before. It was made from a kind of material on the mountain. After more than 10 processes, it could be made spicy enough. However, he had not seen red ones. This is. Li Dong raised his chopsticks and wanted to taste it. However, he didn't have the courage to do so. Therefore, he asked Zhang Tai with a dubious look. Zhang Tai answered Li Dong with practical actions. He picked up a thin roll of mutton and lightly dipped it in the spicy pot. After a few seconds, he dipped it in the seasoning on the plate and put it into his mouth and started to chew it. Ah! Nice, Mr. Li, try it. This is a new dish made by the Sinongxi Temple of Tang Dynasty. It's very delicious. However, it's rare like ginseng. It's really rare. Zhang Tai looked sincere as if it was really made by the Sinongxi Temple. Seeing someone testing the poison and finding that it tasted good, Li Dong also picked up a roll of mutton and dipped it in the pot. After that, he directly stuffed it into his mouth without dipping it in the seasoning. Hiss-hoo. Cough, cough, cough. It's so spicy. Li Dong had never eaten chili before. The moment he swallowed it, he accidentally choked on it and burst into tears. Although he complained, his hands didn't stop moving. He used his chopsticks to pick up 3 rolls of mutton and dip them in the pot. He couldn't wait to eat it. While slurping the mutton, he treated it as an enemy and bit it as hard as he could. Is it okay? Zhang Tai asked with concern. Yes, yes, it's indeed more delicious than ginseng. Do you have any seeds? Li Dong was conquered by the chili. The more spicy it was, the more he wanted to eat it. He couldn't wait to pour the soup into his mouth. No. Zhang Tai answered straightforwardly. Seeing Li Dong's regretful look, he hurriedly changed the topic and introduced the person he had brought here. Boss Li, this is Huainan Cloth Company's boss Song. He specializes in the cloth business, and his family is rich. His goods are sold all the way to Huainan, and there are even people who travel thousands of miles to buy them. His reputation is spread far and wide, and even a 3-year-old child knows that he is a great philanthropist. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. So it's the great Mr. Song. Li Dong had to stop eating and show proper etiquette. Mr. Song, who was introduced by Zhang Tai, was a bit fat. He had a round face and always wore a smile. It seemed that he would smile even if he didn't smile. Like the Maitreya Buddha, he had a benevolent look. Before he spoke, the flesh on his face first moved, followed by his voice, Mr. Li, I've heard a lot about you. Seeing you today, I know that your reputation is not as good as your reputation. You flatter me, you flatter me. I wonder if Mr. Song is here. Li Dong was not that naive to judge the truth from others' appearance. Chapter 862. Really? Li Dong understood. It was actually someone from the Huainan Publishing Company who was sending benefits to him? He must be related to Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been introduced here. Of course I won't lie to you, Boss Li. However, there are so many fields in Xinlua. Some people are even unwilling to let go of them. If a field is used for Baidizi and there are suddenly several rice paddies in the middle, wouldn't all the water be drained into Baidizi's fields? Song Dongjia still had that simple and honest appearance, but there was even more worry between his eyebrows. He lowered his head and looked at the wine cup. When he raised his head again, he asked Li Dong with a look of seeking advice, I've often heard that Dongjia Li has quite a lot of methods. I wonder if you can help think of a foolproof plan? When Li Dong heard that Song Dongjia would give him 3 times the normal salary, he had already wanted to agree. However, when he heard Song Dongjia's hesitation, he started to think. Song Dongjia, I'll definitely spare no effort to help you, but, sigh. Song Dongjia, you can ask Steward Zhang. Xinlua doesn't have the final say. I can't help you if you're too far away. As for Niha County, I can help you build a bridge. However, the county magistrate's surname is Mu. He's a greedy person. You can contact County Magistrate Mu. Brotherly, I have to thank you. Brotherly, don't call me Song Dongjia. Just call me Song Qian. Thank you for your help. Oh, please wait a moment. Song Dongjia's narrowed eyes suddenly widened. His gaze flickered as if he had seen a large pearl. His voice paused and he hurriedly ran to the door. He gave a few instructions to the people outside and then sat back down. After a short while, someone knocked on the door and entered, handing Song Qian a box. "Brotherly, take a look." Song Qian pushed the box in front of Li Dong and said with a smile. Li Dong was also impatient. He knew that Song Dongjia was going to give him a benefit. However, he didn't know what it was. At the sight of the box, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and lightly push the button with his thumb. With a "pa" sound, the lid of the box opened. This. Li Dong was shocked by the thing in the box. For a moment, he didn't know what to call it. Judging from the shape, it was clearly a peach. It wasn't small, and it was red and yellow. When the light shone on it, it was dazzlingly beautiful. It looked like agate, but it wasn't agate. It looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. This is a glass peach. It's very difficult to make and is very precious. Of course, it's nothing to Brotherly. Brotherly is very rich, so it's not worth your attention. It's just a small toy. It's fine as long as it looks good. When it's done, there will be another reward. There was a hint of shyness in Song Qian's sincere smile. It was as if the glass peaches that he had given away were worthless. Zhang Tai watched from the side and agreed with Song Qian's words. Glass peaches were indeed worthless, but the Zhang family and the Wang family did not make many of them. They were not very useful and were only for viewing. They were not even as good as glass windows. Thus, he nodded as well. Li Dong wasn't sure. When he saw the two colors in the glass and the shape of the peach, he immediately thought of its use. If someone made a birthday and took it out, it would be a big deal. He estimated that it would be worth at least 1,000 strings of coins. It was not a small sum. He reached out his hand and carefully touched the peach. He heaved a sigh of relief. When he looked at Song Qian again, his gaze was different. Song Qian, a good name. It was a gift. He, brother Song, you must be joking. This item is rare. I think you must have spent a lot of money. I'm ashamed to accept it. Where was I just now? Oh, I remember now. Look at my memory. It's easy to find County Magistrate Mu. Tomorrow, at this time and place, I will definitely invite County Magistrate Mu. Also, there's no need to pay 3 times the price to occupy the land to plant white-folded peaches. Listen to my advice. Nowadays, the farmers in Xinlua are having a hard time. Just pay them according to the previous year's harvest and there will be people fighting to do it. As if he was afraid that the other party would not believe him, Li Dong even analyzed, food is cheap now. Even if there's a good harvest every year, the money earned is less than half of what it used to be. If there's a bad year, the farmers will starve to death. Give them a stable job, who would not agree? Am I right? Then, what if someone doesn't agree and doesn't give up the land? Song Qian was still worried. Don't give up. If they don't give up, use force. Not to mention occupying the land, even if their way is in the way, we still have to tear it down. It's useless to seek death. We have to tear it down. After all, Brother Song is thinking for the sake of more people. I think County Magistrate Mu will think the same. Li Dong smiled as he gave the idea. Song Qian and Zhang Tai nodded repeatedly to express their admiration. Song Qian rubbed his hands excitedly and poured wine for Li Dong. He raised the cup. Brotherly, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. If this matter is successful, and there won't be any local people causing trouble, we will have to get closer to County Magistrate Mu. Brotherly is family, so I won't be polite. Cheers, tomorrow. Don't forget. Li Dong raised his head and drank up the wine. He then looked at the glass peaches and felt even happier. The three of them left after having a good time. Watching Li Dong leave in the car with the 7-star step and the 5 elements boxing, Wei Wei shook her head. With such a person in Xinlua, it would be strange if he didn't die. Once he gets benefits, he doesn't care about the lives of the people. He will be much more relaxed. It's good that he dies. Remember that when Mu Tang comes tomorrow, he must choose a place where there is land. Then, he must choose a place where there is land. Then, he must choose a place where there is land. We'll talk about it later, Zhang Tai said with a cold smile. Song Qian nodded. Should we give them money to settle down after the houses are torn down? Yes, but don't give it to every family directly. According to the compensation for the demolition of the Tang dynasty, it's already a lot to give 1/5. Hand it to Mu Tang and let him distribute it. Let him distribute it. Won't he be greedy? Let him be greedy. When the time comes, think of a way to tell the real compensation amount to the people who are being demolished and make Xinlua lose the hearts of the people. Also, the land can be used to plant by Dizi. Xinlua also has a mountain. There are many medicinal herbs on the mountain. Buy the mountain and let people go up to find the medicinal herbs. After finding the medicinal herbs, we can raise the goats up there. Zhang Tai recalled the arrangement in the little young master's plan and told Song Qian. Song Qian was stunned and asked in confusion, Raise? Raise what? There are still small trees and turf to protect the soil. Hire people to dig them out and let the other party be vigilant. There's no need to worry about hurting goats. Goats are good. They can eat trees and eat the bark below. They can eat grass and dig up roots. When that time comes, Xinlua will be barren except for by Dizi. As Zhang Tai spoke, his voice became softer and softer. His heart palpitated. When he thought of Xinlua's future, he couldn't help but shiver. The next day, Li Dong found Mu Tang and came here. County Magistrate Mu, do you still remember what I said to you last night? This is an opportunity to solve the problem of poor food for the farmers. As long as we settle this matter, the farmers in the county will never have to worry about poor food in the future. Your political achievements will be greater. On the way, Li Dong was afraid that Mu Tang would forget what he said last night, so he reminded him again. Mu Tang nodded repeatedly, I remember. Don't worry, I know what to do. Isn't it just helping them give up the land and waiving their 10-year rent? I'm worried that if I waive their rent, the county's income won't be able to support it unless I leave immediately. But you can't bear to part with it. I understand. It's not that I want to criticize you, but your ability is not good enough. You have to learn. When there's a chance for the Tang dynasty to bring in the monopoly game, as long as you can enter the top 100, it will be much easier to deal with this kind of thing. Li Dong said to Mu Tang in a teaching tone. Before Mu Tang could ask, he continued, County Magistrate Mu, in terms of economics, you're not as good as me. Do you admit it? Yes, but it's good that you admit it. How can rent-free counties money? Oh, it's called finance. If they plant by Dizi, whether they make things locally or transport them away, they have to pay for the transportation, right? When the time comes, you can collect taxes from our Xinlua's logistics industry. Is that money? Yes, it's money. I didn't think of it before. Mu Tang nodded. The people help to farm and earn a lot. Do they want to buy things? If they don't have land to grow food, they naturally have to buy food. With a stable income, they naturally have to buy other goods. Where do they buy? Naturally, it's the local shops. The shops naturally pay taxes after making money. If they pay taxes, naturally, the county's finance will have money. It should be more than before. The rent from before is nothing at all. Mu Tang heard Li Dong say naturally and said. Sigh. That's right. Otherwise, why do you still have to learn? If it were Zhang Xiaobao, you would know what to do without even thinking. But, what do you think Zhang Xiaobao did? I haven't heard from him recently. A while ago, he said that he was assassinated and tormented my Xinluo. Now, there's no news. As Li Dong spoke, he suddenly talked about Zhang Xiaobao. His excitement disappeared in an instant. He had a feeling that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be so kind. For example, the road repair matter. 1 million strings of coins had been spent. Until now, the road had only been repaired for 200,000 strings of coins. The remaining 800,000 strings of coins couldn't be recovered. The contract was written clearly. There was also the 500,000 strings of coins that were taken out later. When the river was connected, the people from the imperial clan finally explained the matter clearly. When the Tang Empire collected taxes, the Tang Empire didn't pay a single copper coin to connect the river. Originally, the Tang Empire wanted to pay. If they hadn't stopped it back then, wouldn't they have saved a lot of money? Would Zhang Xiaobao be so kind as to help my Xinluo? He sent that money giver to plant by DZ. Do you think there's a conspiracy? As he thought about it, Li Dong began to mutter. It seemed that he was talking to Mu Tang. County Magistrate Mu shivered. He was very unwilling to hear that name. He had complained more than once in his heart. He complained about why Li Longji of the Tang Empire sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Jili province. It was really terrible. Since the arrival of the two of them, he had to be on guard at all times. Especially after the sword meet on Mount Hua, he had stationed 30,000 soldiers at the border. Even so, he couldn't be at ease. When there were more soldiers, there were more troublemakers. It was difficult to control them. There were 5,000 soldiers stationed in the county. Usually, he had to curry favor with other people's generals and control his subordinates. Logically speaking, since the assassin hasn't been caught and it's not confirmed that it was Xinluo who assassinated him, the soldiers at the border and the gunboats in the sea should have been withdrawn. Why are they still there? Li Dong muttered again. County Magistrate Mu swallowed his saliva and said nervously, Don't tell me you want to attack my Xinluo? Have you ever seen someone send provisions to others before attacking them? I guess it's Japan. Maybe the two of them want to attack Japan. It's because Japan is too far away and difficult to control. Or maybe Li Longji is worried about the two of them and sent soldiers here. They don't want to compromise, so the gunboats are also placed along the coast. Yes, I guess so. When we get there, we'll ask them secretly. Li Dong thought of a reason. Mu Tang nodded again. When it was close to noon, the two sides met. Song Qian was very enthusiastic. As soon as the banquet started, he asked someone to bring a few beautiful glass products. Then, he gave Li Dong and Mu Tang a reception voucher of 1,000 strings of coins each, which could be used between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. This was not the kind of money that could be spent to replace the proportion, but it could be directly used as money and paid in full. During the banquet, he had many flattering words for County Magistrate Mu. He introduced the future of Niha County and explained the matter of the demolition. He also mentioned the joint development of Niha County's agriculture and animal husbandry, as well as the prospects of charcoal export. County Magistrate Mu's eyes lit up, especially when he knew that the money for the demolition would be distributed by him. His eyes were filled with the image of the Tang banknotes. He also asked about the relationship between the Wang and Zhang family and the Tang Emperor. Zhang Tai and Song Qian kept it in mind and felt that they could tell the young master and do something about it. Therefore, they started to answer vaguely, neither confirming nor denying. Their attitude was very ambiguous. The banquet was very enjoyable. Before leaving, Mu Tang stood at the door and asked Song Qian, who saw them out, Brother Song, when is the best time to demolish the house? I'll go back, see you later, arrange it. No hurry, it's still early. Just vacate the land before the spring. Just like the spring plowing in the past, a little earlier. Song Qian looked very easygoing. Okay, I'll arrange it. Mu Tang agreed. Waiting for the two drunk people to leave, Song Qian smiled and said to Zhang Tai, move before the spring. It'll be cold then. You can't plant the white fold seeds so early. I don't know when the young master and the others will come back. It's almost the new year. They probably won't come back before the new year. Zhang Tai said with uncertainty. As the new year approached, the weather in the northern regions of the Great Tang suddenly became clear and sunny. Even the Turkic lands were covered in drifting clouds. Although the wind was still cold, there was no sign of haze in the sky. The fisherman's wife felt that it wasn't good enough to live in the palace, so she asked the fisherman to find that talking fish. She wanted to be the emperor of a country. The fisherman came to the seaside again and shouted to the sea. In the end, they returned to that small shabby house. High in the sky, there was a group of hot air balloons. Zhang Xiaobao was telling a story to his younger brother and sister in one of them. The more Xiao Yuan listened, the angrier she got. When her brother finished, she slapped her thigh and said, "Aya, that silly woman is so greedy. She's so silly. Xiao Bei, don't be so silly in the future. You're the silly one. What do you think I'm doing? But that woman is really silly. If it were me, I wouldn't want so many things." Xiao Bei was very dissatisfied with Xiao Yuan and then expressed his thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and asked, "Then what do you want, Xiao Bei?" "Me? I want to become friends with that talking fish. I want her to take me to places I've never been before to play. When I see something good that doesn't have an owner, I'll pick it up and go home to find someone to sell it. If you want a good house, you can have a palace. If you want someone to covet me, my friends will help me teach them a lesson." Xiao Bei said very seriously. "You're even more greedy." Xiao Yuan began to criticize Xiao Bei. "What do you mean by greedy? Becoming friends is being greedy? I can also give her benefits. For example, I can tell her stories. For example, I can cook good food for her. I can even find someone to hold a party for her every day by the sea. A powerful fish like her must be very lonely, the kind that can't stand the cold at the top. I get material enjoyment while she gets spiritual." Xiao Bei retorted righteously. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan, "Looks like there's no need to tell Xiao Bei the story of getting something and making 3 wishes. She'll definitely say that the first wish is to obtain countless wishes." "I think so too. Our Xiao Bei is still the smartest." Wang Wan agreed. "Brother, do you think I'm right?" Xiao Bei looked for his brother at this time to judge. "Yes, you're absolutely right. That's how it should be. This is called sustainable development." Zhang Xiaobao nodded helplessly. Just as they were talking, another compartment door opened and a head popped out. It said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Young master, young lady, good news. We've already made contact with Fengzhou. The connection has just been successful." "Oh? The connection has been made? Ask them if they found any traces of the Turks." Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Yes." The person answered and retracted his head to ask. Before he could finish asking, there was suddenly a sound from above. Zhang Xiaobao opened the lid. Before he could ask, the person who appeared above reported, "Young master, the boat at the head of the ship has discovered a Turk tribe moving south about 10 kilometers ahead. Go up and take a look. Xiao Bei, you guys stay here and don't move." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect to receive 2 pieces of good news at once. He and Wang Wan went outside and were blown by the wind. They picked up the binoculars and looked down. Sure enough, in front of them, there was a dark mass of small dots moving like ants. What do they want to do? Zhang Xiaobao asked, puzzled. When Zhang Xiaobao's party discovered the Turks who were born with telescopic vision also saw a group of things gradually approaching in the sky. They immediately shouted and ran toward the big carriage. Mo Jilian and Special Agent K were in the carriage discussing how to contact the Tang people and let them know that they were not hostile. They were shocked by the news. Chapter 863. On the snowy ground, there was a sea of people. In the sky, there were colorful flags. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hot air balloon team gradually lowered its altitude, the Turks below could see so many flying birds that seemed to be flying towards them. Tens of thousands of Turks looked up. The Turks further away had no choice but to ask the people around them, hoping that one by one they could pass on the news of what was in the sky. A servant serving Mo Jilian also saw the thing in the sky through the open roof of the carriage. He felt his master's body tremble as he massaged Mo Jilian. He couldn't help but worry. He mustered up his courage and asked, "Monarch, what is that?" "Something deadly," Mo Jilian said blankly. He picked up the clairvoyance that Li Longji gave him and looked at it carefully again. When he saw the picture of two rice seedlings standing hand in hand on the cabin of the hot air balloon, the clairvoyance fell on the soft carpet. "It's over, it's really over, how is it possible? Aren't they in Jili province? When did they come here?" Mo Jilian shouted, his eyes full of disbelief. Kei Tachin was also shocked. He didn't need to pick up the clairvoyance on the ground to know who Mo Jilian was talking about. To be able to scare Mo Jilian like this, and to say, them and Jili state, it was easy to guess who it was even if he thought with his toes. Thinking of the legend about the two people, Kei Tachin asked Mo Jilian with a trembling voice, "Are they rice seedlings? Two rice seedlings with them?" Mo Jilian didn't say anything, but his trembling body had already told Kei Tachin the answer. Looking up at the floating things in the sky again, Kei Tachin felt that his mouth was going to cry and his throat was dry. He said in a hoarse voice, "This is the air force of the Tang Empire? You saw the hot air balloon on Mount Hua?" "Yes, it seems that Li Longji is anxious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent them here." Mo Jilian's eyes gradually became clear. There was no use in worrying now. At this time, a group of people hurried over. They were the advisors of the Turks. The one in the front said to Mo Jilian, "It's too high, we can't shoot it down. It's best to lure them to lower their altitude. As long as we shoot that thing up there, they will fall down." Mo Jilian didn't answer this person. Wei Wei hesitated and said, "Pass my order, the soldiers around the carriage, leave an open space and welcome them with me. My lord wants to lure them down, and then." The advisor wiped his hand on his neck, his eyes shining. "I want to tie you up and bring you to them. I want to say that it was because you people dissuaded me that I did those unwise things a while ago. My lord, you can't. We have countless warriors. If we ask for peace, we will chill their hearts." The advisor knew what Mo Jilian meant and advised anxiously. "They definitely have more bullets and shells than our warriors. It's better to chill their hearts than to make them make up their minds. You think Wang Wan can't do it? If we do anything else, she can dye the vast grassland red with our blood." Mo Jilian said and looked up again. He was afraid that a bunch of grenades would be thrown down from above. Kei Tachin had heard some information from the people who went to Mount Hua. He knew that this kind of hot air balloon battle method. He didn't think that the other party would lower their altitude if they really wanted to hit him. He quickly ordered, "Go, do as my lord says. I will welcome them personally." At this moment, he finally suppressed his unwillingness. He originally wanted to discuss with the Tang Empire to settle his people who were about to freeze and starve to death. As for himself, he would probably have to live in the capital. What he didn't expect was that before he took the initiative to contact the Tang Empire, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually came personally. Although it felt like a passive surrender, the result wouldn't change. With the order, the people in Ke Tachin's headquarters scattered and made way for the carriage they were in. There was a large open space around it. At least arrows couldn't hit it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ordering their subordinates to tie grenades. Each grenade was tied with a thin and strong rope. The length was about 3 to 5 meters from the hot air balloon to the ground. When they pulled the string and threw it down, it would stop at this distance. Once it exploded, the shrapnel could fly down from this height. It was much better than throwing it directly to the ground. When they were preparing, someone suddenly came to report the situation below. The two found a good position to look down again. What do you mean by giving up the carriage they were in? Are you tricking us to go down so that you can catch us all in one fell swoop? No matter how good Zhang Xiaobao was at psychology, he couldn't guess what Ke Tachin and the others were thinking. The black mass of heads below was really dazzling. It should be that Mo Jilian understands how we fight. He knows that once we start, we won't kill anyone we meet. Instead, we will target the commander. He knows that he can't escape, so he wants to discuss with us to send someone down to ask about the situation. While Wang Wan was speaking, she had already seen Mo Jilian's figure through the binoculars. Mo Jilian walked out of the car and stood on the hard snow that was stepped on by the people in front of her. She looked up and waved vigorously. Mo Jilian wasn't the only Turkic tribe. There were several other tribes. When they got the general information, they rode their horses to Mo Jilian's location to ask. When Mo Jilian and Ke Tachin saw the worry in the eyes of the first tribe to arrive, Wei Wei inwardly sighed. They could see that this tribe was afraid that they would offend the Great Tang and didn't want to fight with them against the Great Tang. Along the way, many people had come to complain more than once, saying that they sincerely wanted to submit to the Great Tang. With this kind of partner, they wanted to fight against the Great Tang? That was a fool's dream. While Mo Jilian was waiting, a hot air balloon finally slowly descended from the sky. The hatch opened, and 4 people came out. Ignoring the gazes around them, they strode over, creaking as they approached Mo Jilian. Their eyes landed on Mo Jilian's face as they questioned. My family's young master and young lady want to ask what your Turkic tribe means. His Majesty has ordered you to submit to our dynasty, but you insist on running so far away. Are you looking for a chance to make a comeback? Mo Jilian was taken aback. He hadn't expected the other side to be so direct, not giving him the slightest bit of face. The advisors standing beside him glared at him, their faces flushed red, as though they were trying their best to suppress the anger in their hearts. Finally, the advisor who had the backbone to persuade Mo Jilian couldn't hold it in anymore. He stepped forward angrily, pointing at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's subordinate and scolded, "Who are you to dare speak to my sovereign like this? My people have countless warriors. Does your Great Tang want to meet my people with weapons?" Clap. The person sent by Zhang Xiaobao raised his spear. The advisor's head was thrown back, and then he plopped to the ground, his eyes still wide with unwillingness. So noisy. Mo Jilian, reply. The person turned to Mo Jilian. Mo Jilian's face burned as if he had been slapped countless times. His people were still watching. He had been bullied to this extent. If he didn't toughen up, in the future, why did the hot air balloon in the sky have a reflection, and a single one at that? Didn't the Great Tang's clairvoyance already have 2 lenses? Esteemed envoy, my clan went to the north a few days ago because we heard that there were precious furs and herbs in the north and wanted to gather them to offer to His Majesty. We've already gathered quite a bit, so we're moving toward Feng province. For these furs and herbs, my clan has already suffered countless casualties. Mo Jilian had determined that the reflection was the scope of the spear used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's personal guards, and he finally knew what to choose. The other party wasn't just trying to scare him. Perhaps it had taken them many days to search for him, so they were fed up. If his answer didn't satisfy the other party, they would begin to kill all the commanders of his clan. The person sent down had not expected Mo Jilian to be so straightforward. Looking at the hot air balloon where the young master and young lady were, he hurriedly sent a telegram to ask what to do next. After receiving the message, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. The two of them had been prepared for a fierce battle, but the other party had actually so easily yielded. It seems that they're very divided internally, and they probably don't have enough food. Otherwise, even if there was a sliver of hope, they wouldn't have come here. It seems that they're truly planning to get in touch with the great Tang and discuss the matter of completely submitting. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and analyzed. Wang Wan nodded. If that's the case, then didn't we come here for nothing? How could it be for nothing? At least we've traveled for a while, and we know in advance that they're not having a good time, so we have time to prepare. Pass down the order, let Feng province ask for help from other places, and use all resources to transport food and fodder there. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who was waiting to send the telegram. Wang Wan also said, let the people below tell Mo Jilian that we're inviting them and the leaders of each tribe to live on the hot air balloon. The commanders of each tribe should also gather together and follow the designated hot air balloon. The team will be commanded by the deputy. Chapter 864. Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin sat opposite each other. It was Kei Tachin's first time writing this kind of thing, so he was a bit nervous. He was afraid that he would fall and feel uncomfortable being blown around by the wind. If he had to describe it, it would be the feeling of riding a boat. Compared to Kei Tachin, Mo Jilian was more experienced. He had ridden in the sword meat of Hua Mountain before. The only difference was that it wasn't as big and luxurious as this one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied him. The younger brother and sister had already moved to another cabin. To be precise, the two of them had moved out. After a while, someone brought food from another compartment. There were 2.5 bowls of porridge, 2 large pancakes, green onions, and a small dish of sauce. It's cold and there's nothing else to serve you. Please. Zhang Xiaobao broke the silence and put the food on the small table between Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin. Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin finally relaxed a little. They felt like they were captives and didn't dare to make a sound. Now that the food was placed in front of them, they realized that they were indeed hungry. Although they had eaten in the car, the tasteless meat was really hard to swallow. They only ate 2 small bites. Mo Jilian wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would poison him. He picked up the pancake and dipped it in the sauce. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. He nodded and said, delicious. It's so fucking delicious. It's better than meat. Kei Tachin also couldn't resist the temptation. He picked up the pancake and imitated her. He took a bite and then a mouthful of porridge. He ate happily. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan watched from the side and knew why the two of them were eating so happily. One was because the Turks had run out of salt, and a little sauce was bliss. The other was because they often ate meat, and occasionally changing the flavor felt different. It didn't take long for the two of them to finish the porridge in their bowls and eat the pancakes. Even the sauce on the plate was licked clean. Touching his half-full stomach, Kei Tachin plucked up his courage and asked Zhang Xiaobao, what do you want to do to me? What can I do to you, Minister Kei? You took the initiative to bring back so many people, find so many precious herbs and furs, and are determined to contribute your life's blood and sweat to the great Tang's livestock industry. I have more than enough admiration for your noble character, so how could I do anything to you? Zhang Xiaobao placed his hand on the glass window of the pod. After he finished speaking, a handprint appeared, and the scenery outside could be seen clearly. Kei Tachin's eyes widened. He looked at Emojilian and saw that he was also at a loss. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What Xiaoqing?" "Our great Tang's newly established Vice Minister of Horse Husbandry is a grade 6 official. Originally, it should have been grade 7, but after considering your request and the importance of military horses, the relevant personnel decided to make it grade 6. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wang Wan opened the door of the cubicle next to them and placed 2 bowls of watermelon on the small table, indicating that they were ready to eat. Kei Tachin was dazzled by the cold melon in front of him. For the first time, he found that the cold melon in winter could be so charming. Thinking of Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was even more confused. Mo Jilian helped him to ask, "Young Master Zhang, when was the horse husbandry established? Who are the relevant personnel? Is it set by the emperor himself? The emperor doesn't have time to care about such a small matter. The horse husbandry has just been established. You two were lucky enough to witness such a great moment when you were eating pancakes and green onions. The relevant personnel include me and Wang Wan. Eat, and in the future, the Turks will be able to eat cold melon in winter and live a happy life." Zhang Xiaobao introduced with a tired face. It was obvious that the related personnel were tired from discussing the matter. "Young Master Zhang, have you decided on such a big matter?" Mo Jilian asked. "What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. At this moment, several thoughts flashed through Kei Tachin's mind. If he captured Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and took them as hostages, would his tribe have a new life? If he killed them on the spot, would the great Tang return to the status of trading with his tribe? He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao was looking at Mo Jilian, while Wang Wan was looking out of the window with a blank expression. Opportunity, this was an opportunity. With his own ability, he could go forward and grab their necks. Then, "Young Master Zhang, it's great that you can decide. Last time at the sword meet of Mount Hua, I opened my eyes. I thought that young Master Zhang was only good at economic calculation. Who would have thought that you could also leap onto roofs and vault over walls? I think you must be good at close combat, right? Would young Master Zhang be willing to show us the weapons you carry?" Just as Kei Tachin was staring at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, leaning forward toward Weiwei, Mo Jilian's leg suddenly bumped into the small table between them and began to chat with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had a regretful expression. He smiled and said to Mo Jilian, "You're a good person. I don't have any ability to leap onto roofs and vault over walls. I'm just a bit more nimble, like a monkey. I've already ordered the people in Feng province to quickly transport the provisions here. With both sides working together, I estimate that in less than half a month, the people below will be able to get through this difficult period." "Yes, it's very pitiful," Wang Wan said as she looked outside. "I don't know what's going on this year, but it's snowing everywhere. In the grassland, in the capital, in my Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office, it's snowing too. It's also snowing in Xinlua. It's estimated that there won't be a drought at the beginning of spring next year. It seems that we have to spend the new year outside." Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin didn't understand why Wang Wan suddenly brought this up. It was normal for it to snow. Could it be that it didn't snow in Tengri heaven? Wang Wan continued, "That cow can't take it anymore. It's already skinny from hunger, and it's in a hurry. It probably won't be able to last until the provisions arrive. It's better to shoot it and give it a quick death." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly had something in her hand. She looked down through the window and made a pa sound. Kei Tachin's sweat oozed from his forehead in an instant. He looked at Mo Jilian with lingering fear to express his gratitude. He recognized the thing in Wang Wan's hand. He once had a gun, which was given to Mo Jilian by Li Longji. Later, it was taken apart for research and found that bullets couldn't be made, so it was abandoned. I didn't expect Miss Wang to carry a gun with her. Kei Tachin laughed dryly. Shooting birds for fun, I wonder if the position of Xiaoqing is good? Wang Wan turned her hand and the gun was gone again. She asked Kei Tachin. Chapter 865. Hundreds of thousands of people moved with difficulty in the ice and snow. Almost every moment, someone would fall and never get up again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan frowned from time to time. Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin also felt like their hearts were being cut by knives. After another 10 days, the hot air balloons ran out of fuel and landed on the ground. Kei Tachin and the other tribe leaders were still protected by Zhang Xiaobao's people. In order to reduce the weight, the balloons in the hands of the other Turks were thrown away by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing the hot air balloons that could not be used anymore being used as firewood, Mo Jilian and Kei Tachin looked at the clear night sky. They gathered around a bonfire and drank spicy wine. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. Zhang Xiaobao, can you think of a way to get the people in Feng province to quickly transport the provisions? We can't afford to die. If our tribe continues to die, there will be less than half left. Mo Jilian glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and the others beside him and said to Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, he sniffed and smelled a fragrance that he had never smelled before. He was very curious about what Xiao Bei and the others were holding. Xiao Bei was scalded and changed his hands back and forth. Seeing Mo Jilian look over, he did not care if it would dirty his clothes. He put the sweet potato in his hand on his pants and rubbed his hands. He pinched a piece of the sweet potato and gave it to Mo Jilian. Try it. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his sister and then at Mo Jilian. He introduced, this is called sweet potato. It can be used as food and can be made into powder. It is very delicious. After drying it, it can be turned into snacks. When the output increases next year, I will give you some to make porridge. Mo Jilian was stunned. He took the sweet potato and suddenly remembered the purpose of coming. Zhang Xiaobao, when will the provisions arrive? Soon, soon. The road is difficult now. Your tribe has a lot of people. Even if the provisions arrive first, it will be a drop in the bucket. Hold on a little longer. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he wiped his sister's mouth that was blackened from eating roasted sweet potatoes. He looked at Mo.G with a helpless expression. A cry came from afar. Mo.G couldn't bear it and closed his eyes. He knew that another member of his tribe had died. He gritted his teeth and asked Zhang Xiaobao, if the people here are not from my tribe but from the Tang Empire, can't you get the provisions? This. Zhang Xiaobao, I'm begging you, please show mercy. I'm guilty, I shouldn't have taken my people away. Kill me, don't vent your anger on my people. When Mo Jilian saw Zhang Xiaobao's hesitation, she knew that if it were the people of Great Tang, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely have a solution. With a plop, she knelt in front of Zhang Xiaobao and begged. She thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not satisfied and deliberately wanted more people of her tribe to die. Xiaobao looked at Mo Jilian in front of him and frowned deeply. He didn't pull Mo Jilian back. Instead, he sat on the ground and looked at Mo Jilian. To tell the truth, if it were the people of Great Tang, let alone hundreds of thousands of provisions, I would have sent 1 million people here long ago. It's not that I'm angry at you, but I'm afraid that once I mobilize all the resources, I won't be able to guard against you. What if someone instigates and attacks me while I'm deploying resources? What should I do? No, I promise not. They have no strength left. Hearing that there was hope, Mo.G hurriedly promised. You promise? When it comes to the survival of a tribe, can you promise? How about this: order your people to throw away all the copper and iron, kill all the horses, and burn all the leather armor. Let the old and young eat their fill first and walk in front of the army. I can promise that within 3 days, there will be food and salt and tea. But the salt and tea will only be for the old and young. If you agree, you can give the order. Zhang Xiaobao finally relented, but he put forward a bunch of conditions. Mog knew that this was Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. Hearing the gradually weakening cries in the wind, she nodded gratefully. Okay, I'll immediately give the order. We'll do as you say. Brother. After Mog left, Xiao Bei leaned into Zhang Xiaobao's arms and whispered in his ear, "Brother, don't let them eat their fill. Just now, when Xiao Yuan and I went to give some roasted corn to their leader's children, they glared at me." "Oh? Then our Xiao Bei didn't kill them?" Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head and asked. Xiao Bei shook her head. "No, what's the use of killing a few? Unless all of them are beaten to death." Xiao Yuan said that they don't hate us, but hate the unfairness of the heaven. They are all like wolves who can be killed but can't be tamed. When they are fed, clothed, and educated, their ambitions will vanish. After a long time, the wolf may become a dog, like a wild chicken, or domestic fowl, like a wild boar. "Oh, our Xiao Bei knows so much," Zhang Xiaobao praised. "It's not me, it's Xiao Yuan. He looks so knowledgeable all day. It's annoying to look at him." Xiao Bei put the softest core of the sweet potato into her mouth and muttered while sucking on her fingers. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect that Wang Wan's younger brother would start to study this matter. He smiled and wiped his sister's finger that was stained with saliva, and then asked, "Then the people of the Tang Empire will not be hot-blooded, right? Not even as ambitious as the Turks?" "That's not the same." Xiao Yuan said that the foreigner's ambition is to seize, while the Tang Empire's ambition is to create. That is to say, when the people around them see that our Tang Empire has good things, they want to snatch them. Our Tang Empire makes things that make our lives better. They don't understand the benefits of creating things. As long as we don't let them become emperor, we will continue to create, right? As Xiao Bei spoke, she could not understand, so she could only ask her brother. Zhang Xiaobao could not explain too deeply to her sister. Even if he said, Xiao Bei would not understand, so she could only nod in agreement. Mog, who had gone to give the order, did not go so smoothly. Many people were not willing to throw away their weapons, let alone kill the horses. Mog could not persuade them, so he began to force the people in the tribe to do so. He even killed a few hundred people to achieve his goal. At dawn, the group set off again, moving much faster than yesterday. Horse meat was also food. Those who were full would be able to replenish their strength and have a stronger resistance to the cold. Mog, Chin, and the other Turkic tribe leaders did not have good expressions. They were worried that if they really submitted to the Tang Empire, they would lose their status. They were even more afraid that the people in the tribe would see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's guards and not have any bad thoughts. Mog repeatedly told the other tribe leaders about the power of the Tang Empire's weapons and told them to suppress the dissatisfied tribesmen. If there was a conflict at this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would probably harden their hearts and destroy the entire Turkic Empire. Walking on the road, there were still people who froze to death from time to time. Those who caught a cold did not have any hope of surviving. Every time they moved forward, there would be a few corpses left in the group for the wolves who did not dare to come forward as food. In the howling winds, the mood of the Turks was even more unstable. Several times, some people came out of the group to attack Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group, but they were discovered and killed by others. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not seem to know. They continued to chat and laugh with Mog and the others, treating this trip as if they were traveling. Occasionally, they would find a snake cave, catch a hibernating snake, dig out the snake gall, and break it open with strong wine to make snake gall wine for their brothers and sisters to drink. Xiaobei had complained many times that the snake gall wine tasted bad, bitter and astringent, but she never refused to drink it. The main reason was that drinking a little wine made her feel dizzy and comfortable. Just as Mog was worried that some people in the tribe would lose control of their emotions and bring disaster to the entire Turkic Empire, the 3 days that Zhang Xiaobao had promised were finally up. In front of them was still an endless grassland covered by a layer of snow. At noon on the 3rd day, when the group was resting, a row of black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. The Turks who were eating stood up one by one and looked over vigilantly. Mog quickly took out his clairvoyance and looked over. He saw that there were countless deer and dogs running in their direction. Behind the deer and dogs were a sled that was tilted up in front. In addition to the deer and dogs, there were also people with sails behind them. They were moving with the wind like snakes. There were also many people wearing white clothes and capes, stepping on 2 bamboo poles. They were moving forward with a pole in each hand. If the other party did not move and did not look carefully, they would not be discovered. This is the group that delivered goods to the supermarket in Fengzhou, right? Kei Tachin looked at Mog curiously and asked. Moji shook his head slightly. I don't think they're just here to deliver food. There's also an army here to suppress us. The ones in white. In order to maintain the same speed, the deer and the dog didn't use their full strength when running. As the distance between the two groups got closer and closer, even without the clairvoyance, they could see the situation on the other side clearly. The Turkic people who were ready to make a move finally became obedient. If it was said that they wanted to make Zhang Xiaobao and his group stay, now that the other party had arrived, there was no hope at all. When the Tang group was less than 100 steps away from the Tubo group, 1,000 people on skis came out and spread out in all directions, forming a semicircle formation to surround the Tubo group. Another dozen or so people directly rushed towards Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Every time their arms thrust into the snow, these dozen or so people would advance a long distance. Their speed was much slower than a galloping horse on the grassland, but it was also many times faster than a person traversing the snow. Reporting, little young master, little miss, the snow war camp of Fengzhou is here to report. 1050 people are here, but 1049 people are here. One person sprained his ankle when he just set off. End of report. The dozen people came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and the person in the middle stood out to report. Mog and his group were puzzled when they saw the appearance of these people, because they did not know what they looked like. They were wrapped up from head to toe, and even wore something for their eyes. They were probably afraid of the wind and had a problem of crying in the wind. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was called goggles. It was specially made for the snow war camp to block the wind and not worry about snow blindness. When he heard the report, he took a step back and let Wang Wan in front. He said he would not care about the army, so he did. Wang Wan returned the salute and nodded, very good. Take care of the one who sprained his ankle. Go back and strengthen the basic training. Come back to the team. Yes. The person answered. He did not stand at attention for Wang Wan. He was afraid that he would fall, so he used his ski poles to support himself, swung his legs, and turned around to slide back to the team. Another person stood up and said, Feng Province Logistics Camp reporting, 2,200 people are here, 2,200 people are here, 1,000 snow deers are here, 1,000 snow deers are here, 6,000 snow deers are here, 1,000 snow deers are here, 6,000 snow deers are here, for 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 snow deers are here. Very good. Come back to the team. Pay attention to the 4 injured sled dogs and keep them warm. Wang Wan returned the salute. She could imagine the situation of the 4 dogs. The dog in front must have passed by, and the ice suddenly broke, and the 4 dogs in the middle fell. According to the training, the people on the sled would break the sled. Then, the dogs in front would push forward, and the dogs behind would push backward. The dogs that fell would be tensed up and wait for people to go and save them. This was usually what well-trained polar sled dogs would do. She did not expect the people in Fengzhou to train them successfully. Fengzhou medical team reporting, 300 people reported, 300 confirmed. End of report. Feng Province's Engineering Battalion reporting. 600 people are here. 600 people are here. Report complete. Feng Province's Loss Management Team reporting. Should have 450 people, 450 people actually present. Report complete. Fengzhou Battle Command reporting, 60 people reported, 60 confirmed. End of report. Fengzhou Reconnaissance Camp reporting, Fengzhou Spy Camp reporting, Fengzhou Towing Artillery Camp reporting. One by one, people stood out to report to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also returned the salute one by one. Not far away, the leaders of the Turkic tribes were also listening. At this time, they realized that a single army could have so many branches, each in charge of their own things. It was not like the vanguard and the middle of a march. After the people in front finished reporting, there was only one short person left. A dwarf? The short one also skated to the front, but he didn't report to Wang Wan. Instead, he looked around and found Xiao Bei, who was at the back. He propped himself up with his ski poles a few times and approached Xiao Bei. With a childish voice, he said, Fengzhou Children's Troop, reporting, there should be 100 people, but there are 86 people. 14 of them cried because of the cold, so the adults sent them back. Xiao Bei looked at the people from the children's regiment in surprise. His mouth was wide open, and he blinked hard. After a while, he reacted. Fengzhou also has a children's regiment? They actually cried because of the cold. So stupid. You're embarrassing me. You can even cry because of the cold wearing down. I didn't cry even when my face was red. Instead of studying in school, why are you here? Stupid, I can't study anymore, the little guy from the children's regiment replied weakly. Okay, then that's it. Return to the team. Pay attention to keeping warm. Don't cry because of the cold. If you fight, remember to shoot from afar. Don't rush forward. Choose the leader first, just like the one wearing this. Xiao Bei deliberately pointed at the leaders of the various Turkic tribes and introduced them to the leader of the Fengzhou Children's Regiment. Yes, remember. Choose the leader first. The leader looked at them seriously and agreed. He also supported himself with his hands, squatted down, and swung his legs at the same time. He wanted to learn how to turn like the others, but in the end, he fell with a plop. He struggled to get up and left. Xiao Bei covered his face when he saw this. It was really embarrassing. Zhang Xiaobao was amused when he saw this. He said to Xiao Bei's children's regiment is still very brave. Don't mention it. I'll disband them later. Seeing so many pairs of eyes looking at him, he turned around and smiled shyly. Uncles, little Bei was just joking. I didn't ask them to really beat you guys up. I was just joking. They'll forget about it after a while. That's right, I was just joking. They're just kids after all. They can't beat adults, right? Xiao Bei's explanation was obviously not acceptable. The leaders of the various Turkic tribes were more worried about the people from the children's regiment. Children were not as steady as adults. If they made a slight move, they might be misunderstood. Usually, children would not be able to defeat adults, but children with guns were a different matter. Wang Wan watched from the side and did not stop them. She silently agreed to this matter. She understood that the threat Xiao Bei brought to others was greater. It was like handing a loaded gun to a monkey that was curious about everything. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao said to Mog and the others, "The first batch of goods has arrived. Everyone, make the necessary arrangements. The rest of the goods will arrive one after another. I hope that we can unite and fight against the cold environment together. I hope that everyone will do their best." Mog and the others agreed and dispersed to make arrangements. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not continue to watch over them. Everyone was here, and he was not afraid that they would cause trouble. Just as they had agreed at the start, the old and young were the priority when it came to the goods, especially the salt, tea, and medicine. The Turks did as they were told, not daring to express any of their thoughts. Everything was harmonious. "Xiao Bao, what about the 200,000 people who have surrendered? We can't leave them all in Feng province. There is not enough people there. Once they get a chance, there will be trouble." When the group moved again, Wang Wan began to worry about the personnel arrangements and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Arrange for them to be sent to Hunan province, Huainan province, Jiangnan province, and 5,000 to be sent to Jili province. We need to disperse them and not let them form an advantage. Arrange for people to explain the laws of the Tang Empire to them. They will be treated the same as the other people of the Tang Empire. There will be no preferential treatment. I don't need to be soft to them. Since they admit that they are part of the Tang Empire, don't give them special treatment. If they don't admit it, destroy them. As for the traditions of the Turks, they can be kept as long as they do not conflict with the laws of the Tang Empire. If there is a conflict, change them all." Zhang Xiaobao clearly knew that this arrangement would cost a lot of money and provisions, but he had to do it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do it again in the future. "The Yellow River has been frozen. We have to go by land. Let's inform them in advance. We also need to transfer more troops to deter them. I will arrange it." Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's idea and began to do it. When the Turks were no longer a threat, the lives of the people of Xinlua began to become difficult. County Magistrate Mu received benefits and began to write a letter to the imperial family of Xinlua with Li Dong. They also used the demolition fee given by Song Qian to carry out the demolition. It was now the end of the year and the new year had not passed yet. Most of the people were focused on the new year. When they heard that County Magistrate Mu was going to demolish, their first thought was that County Magistrate Mu did not intend to let them have a good new year. Those who did not want to be demolished before the new year and were more courageous joined forces with their neighbors and came to the county yamen to discuss with the county magistrate. They hoped that the county magistrate could make an exception and wait until after the new year. In the end, they did not see County Magistrate Mu. What they saw was a black-faced yamen runner. After a few words of dispute, they were beaten up. They could not find a place to reason and could only suppress their anger. County Magistrate Mu was not afraid of the people causing trouble. Those who dared to cause trouble were all arrested and sent to prison. At this moment, he was secretly happy. Song Qian gave him the money according to the number of people in the household register. It was not calculated according to the size of each house. It was impossible to calculate. Other than the corresponding officials, no one registered the houses. Usually, what was registered was the number of fields. There was no difference between building 10 houses and building one house. The price Song Qian gave was 500 copper coins per head. The money given was the Tang Dynasty's banknotes. One could directly buy good things from the Tang Dynasty. County Magistrate Mu's mind became active. He was prepared to divide the people in the county according to men and women, old and young. An adult man would be given 300 copper coins, an adult woman would be given 200 copper coins, an elderly person would be given 100 copper coins, and a child would be given 50 copper coins. Moreover, the money given was not the Tang dynasty's banknotes, but the Xinluo's banknotes. He kept the banknotes for himself. Part of it was used to spend, and the other part was used to give gifts to the people above. Under the threat of force, the people in the county had no choice but to pack up their belongings. They reluctantly left the house they had lived in for a long time and thought of ways to find a new place to settle down. County Magistrate Mu also urged people to hurry up. It would be best if they could complete the demolition work during the new year. At this moment, a piece of news from who knows where entered the ears of the people in the county. The Tang dynasty merchants gave each person 500 copper coins in banknotes, and did not require them to complete the relocation before the new year. This matter became more and more real and spread more and more. It did not take long for the people in the county to know. Looking at the money they received and comparing it with the money in the rumors, the people immediately knew that the money was embezzled by the people in the county. The bold people once again organized people to find the yamen. Wicked people, all wicked people. Beat them, catch them. Seeing more and more people gathering outside the yamen, County Magistrate Mu was a little worried, but more than that, he was angry. Orders were passed down one after another. Very soon, the yamen runners had work to do. They beat and caught, causing the county to be in chaos. The people did not fight with the officials. Under the deterrence of the powerful force and status, the people in the county became obedient. One by one, they began to restrain themselves. According to County Magistrate Mu's arrangements, they came to a new place to think of a way to rebuild their houses. The resentment in their hearts grew, but they could not do anything at the moment. Chapter 866. Song Qian brought many tents and gave them to the people of Niha County who had yet to build a house for the time being. He even personally led many people to deliver soybean oil and rice noodles from door to door. This family gave 20 kilograms, and that family gave a jar. He kept saying that the Tang Empire and Xinluo were like family. He also emphasized the fact that all of the demolition money had been handed over to County Magistrate Mu. He hoped that the people who did not receive the full amount would give County Magistrate Mu some time. County Magistrate Mu must be in a difficult position. He believed that as the official of the county, County Magistrate Mu would handle the corresponding matters as soon as possible. Song Qian went around and spent a few days returning to the restaurant between the clouds and the water to rest. County Magistrate Mu received many tents, but he was even more worried. The matter of the money had been exposed. It was better not to have tents now because there were not enough. It was only 1/10 of the amount of tents that people who did not have a house had. Song Qian gave it to him for free. He could not complain that he gave too little. If he left it in the yamen, it would be difficult to give it to anyone. The new year was approaching. On the 20th of the 12th lunar month, the conflict between the county magistrate and the people did not stop. The people came to ask questions, the yamen runners fought, and the people persuaded each other in the neighborhood to send the yamen runners to investigate. This was the cycle. County Magistrate Mu handed over a lot of the embezzled money, and the higher-ups did not pursue the matter. However, if they wanted to give the people the original amount, it was definitely not enough. When a heavy snow fell, County Magistrate Mu fell ill. The cold-hearted people took advantage of the ice to drag their families across the mud river to the Tang Empire. They were willing to do any kind of hard work. If they could stay, they would never go back. On the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, the new year was over. The capital was no exception. In the palace, Gao Lisher was not idle for a moment. He commanded a group of people to start sweeping the dust and carrying out the folk worship. Telegrams were frequently sent from all over the country. Those who had relatives outside and knew the exact location were willing to spend some money to report that they were safe. Perhaps it was because of the telegrams that it was convenient to transmit news. The local officials began to publicize the merits of the current emperor in the provincial capitals a long time ago. The lives of the common people were indeed much better than before, especially the newborns. The number of deaths was 10 times less than before. There was no longer a situation where 6 or 7 children were born, and the last one died. Hearing the summons from the prefectural government, the influential clans and local gentry took the lead and stamped their fingerprints on the 10,000 citizen forms and sent them to the capital. Looking at the distance and estimated the approximate time, those who arrived early or those who arrived early would wait and meet on the day of the new year to send them to Li Longji. According to what Wang Wan had told Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji was someone who rejoiced in grandiose deeds, but he hadn't appeared yet. When Li Longji saw the mountain of 10,000 citizen forms, he was only happy, but he did not dare to relax. After learning how vast the sea was, he understood the insignificance of a lake. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan say that the place could send a cannonball from Luzhou to the capital, he did not think that he had the ability to protect himself now. Moreover, Gao Lishur had deliberately placed the matter of the people of Sinro's Niha County on his desk. Li Longji was prepared to continue working hard. When the great Tang's technology reached a level where it could find another powerful country and send a cannonball from the capital to the other country, he would think about it again. Summon Li Longji for me. Li Longji emerged from the pile of 10,000 citizen forms. He suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he ordered someone to look for Gao Lishur. A short while later, Gao Lishur, who was dressed in gray, hurried over. "Your Majesty, you've summoned me?" "Yes, you." Li Longji asked in surprise when he saw Gao Lishur's battered appearance. "Your Majesty, it's difficult to clear the ashes from the stove in the imperial kitchen, so I helped carry 2 baskets of ash." Zhang Xiaobao said in his letter that there will be gas, liquefied gas, and other things to replace firewood and coal in the future, but I don't know when I can see it. "Your Majesty, is there something urgent?" Gao Lishur did not dare to brush off the dust in front of the emperor, so he just stood a little further away from the emperor and spoke. Li Longji basically wanted to remind the great Tang about the 10,000 citizen forms and the people of Sinro. However, when he heard Gao Lishur mention Zhang Xiaobao, he forgot about it for a moment. He glared and said angrily, "I want to punish Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." The two of them did not do their duty as the solution emissary and ignored tens of millions of people, but ran to the Turks. Where do they put the imperial court's law? Yes, Your Majesty is right. The telegram said that the two of them are near Feng province and will arrive in a few days. Should we summon the two of them back to the capital quickly and hold the Ministry of Justice, Censorate, and Marble accountable for the same case? Gao Lishur followed the emperor's words and said, as if he would not give up until Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were arrested and brought to justice. This is not necessary, but it can't be avoided. I want to punish them with a year's salary. In addition, Zhang Xiaobai and the others, who did not cooperate with the security officer and secretly connived with emissary Zhang and emissary Wang, who were responsible for monitoring the situation, but did not report it and hid it from me in the capital. I hereby revoke their right to impeach from the censorate and also punish them with a year's salary. Li Longji emphasized the words pay penalty, as if it was an extraordinary punishment to show off his authority. The palace maids and eunuchs around lowered their heads and did not say anything. Most of them were looking at their shoes, which were issued by Zhang Xiaobai and Wang Wan. There were hollow places in the shoes, which were studied by a doctor who knew acupuncture. There were all kinds of small protrusions. They often ran around the palace, so it was easier than before. It was said that the cost of a pair of shoes was 3,000 copper coins. They did not know how much the annual salary of Zhang Jiedu and the others were. Was it enough to change shoes for everyone in the palace? Gao Lishur's face was full of bitterness. Your Majesty, Xiaobao and the others will be punished for 10 years. Last time, because of the assassination, they were punished for 3 years. Adding the previous punishment, it's exactly 10 years. They still have to be punished. If they are not punished, it will not be enough to correct the law. If they are not punished, it will not be enough to appease the resentment of the people. If they are not punished, they will not dare to play tricks with me next time. Li Longji did not show any mercy and made the decision. Gao Lishur put on a good show to show that the emperor's justice was not to be trifled with. Then, he bypassed the matter of deducting wages and bonuses and said, "Your Majesty, if County Magistrate Zhang Xiaobai of Jianan County knows that you have revoked her right to impeach from the censorate, she will make a scene." Make a scene? How can I compromise because of her dereliction of duty and revoking her position? Today, I am looking for you for another matter. Now, our country is at peace. Tens of thousands of countries have come to congratulate us. The people are happy and virtuous. However, in our great Tang, there will always be officials with selfish motives. We must guard against them. We must not be like the people of Nihe County in Xinhua. Therefore, I want to establish a new position to supervise the officials of our Tang. If an official is found to be deceiving the people, I will strictly investigate and punish him severely. Even the relatives of the imperial family will not be spared. I will patrol the territory of the Tang and investigate the faults of all officials. The military and political affairs will not be stopped. Those who are investigated, if they are not detailed, can be convicted on the spot. Li Longji then talked about the first thing he wanted to discuss with Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur kept nodding his head. When the emperor finished speaking, he asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, you want to set up a new department to patrol everywhere in the Tang Empire. Moreover, all the officials will be investigated and can be temporarily convicted. Then, who will be chosen?" "Yes, that's what I was thinking. Naturally, there will be a lot of people. Just like the previous investigation of the bridge and paving of roads, there will be several rounds of inspection. If the people in front of you can't find anything wrong, and the people who came later find out, then the people in front of you will also be punished. I plan to send at least 3 rounds of inspection to each place. At that time, if the people want to spend money to bribe them, it will be a big crime. However, I am worried that even if we investigate 3 or 5 times in a row, some places will still have enough money and methods to bribe all the people patrolling. Coupled with the relationship between the imperial family and other clans, many people will not dare to investigate further. Therefore, I let Xiao Bei and the others be the head of this matter. I don't believe that there will be people who have enough money to bribe them, and I don't need to worry that they will be afraid of the imperial family and other clans. There are restaurants and shops all over the Tang Empire. I think that their intelligence work will be better than mine, the emperor. With them in charge, I want to see who will dare to not do their best." Li Longji thought that he had solved a very difficult problem. He was so happy that he didn't call himself "Your Majesty." When he thought of the helplessness of the people being investigated and prepared to bribe Xiao Bei and the others, he felt that it was funny. "Ha ha ha, what do you think?" Li Longji finally couldn't hold back. After laughing for a while, he asked Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur understood. No wonder Xiao Bei's position had been removed so quickly. It turned out that he had an even bigger position to give to Xiao Bei and the others. Of course, he also didn't believe that the emperor really wanted Xiao Bei to manage this matter. In the end, it would fall into the hands of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was just that it wasn't good to directly give Jiadu so much power, so he made an exception. "Your Majesty's words are extremely correct. This subject can guarantee that Xiao Bei and the others will not be successfully bribed, and no one can afford to bribe them. However, this matter is of great importance and needs to be discussed in the imperial court after the new year. This subject is afraid that it will not pass. Whoever opposes this matter has a guilty conscience. We will investigate this matter first. Go, send a letter to Xiao Bao and the others. Tell them to pay attention to their safety. If someone has an unstable mind, then kill them. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that Gao Lisher should go and deliver the message. He himself continued to admire the Wan Minbiao. Before the news from the capital could reach them, Zhang Xiaobao had already arrived in Feng Province. In the past, the inner city of Feng Province had a relatively tall earthen wall used to block Turkic attacks. Now, Feng Province didn't have any walls and was unimpeded. The people of Feng Province felt more stable than before. With the Zhang family and the Wang family overseeing the city, they didn't have to worry about being suddenly attacked by enemies. This was especially true with the cannons that had just been shipped in this year. With them, they didn't even have nightmares at night. The vast and mighty Turkic people had come to Feng Province. Seeing the current situation of Feng Province, it was impossible to say that they didn't have any other thoughts. However, no one dared to make a move. Just when they thought that they could live in Feng Province in the future, after only one night of rest, the group set out again the next day. Mo Jilian also didn't expect this. He found Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Zhang Xiaobao, where are you taking us? Aren't we staying in Feng Province? Staying in Feng Province so that you can rebel at any time? Let's go. This year, I'll spend the new year with you outside. I'll arrange a good place for all of you. For example, the leaders of your tribes will become officials in the capital. As for the rest of you, spread out and settle in the prosperous areas of the Great Tang. My Jili province will also take a portion." Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide his wariness toward the Turks and spoke the truth. Mo Jilian couldn't refute this. If it were him, he also wouldn't have left them in Feng Province. He worriedly asked, "Then can you guarantee that they will all have good lives?" "I can guarantee that they will all be treated equally. As long as they work hard, they will be treated like the other people of the Great Tang. Early on, someone will tell them what to do and what not to do. Someone will also teach them how to farm. If they can't learn in the first 2 years and their families can't live well, they will be given subsidies. Then will they be treated like the people of the Great Tang? There is no distinction between you and me. Those who enter my Great Tang are all subjects of the Great Tang. Can the children go to school and take the imperial examinations? Yes. If there is a disaster, will there be a reduction in taxes? Not only will there be a reduction, but if the disaster is serious, there will also be food and money. Some people are bullied when they go to other small countries to do business, but there are also people who will fight for them for thousands of li. Let alone thousands of li, even thousands of li, there will be people responsible for taking back their dignity. Then what are you aiming for? Aiming for the stability of the Turks in the future, to carry out strategic deployments so that we can continue to expand and plunder more good things from farther places. We will work for the peace of the world." Mo Jilian had nothing to ask this time, but he still couldn't understand how attacking and plundering other people had anything to do with peace. At this time, the Yellow River was sealed in ice, and there was no war, so it was naturally impossible to spend a large amount of money to buy cannonballs to blow up the river. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao divided the Turks into small groups. Some walked on the ice, some walked on the banks, and some were escorted toward the capital. Chapter 867. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raised its head. Mo Jilian's group took a detour to Sanshui County from the beginning of the year. They were worried about their own people, worried about the future, and in the process of learning more about the Tang Empire, they finally arrived at Sanshui County. There were not many people in the group. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left behind 100 guards. Xiao Bei and the others also followed with 50 guards. Then there were the leaders or important figures of the Turkic tribes like Mo Jilian. In total, there were about 70 people. As for their families, there were other arrangements. Because the Yellow River had just opened up, the surging water was filled with countless ice cubes. Therefore, no boats could be seen on the river, and no one continued to walk on the ice. This year, the several section was not like usual. The people were afraid that the ice was too thick and would drown. They happily prepared for spring plowing. This was because an artillery battalion had been pulled over before the beginning of spring, ready to explode the ice at any time. Mo Jillian and the others naturally could not see what had happened on the road they had already walked on. All they could see was the lively scene in Sanshui County. As soon as he entered the territory of Sanshui County, Kei Tichin was infected by the enthusiasm of the people. The sound of firecrackers, gongs, and drums shook the sky. Flags fluttered and ribbons fluttered. A big dragon held up by people meandered in the direction of the county. It's a good time. The second day of the second month, the dragon dance. As the local master, Zhang Xiaobao's face was also brimming with a happy smile. He introduced to Kei Tichin and the others. Mo Jillian watched the bustle and said regretfully, "I thought that Zhang Xiaobao had told us in advance to welcome us." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and did not reply. When they came, they were disguised as merchants and did not raise a flag to symbolize their identity. That was why the people of Sanshui County did not personally welcome them. This was the rule of Sanshui County. When foreign merchants came and wanted to do business, they could only enjoy the same treatment as the local merchants of Sanshui County. Perhaps thinking of this, Mog sighed and said, "This trip, I have seen Zhang Xiaobao's ability to do business. Those who know will understand that you want to play along, but those who don't will think that you are so poor that you can't even pay for the reception. After deducting the expenses, you have earned about 20,000 coins, right?" Thank you. I made a small profit." Zhang Xiaobao said modestly and continued to move forward. Mog was a few steps behind. He glanced at the silent Secret Service officer Kei and asked, "Left Virtuous Prince, how is it?" Secret Service officer Kei squeezed out a smile and said, "I admire you. We have more than 200 people." Starting from Fengzhou, Zhang Xiaobao spent 10,000 coins to buy a lot of dry food and other goods. At that time, we thought that he wanted to bring back to the capital. Who knew that he was doing business along the way, selling what he bought and paying for our accommodation and meals. In the end, when we arrived here, he actually made 20,000 coins. It doesn't look like much, just 20 coins. But the food and accommodation along the way, even if they deliberately avoided between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand, the place they arrived at was not bad. I estimate that it would not be enough for less than 300,000 coins. Also, he saw 2 carts of brocades shipped from Sichuan on the way and bought them. If we had people like him, we would not be in this situation today. No wonder the Tang Emperor Li Longji values him so much. In fact, he doesn't have to show off to us like this. He's not showing off to us, he's teaching his little sister how to do business. When those little guys grow up, they'll be extraordinary too. Our clan will be gone from now on. Mog couldn't help but show a pained expression when he thought of his clan being scattered to different places. As they walked forward, there were more people on the road. Some people who didn't want to join in the fun had already brought their tools to the fields to prepare for the spring plowing. Zhang Xiaobao's team slowed down and looked at the fields on both sides. Occasionally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would stop and ask a person resting on a ridge. After traveling for a few li, a few cars appeared by the side of the road ahead. There were also many people stopping in the fields. Zhang Xiaobao had the team stop as well. He leaned to the side and took out his clairvoyance to observe the people there. He saw an old man arguing with a middle-aged man. He looked very angry. Then, he walked to the side of the road. The middle-aged man lowered his head and followed behind. He seemed to be explaining something. "Are they fighting?" Mog asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "There may be a problem with the spring plowing plan. It may need to be replanned. I hope it won't delay the plowing time. How do you know? Mog was puzzled. You will know later. Zhang Xiaobao walked forward. It didn't take long before the old man came to the ridge by the roadside and sat on the ground angrily. The middle-aged man who followed him quickly took off his coat and asked the old man to stand up and spread the coat on the ground. Then he stood to the side and explained, "Uncle Wang, the land here is fertile. If we plant beans, there will definitely be a lot of yield. That's why when the county was first planned, this area was planned as a soybean field. Please calm down, I'll immediately find someone to discuss and see if we can think of a way to satisfy both sides. Is that okay?" The old man obviously didn't buy it, but his expression softened. He said to the middle-aged man earnestly, "Second boy, since you said so, do it quickly. You are the county magistrate. Why don't you know how to look at the big picture? Do you think I don't know that the yield of beans in the fertile land is high? But if we plant beans, this land is close to the river. Do you still need water? If we do, all the beans will be washed away. If we don't, where will we get water for the rice fields? In the winter, when we collect manure as fertilizer, you are so careless. Look at the people you asked to add so much lime. If someone didn't see it, you would have burned all the land. It's not that I want to criticize you, but we all know that you want to achieve something. But it depends on the actual situation. You have to come up with a solution within 2 days, or you can't be the county magistrate anymore. Do you hear me? Uncle Wang, you're right. I'll get someone to replan the land and find a suitable place to plant beans. But this year, all the land in the county has been allocated. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. I'm so worried. Why don't we allocate some land on the mountain behind the first house in Linshui? I see a lot of empty land. We can allocate some land there and then the square beside the dock. Let's. The middle-aged man tried his best to explain. Before he finished, he was interrupted by the old man again. No one can touch the mountain behind the first house by the river. Are you waiting for someone to steal the things you planted at the square of the wharf? The people in the county won't touch it. There are so many people coming and going. Are you waiting to catch someone to show off your achievements? That mountain is useless. People who go to the mountain will see the beans. Won't it be another scenery? The middle-aged man continued to argue. Nonsense. That mountain was bought by Zhangjie Zhuangzi. At that time, the Zhang family became famous there. Then the people in the county lived a good life. If you change that place, do you want to change the feng shui of the county? Then hand in the seal today. We don't need you to be the county magistrate. Wrong, Uncle Wang. I know I am wrong. I won't do anything to that place. Can you help me think of a suitable place to plant beans? The middle-aged man's waist was almost touching the ground as he begged. Mog and the others understood this time. The middle-aged man standing was the county magistrate of Sanshui County. The angry man sitting in the middle-aged man's clothes was a farmer in Sanshui County. The county magistrate was scolded because he made a mistake in his decision. Zhang Xiaobao, the county magistrate of Sanshui County, doesn't have any authority? Is he scolding like a grandson? Mog felt sorry for the county magistrate. He was an official, but he didn't have any temper. Before Zhang Xiaobao could speak, Xiao Bei sneered, "What authority? He should admit his mistakes. Sanshui County doesn't need to be so thick-skinned. An official who knows what he did wrong and continues to quibble is not a fool. No matter how much he quibbles, everyone knows the truth. What if he quibbles?" Mog asked Xiao Bei deliberately. He was also a little confused by Xiao Bei's cute appearance. Xiao Bei stared at him and said even more cutely, "Quibbling and escaping will result in dismissal. Any official who is dismissed from Sanshui County can forget about being an official in Tang. Am I right? Look at me, I'm talking to you too. Xiao Bei's voice was loud and the middle-aged man heard it. When he looked over, Xiao Bei saw him and questioned him. Yes, admit your mistakes. I am not thick-skinned. The middle-aged man nodded. At this time, the old man also turned his head and looked at Xiao Bei. He felt that Xiao Bei didn't look like a local, so he said unhappily, "Little kid, who are you? You don't need to talk about my Sanshui County's officials. County Magistrate Liu, don't worry about outsiders. I will find someone to discuss this matter. County Magistrate Liu, don't think too much. You have to do what you have to do. Who doesn't make a mistake in their life?" This time, not only was Mog surprised, but the other Tibetans were also curious. What kind of place was Sanshui County? The farmer had reprimanded a county magistrate as if he was his grandson, but in the blink of an eye, he was defending him. It was really confusing. Xiao Bei didn't get angry. He turned his head and said to Mog, "See, this is Sanshui County. Family matters are solved by family members and outsiders are not allowed to interfere. Old Grandpa, I am also from Sanshui County. Do you want me to think of a good idea for you? Little kid, who are you? Why are you with a group of outsiders?" The old man stood up and shook the clothes that he was sitting on. He put them back on the middle-aged man and asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled and showed two dimples. "How am I an outsider? They will be one of us in the future. My brother and sister will bring them back and they will become citizens of Tang. Who am I? I am the cutest and smartest little princess of Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Tuqiao village of Sanshui County, Zhang Xiao Bei. This is the stupidest Wang Xiaoyuan. Do you see? Don't mention me. You can't elevate yourself by belittling me. Who are you? Just now you said you would think of a way. Think of a way." Xiaoyuan, who had been silent, was not satisfied. When the old man heard Xiao Bei's self-introduction, he was suddenly shocked. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were standing behind Xiao Bei. His eyes opened wider and wider. He looked carefully and asked tentatively, "Xiao Bao, cuckoo?" "Hello, Grandpa Wang." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saluted at the same time. "Oh, it really is our cutest little princess, Xiao Bei. Come and let Grandpa give you a hug. I have heard of such a person, but I have never seen her before. I was wondering which family's daughter could be so beautiful, like a flower. So it is our Xiao Bei." For a moment, the old man forgot about farming. His stern face turned into a flower as he picked up the already heavy Xiao Bei. He was extremely happy. The county magistrate next to him was nervous and did not know what to do. He wanted to go up and greet them, but he did not dare. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but he did not dare. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ranks, even if they were not officials, the whole county magistrate would tremble when they stamped their feet in Sanshui County. This, that. For a moment, the county magistrate did not know how to express himself. He rubbed his hands anxiously but could not say a complete sentence. "You are County Magistrate Liu, right?" Zhang Xiaobao turned to the county magistrate and asked. Yes, it is this official, Lord Zhang. Please give me your orders." "Just now. This year." County Magistrate Liu did not know what to say. He knew that if they really wanted to remove him from his position, these two legendary figures in front of him did not have to do it personally. As long as Xiao Bei, who was being picked up, said something, not to mention a county magistrate, even a provincial governor would have to be removed. The people of Sanshui County were very active in collecting information on Zhang Wang's family. As long as there was something going on, they would know. At this time, the old man helped to speak up, "Xiao Bao, cuckoo, and our cutest Xiaobei, County Magistrate Lu is not bad. When he was a registrar, he did well in accounting. Last year, when he became a county magistrate, he ran around all day. It can be said that he has done his best. Grandpa Wang, I did not say that I would do anything to him. He planted beans in the field last year. Can he continue to plant beans this year? Is that right, County Magistrate Lu? Zhang Xiaobao naturally could not remove him from his position just because he made a mistake. Since he was an official approved by the people of Sanshui County, he would not be bad. The people's hearts were not so easily bullied. County Magistrate Lu nodded vigorously, yes, during the planning, we planted beans in the field last year. This year, we will plant rice. Because we need to clear the silt in the river, after the rice is harvested, we will directly pluck the fields. The soil will be more fertile. But during the planning, we forgot. What should we do? What should we do? We can only mend the pen after the sheep is lost. This year, we will not plant beans in Sanshui County. Send people to Fengzhou to get seeds. This year, we will plant pasture in the barren lands of Sanshui County. You organize people to go there and buy cattle and sheep, especially those that need to give birth. During the summer, we will make milk products and send them to the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office to sell. Since Zhang Xiaobao had encountered this, he could not ignore it. County Magistrate Lu knew what was called secret farming. It was like the poppies that were planted in the past. When they were planted, they would be sent to the Dei Medical School. Chapter 868. It's still okay in the county this year. In winter, every village has a boiler room and every family uses heating. Some villages with a small population have moved out and built big houses outside. In winter, the off-season vegetables are not selling as well as before. The main reason is that there are more and more people who know how to grow vegetables. The biggest taxpayer is still at the docks. The river channel has been expanded to both sides. They also specially found shrimp and fish to raise in the river channel. Every once in a while, they will get stuck in the net. Before the new year, 2 pavilions collapsed due to heavy snow. The people in charge of maintenance have been arrested. Fortunately, they were not crushed to death. This matter is not tolerated. Due to the inconvenience of the road, the children in the school drank soy milk continuously for 45 days and only returned to fresh milk 2 days ago. The roast chicken and duck sold in Zhuangzi have become the specialty of the county. Last year, we paid a lot of taxes. Last year's snow was heavy. This year's development will probably be affected. I'm worried that the turn of the river channel will be washed ashore. Decent people have reinforced it. The poultry farm has done a good job of blocking and preventing diseases. There are more than 450,000 chickens and ducks. County Magistrate Lu followed beside Zhang Xiaobao and reported the county's work to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao occasionally asked a few questions. Every time he asked, County Magistrate Lu would answer smoothly. The group of people who came with the Tujue listened and were surprised and envious. Secret Service K had heard Mo Jillian's introduction of Sanshui County. At that time, it was almost unbelievable. How could a county's development be comparable to a province's? Now that he heard and saw it, he knew that Mo Jillian had said too little. He was even more envious of County Magistrate Lu's detailed introduction of the data. If there was such a capable person in his tribe, why would he be blocked by the great Tang Dynasty a few years ago? Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied. He also praised County Magistrate Lu. It was considered that he approved of his position as county magistrate. Otherwise, he would have taken him down immediately. Xiao Bei had also been a county magistrate and was in the same line as County Magistrate Lu. He nodded and said, County Magistrate Lu, you have worked hard. You are better than me when I was in Jian'an County. You flatter me, you flatter me. It was all supported by the people in the county. As long as the county made a decision that was beneficial to the county, a small portion of the people would be willing to suffer losses to support it. For example, last autumn, when there was a shortage of medicinal herbs, they were going to choose a fertile land to plant herbs in. At that time, they chose Two Rivers Beach Village. There used to be 2 rivers flowing through the village, so the soil was strong. When the idea came out, the entire village of 115 households, 720 people, no one complained. Within 3 days, the entire village moved. Without their efforts, there would not be Sanshui County today. County Magistrate Lu hurriedly spoke modestly. Although Xiao Bei was young, he did not dare to belittle him. How's the water transportation? Zhang Xiaobao asked casually. It's about the same as before, but fewer boxed meals are being sold on both sides of the river. Ever since the introduction of canned food, many foreigners don't like to eat boxed meals from our county and bring their own canned food. This year, I plan to hire some chefs from other places and expand the service station so that everyone can find their favorite dishes. County Magistrate Lu answered without any hesitation. What about salt and oil? Zhang Xiaobao was not surprised that County Magistrate Lu was familiar with the affairs of the county like Mo Jillian and others. For him, it was normal to know these things. It would be abnormal if he did not know. To be able to be the county magistrate of Sanshui County, he must have the ability. He then asked about the necessities of life. The price of salt has decreased slightly, mainly because there are more places to dry salt. The manufacturing of ships is also more advanced. The profit of selling salt has not changed. The quantity has increased by 20%, so the price has decreased by 20%. As for oil, the price of soybean oil and rapeseed oil has increased slightly. One is that there are more livestock, so there is more lard, so the locals like to eat lard more. The other is that the people south of the Yellow River like to eat vegetable oil. Most of it is shipped and sold there, so the taxes have increased. It's better to eat vegetable oil as much as possible. I will write a notice later, saying that eating too much lard is not good for health. No, I will say that lard can be made into wax. Keep more of it and try to sell it to the areas where there is less lard to lower the price of vegetable oil. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that more people would get cardiovascular disease if they ate too much lard. He wanted to mention it in the county, but he was afraid that because of his words, there would be more market for vegetable oil and the price would be pushed to a higher position. Therefore, he could only take a roundabout way. County Magistrate Lu nodded repeatedly, okay, I will remember it. I will talk about it later. After the beginning of spring, the price of garlic has increased a lot. It has doubled the usual price. Should we find a good place to plant more garlic? Garlic has increased? How did it increase? Did it increase all at once or little by little? At this time, Wang Wan, who had been silent at the side, suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaobao also wanted to know. He knew that people at this time liked to eat garlic. Many people asked if there was any garlic when they went to a restaurant. If there was, they would go in and eat without turning around. It was said that garlic and meat were delicious when chewed together. He didn't think so. He only knew that it tasted good when eaten with sausages. County Magistrate Lu thought for a while and replied, it has increased twice. The first time was just after the new year and the price increased by 30%. The second time was a few days ago and the price suddenly increased by 2 times. It is said that the places where garlic is produced were bought by big businessmen. It is estimated that the price will increase again. The people in Sanshui County are more prudent and there is no panic buying. I heard that the price of garlic in other places is higher. As long as there is garlic, it will be sold out immediately. I don't know what happened. I always feel that someone is doing it deliberately, but I can't think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "County Magistrate Lu, go do your work. We will walk and watch. We won't disturb you." County Magistrate Lu acted like he was pardoned and obediently stepped aside. When Zhang Xiaobao and the others walked away, he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said to the yamen runner beside him, "I was scared to death. Fortunately, I didn't relax. The young master of the Zhang family is really amazing. He can even find a lot of errors in the data. If we randomly check the data, he will definitely find the problem. It will feel like he has never left the county." The yamen runners also looked admiring. Song Yang, who was still a yamen runner and became the new arrestor, said with a smile, "Sir, young Master Zhang is certainly not ordinary. You should know that when Sanshui County was changed from Zhongxian to Shangxian, many people said that it was young Master Zhang who promoted it. At that time, there was no master from his family. Sanshui County is the foundation of his family. How could he not do his best? People say that he is a little immortal." Wang Wan didn't know that people were talking about her and Zhang Xiaobao behind their backs. At this time, she lowered her head and thought about something. She didn't wake up until the road in front of her suddenly widened and she heard the sound of running water. She found that they had reached a small river. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Did someone deliberately increase the price of garlic?" "Probably." Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Then what should we do? This kind of thing is the most terrible thing to encounter. In the end, even if there is a way, the real leader will run away. Only those who follow the hype will be unlucky. At that time, the garlic will have changed hands at least 3 times. Should we issue an order to arrest all those who hoard garlic?" Wang Wan thought of herself. From 100 years ago until she and Zhang Xiaobao came, she didn't have a good way to deal with this kind of thing. She was worried. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, "Why should we arrest people? Garlic isn't a necessity in life, unlike grains, oil, and salt. I know that you remember the past. At that time, you knew that the real big fish were all the elders in the capital who were officials or were officials in the past. Not to mention cooking garlic, even if they were cooking something more important, who could do anything to them? Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the present. There are many people who like to eat garlic. How can it not be a necessity? Today, they are cooking garlic. If you don't stop them, they will cook something else tomorrow. Even if they decide to deal with it in the end, many people will suffer losses. This won't do. I will write a letter to the capital and tell Li Longji." Wang Wan was very anxious. She knew that this wasn't just a problem with the price of garlic. If it wasn't handled well, the people's trust in the imperial court would decrease. As she spoke, she wanted to enter the carriage to write a letter. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and stopped her, saying, "Do you really want to use administrative orders to solve the economic problem? Didn't I say before that we shouldn't do this unless we have no other choice? Administrative orders are useful, but there are also many drawbacks. It will make the other party feel that the imperial court is incompetent and continue to find loopholes to attack. Although political economy is a combined study, it can't be used like this. If buying garlic is hoarding, then what about buying ginger? Buying onions? Buying cloth? How do you locate it? Aren't you afraid that the local officials will take the opportunity to do as you wish? Let me tell you this. If I were a merchant and you gave the order to crack down on garlic hoarding, would immediately change it to something else. If you directly said to crack down on hoarding, then the local officials might be arrested by the merchants. Merchants will definitely have stock in their inventory when they do business. Does that count as hoarding? Then what about the negotiation? Get them together to discuss it. Scare them and give them benefits so that they won't be so greedy." Wang Wan thought of another method. They want to earn 1,000,000 strings of cash. After you negotiate with them, even if you scare them, they will earn less. They won't say anything and will endure it. When the garlic is harvested next year, they won't accept it and will try their best to lower the price. Every industry has its own rules. Who would dare to casually accept it? What will happen to the people who grow the garlic? This kind of thing will backfire. Then, won't you negotiate with them again? Don't you find it embarrassing? If they ask you, what do you mean? If you can't sell it at a high price or low price, wouldn't it be better to send officials to do business? Your imperial court will set whatever price you want. What do you think the consequences will be? Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for Wang Wan and asked. Wang Wan held back her anger and thought, it will become a purely planned economy. When the time comes, the farmers will lose their motivation and there will be problems with business. After all, people who are good at business usually don't become officials. Those who can become officials will need to spend more energy on officialdom, and that will make it even more chaotic. Just like if we didn't come, there would be a salt tax in the Tang Dynasty, causing the price of salt to rise. What should we do then? Why don't we use our family's business to cooperate with them? Economic problems are best solved by economic means. Cooperate with them? Negotiate? Did I give them face? Isn't it just the price of garlic? I'll let them rise and lose money. Later, investigate who is the leader. I'll make it difficult for them to do anything in the future. Zhang Xiaobao scoffed at this kind of compromise and said contemptuously. Wang Wan smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm. I knew that Xiaobao would have a way. You have thought of a way to deal with the situation that just happened. Quick, tell me what to do. There's no hurry. Let's go to the county and rest first. We won't let them have an easy time. Let's confirm it first. If the situation is not like what we said, the method we came up with will be useless. How can it not be? There's no news of a big disaster in the garlic area. The price suddenly changed so much. It's strange if it's not strange. Are we going to buy garlic from other places and sell it here? We can't buy garlic from anywhere. As long as we buy it, that place will definitely raise the price. Don't you think it's better to steam eggplant and eat it with sauce than to fry it directly? Each has its own taste. What does it have to do with eggplant? It doesn't matter. I'm going to steam eggplant today. When there are more potatoes in the future, we'll steam them and eat them together. Just thinking about it makes me drool. What's the plan? We'll talk about it when we get back. Zhang Xiaobao and the others strolled toward the county of Sanshui County. They walked until night time, but they did not reach the county. They just arrived at the river that connected to the capital. As the people of Sanshui County were rich, they lived in two-story houses. Their demand for other things was also high. Countless street lamps were erected on both sides of the river. In the entire Great Tang, apart from Luzhou and the capital, only Sanshui County had the ability to do so. The lights of the street lamps were not very stable. They flickered. If the hydroelectric generator beside the river turned fast, the street lamps would light up. If it turned slow, the street lamps would naturally dim. Even so, Secret Service K and the others were shocked. They looked at the caravans walking on the river under the street lamps in the dark night. Some people who could not sleep came over with shrimp cages to fish for shrimp. The more than 70 people thought that they were no longer in the mortal world. These are the street lamps I saw in the capital. Mo Jilian's gaze followed the river. After being mesmerized by the gorgeous colors on both sides of the river, he introduced them to Secret Service K, who was also in a daze. I wonder if my tribe has the same thing? With the light, I think the wolves don't dare to easily attack the sheep pen at night, right? Secret Service K was envious. At the same time, he knew the difference between his tribe and the people of Great Tang. In his tribe, it was more extravagant to light candles. When they used oil lamps, the people of Great Tang had electric lamps. How comfortable would it be to go out for a stroll in the summer when you couldn't sleep at night? Yes, it was just like what was happening in the pavilion not far away. Chapter 869. Zhang Jiuling, who had been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was leisurely sitting in front of his desk. He held a glass of warm orange juice in his hands. It was said that the Beibei Juicing Group was worried that the spring would lack nutrients, so it was specially provided by the central government. The Beibei Juicing Group was located in a 40-square-meter room on the corner of the third floor of the Savant's restaurant. Zhang Jiuling's mind was not on the juice. A memorial had just been sent to him. It was about the recent price increase of a certain commodity. The price of garlic in Hunan province had skyrocketed, and the person in charge of the investigation had sent a report that was uncertain of the extent of the damage. In the past, the Ministry of Revenue had rarely paid attention to the changes in the price of these goods. However, starting from 5 years ago, people began to pay attention to it. Once the new assistant minister took office, Zhang Jiuling, he began to strengthen the collection of information in this area. Li Longji was also very supportive of Zhang Xiaobao's decision. After witnessing Zhang Xiaobao's terrifying methods, he was afraid that someone would learn from him. Hunan Province Wind Logistics Group. The name is Wind. How can logistics affect the price of garlic? Aren't they in charge of transportation? Zhang Jiuling could not think of how a logistics company could affect a certain commodity. He read the contents again. A name made his heart tighten, Wind Bridge Shoji. Japanese? Wind Logistics is Japanese. Little Japan is indeed up to no good. This won't do. I have to send it to Her Majesty quickly. When Zhang Jiuling saw the name of the Japanese, he did not think that it was normal price changes. He raised his head and drank the juice in his glass. His stomach felt warm. He organized the memorial and hurriedly walked to a nearby room. As soon as he entered the room, Zhang Jiuling reported to an old man who was half lying on a chair with a worried expression, "Old minister, it's not good. Someone is going to make a move on Tang's garlic." Old minister was referring to Wang Bei. He was in his 70s, and his body was still healthy. Every 10 years, there would be a professional medical staff to check on him. He did not care about the trivial matters. Only when something serious happened would he be called. At this time, he was reading a book written by Zhang Xiaobao. Deliberately leaving financial management loopholes is a temptation for financial personnel. He rocked his chair and savored it carefully. He felt that it was very reasonable, especially the sentence, "Those who are in a financial management environment with opportunities for corruption for a long time will easily grow old." Suddenly hearing Zhang Jiuling's voice, the old minister was startled. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Jiuling. His eyes were full of doubts. Attack the garlic? How to use magic? Could it be that he had to beat up the garlic? Beat the garlic cloves into a paste? Are there dumplings for lunch today? Io, my old minister, don't think about eating anymore. The price of garlic has increased abnormally. It has already doubled. Hurry up and think of a way. We can't let it continue to increase. Otherwise, we won't be able to find garlic to eat dumplings. In Zhang Jiuling's eyes, Wang Bei was no longer steady, but slow. Wang Bei's squinted eyes suddenly opened, and his face became serious. He nodded and said, "Yes, there must be a reason for the price fluctuation of any product. If we lead it to good, it will be a blessing for the people. If we lead it to evil, it will be a disaster for the people. We must investigate. Let me take a look." Zhang Jiuling hurriedly passed the memorial to Wang Bei. Wang Bei carefully looked at it. When he read from beginning to end, he suddenly said, "Oh. Wind Logistics, the problem lies with them. What are you waiting for? Arrest him. Arrest Fengxiao Shoji and ask him what his intentions are." Arrest? Old minister, why should we arrest him? Zhang Jiuling did not expect Wang Bei to arrest him immediately. Why? Just because you suspect that he is disrupting the price. Wang Bei replied. Zhang Jiuling shook his head. Old minister, that won't do. If we arrest him without evidence, won't the merchants be disappointed? Can't our great Tang tolerate a Japanese merchant? Can't the price of all goods be increased in the future? That's not the case. Hurry up and find evidence. Wang Bei also thought of this problem. Once we find the evidence, won't the price of garlic increase by 10 times? The people who should be lost have already been lost. Even if we kill him, it's useless. We can't take the money he earned and ask each and every one of them who bought garlic, right? Zhang Jiuling did not care if they could arrest Fengxiao Shouji or not. He was thinking about how many people would be lost from the beginning to the end. Wang Bei thought for a while and said, yes, arresting him is not the goal. Once the matter is out of control, even if we arrest him and settle the matter, it will only mean that we have failed in our duties. A good fighter will not have outstanding achievements. We have to eliminate the threat before it sprouts. We don't want to wait until many people are lost before we stand out to settle the matter. We don't want that kind of credit. What we want is to make people unable to see the credit. It is like an abyss, calm and not majestic. Old minister, that's what I mean. I don't want to wait until the matter is out of control and then suppress the credit. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will despise me, Zhang Jiuling said excitedly. He remembered what Zhang Xiaobao had done in Jili province. There were many people who wanted to take advantage of Jilin province, but they didn't have to wait for the real action. Zhang Xiaobao easily controlled the other party. When he was scheming against people, it was not obvious. It was not as obvious as when other officials put out a riot in a place. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that the whole northern Hebei province was very reassuring. They felt that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Li Shiqiang were there, nothing would happen. This was the real way to rule a country. While Zhang Jiuling was thinking about things, Wang Bei had already dressed up. He drank a big mouthful of tea and pulled Zhang Jiuling out of the room. This is an important matter to discuss with His Majesty. If they succeed this time, they will do it again. Do they think that there is no one in Tang? In Xingxing Palace, Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Wu Huifei were enjoying the flowers together. They were all wild flowers dug from the mountains. Few of them were blooming. Most of them only had green leaves, and some of them had buds. The small buds could only be seen very close. Beside Wu Huifei was Princess Taihua. It was not clear whether she was the one that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao talked about, but the various things that Wang Wan said did not happen now. Princess Taihua was very cute. Li Jun and Pan, who were older than her, were very curious and always wanted to touch her. Empress Wang was naturally the pair of twins, Jun, and Pan, who were in her arms. Before the new year, they were sent back by Zhang Wang clan. They had not left for more than a month. One reason was that Empress Wang kept a tight watch on the harem. It was not easy for someone to hurt the two children. The other reason was that Wu Huifei was not in the mood to fight with Empress Wang now. Wu Huifei knew that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not fall, she would not have any hope of winning against Empress Wang. But how difficult would it be to make them fall? Last time, when they were playing in the lake, even the emperor had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the two people in the Tang Empire. Li Longji enjoyed the peace in the harem. He looked at his children for a while, then at his two women, and finally at the wild flowers. These wild flowers are like the people in the world. They will not wither unless there is a drought. They will not die unless there is a flood. Why do the dynasties change? Compared to the drought and flood, the government is fiercer. I know. As long as there is a way to live, they will not rebel. Because Li Jun did not grow up in the harem and rarely came back, she did not have many scruples when speaking. When she heard her father speak, she immediately continued the conversation. Li Longji happily looked at his 3-year-old son and praised, "Juna really knows a lot." "That's right, as long as there is a path to survival, no one is willing to rebel. To be able to force them into a dead end, the person in charge is definitely not simple. Come, let daddy hug you." Li Jun ran to Li Longji and opened her arms for him to hug. She took out the crushed baked potato chips from her small bag and stuffed them into Li Longji's mouth. "Father, eat the chips." Li Longji recognized the chips immediately and muttered, "When I wanted to eat them," he wrote back saying that there was no more. "Where did you get them now? A year's salary penalty is too light." "Father, Grandpa Zhang said that next year, no, this year, there will be a lot of chips." "Is that true?" Li Jun did not understand what her father meant by a year's salary penalty. She only wanted to eat chips every day. "It's true. Apart from chips, there are more good things. There are rare treasures overseas, and there is a greater threat." Li Longji began to think about the powerful country that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned. A hint of worry could be seen on his face. Your Majesty, bad news. Someone is making a move against Tang." Li Longji, who was enjoying the peace of his family, did not have time to suppress the worry in his mind when Wang Bei's shout suddenly rang from outside. The old man was not stopped. He brought Zhang Jiuling directly into the courtyard of Xing Qing Palace. He was sweating profusely from the rush. Li Longji shuddered. His expression changed slightly as he asked anxiously, "Did they attack? Did Lu Zhou send the news? How many gunships did they lose? Do they still have the will to resist? They're attacking? Gunships? Your Majesty, who's attacking? Did the Zhang family and the Wang family rebel? Did they send gunships to the capital?" Wang Bei was confused. He followed the topic and asked. Only then did Li Longji realize that it was not that country. He heaved a long sigh and waved his hand. "No, no one's rebelling. Tell me in detail what Minister Wang said about making a move against Tang. Servants, give him a seat." A palace maid brought a stool and let Wang Bei sit on it. Wang Bei raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. He took out the memorial and handed it to the emperor as he said, "Your Majesty, the price of garlic has been increasing abnormally recently. I'm afraid that someone is deliberately raising the price. Please investigate this matter thoroughly." "Japanese? Wind logistics? What's your concern?" After reading the memorial, Li Longji pondered for a moment and asked Wang Bei. "Your Majesty, this is what I think." Wang Bei told the emperor about the matter he discussed with Zhang Jiuling. There were speculations and concerns, but there was no way to solve it. Li Longji listened quietly. When Wang Bei finished, he thought for a while and said, "What Minister Wang said is correct. If we arrest him now, we won't have any evidence to prove that he's hoarding garlic, and we won't be able to catch him raising the price of garlic. Good plan, really good plan. It's not easy to have such a capable person in Japan. We'll take action when the new garlic is not out yet. By the time we find the evidence, the disaster will have already happened. Minister Wang, do you have a solution?" "Your Majesty, this subject can't think of a solution. Why don't we gather all the officials to discuss this matter so that we won't delay too much and suffer more losses?" Wang Bei helplessly replied. He really didn't have a solution. Li Longji also thought so. Soon, a few important officials were gathered. They looked at the memorial and admired Fengxiao Shoji for coming up with such a solution. Li Linfu narrowed his eyes and pondered. Wind logistics solution broadened his horizons. Logistics was naturally responsible for transporting goods, and there was a guarantee of compensation. Generally, logistics would want to lower the compensation price so that even if there was a problem, they wouldn't suffer too much loss. Wind logistics was special. They offered 3 times the compensation according to the goods themselves. At the same time, they extended the review period of the compensation. The compensation would be paid within 3 months. The shipping price was also very low, half of other logistics. They also used the limited number of vehicles as an excuse to selectively accept orders. The orders they accepted were all for transporting garlic. In the end, not long after the garlic was transported, they told the owner that the goods were lost and they were willing to pay 3 times the compensation. Therefore, the people who lost the goods were not angry. Instead, they were very happy. This was more profitable than directly transporting the goods and selling them. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky. After the first batch of garlic was lost, the people who collected the garlic found a good way to make money. They began to collect large amounts of garlic and let Wind Logistics transport it. In the end, the garlic was lost after each shipment. With Wind Logistics' deposit in the Great Tang Bank as a guarantee, the people who collected the garlic were relieved. They tried everything to collect the garlic and raise the price again and again. They were not afraid of the compensation and were even willing to borrow money to collect the garlic. As a result, the price of garlic increased. Wind Logistics did not have any evidence to prove that they were hoarding the price. They were logistics, and losing things was not a good thing. They did not directly participate in the increase in the price of garlic and did not organize merchants to do so. If they wanted to arrest them, they couldn't just casually charge them. Amazing. I didn't expect that a mere logistics company could do such a thing. It seems that they are not inferior to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Linfu said after reading the memorial. Zhang Zhong was unhappy when he heard Li Linfu's words. How could a Japanese be compared to his godlike son? He coldly snorted and said, if my son wanted to cause trouble, would he only use such small tricks? My son is not willing to use such tricks in our Great Tang. Wind Logistics, fluorescent light. Li Longji nodded in agreement. Xiao Bao has done a great service to our Great Tang. If he was not a citizen of the Great Tang, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Japan is just a small trick, but it should not be allowed to be so rampant. My lords, do you have any good ideas? This subject thinks that we can ask Military Governor Zhang at this time. Li Linfu saw that Zhang Zhong was unhappy and pushed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao really could not do anything. Chapter 870. Li Longji listened to the officials argue back and forth, but in the end, they all wanted to find Zhang Xiaobao. He was extremely dissatisfied. In his view, it was better to only find Zhang Xiaobao when there was no other way. If he could avoid using Zhang Xiaobao, he would avoid using Zhang Xiaobao. Otherwise, if he needed Zhang Xiaobao every time there was a problem, what was the point of having other people? What if he exhausted Zhang Xiaobao to death? Seeing that none of the officials could come to a decision, his expression gradually darkened. Could it be that none of you have been attentively studying Xiaobao's books? When it comes to economic matters, there must be a reason. You can either lead the way or cut off the foundation. If it really doesn't work, you can still compete with the other party in terms of attrition. Xiaobao sent word a few days ago that he was busy with the Turkic matter. Don't distract him, right? Your subjects are incompetent, the officials replied in unison, bowing in tacit agreement. Yu Wenrong straightened up and suggested, Your Majesty, since you want economic matters, why don't you ask the people on the top ranking of billionaires for advice and use commerce to govern commerce? Oh. Who does minister you think is suitable? Li Longji indicated for Yu Wenrong to continue. This subject has heard that there are many new talents on the ranking, and that the names of the people on the ranking change frequently. But no matter how many changes there are, the top 3 have never been replaced. The other people on the ranking also have considerable wealth. The third person on the ranking is a great merchant from Hedong Road. He seems to be in charge of all the merchant associations in Hedong Road. The second person is Song Jinggong from Sanshui County. In the past, he had always been in the first place, and it could be said that he had received Zhang Xiaobao's teachings. But since last year, he has fallen to second place. The first person is Xin Er, who is of marriageable age, the granddaughter of the former Minister of Revenue, Bai Go. However, many people said that it was not because she was powerful, but because she had someone by her side who was now hiding behind her. Her name was Fang Lu Er, and she had a younger brother, Fang Xiaoman. He was a family that had fled from Tuqiao village in Sanshui County. He was valued by the Zhang family and the Wang family. He was very intelligent and learned a lot of things. He had settled down in the Joy residence and studied the ways of finance diligently. This subject believes that we can ask Fang Lu Er to come over and ask about the plan. Using the spear of Shang to attack the shield of Shang, we will definitely gain something. Also, that Bai Xin Er is currently in charge of the largest clothing and toy stores in our dynasty. Anyone from the Great Tang is proud to be able to own one of these 2 stores. They should have quite a bit of money on hand. Other than Zhang Zhong and Zhang Jiuling, who were familiar with the names mentioned by Yu Wenrong, the others only knew of the former minister, Bai Go. It was not because of Bai Go's great achievements, but because Bai Go was able to live. He was almost 80 years old, but he was still able to wander around. Furthermore, he liked to be a storyteller. He would often go to a certain tavern to chat in exchange for some wine, dishes, and tea. This made people envious and speechless. Li Longji usually did not ask about this kind of thing. When he heard that the number 1 of the richest people had changed, he was very curious. There is such a thing? Good, go and ask Fang Lu Er to come over. Let her think of a solution. South of the Yellow River, eastern capital Luoyang. As the winter snow melted, rows of oxen were plowing the fields outside the city. Carts of compost were piled up in the fields and scattered everywhere by people. As the fields were turned up, the compost gradually mixed with the soil in the fields. The busy people's faces were red from the wind, but it couldn't hide the joy that came from their hearts. There were countless people coming and going in the city. Carriages and horses were clamoring. The restaurants and teahouses were already filled with all kinds of people by noon. Some were walking, some were resting, some were working, and some were drinking turbid wine, accompanied by a plate of side dishes. There were also scholars who were preparing to go to the capital to participate in the spring imperial examination. They were discussing the current political situation and the ways of learning. They were waiting for the warm weather to continue for a few more days before they took the fast boat specially prepared for the high scholar candidates to go to the capital. Firstly, the boats were fast and there was no need to worry about delays. Secondly, the capital was expensive. Those who were not rich did not dare to stay for long. There were also merchants who took advantage of the arrival of spring to inquire about the prices of various places. They had professional smiles on their faces. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, whenever they met someone in the same trade, they would find something to talk about. This way, when they needed to be together in the future, they would not seem so distant. If one were to ask which restaurant was the best in Luoyang, it would naturally be between the clouds and the water, not far from Luoyang's capital. It was a 5-story building. The bottom 2 floors were cast from cement and steel. There were all kinds of exquisite patterns in between, complementing the fragrant green grass in front of the restaurant. The top 3 floors were made of mahogany, with ribbons dancing in the wind. The transparent glass windows, the warm winter and cool summer environment, and the feeling of gazing into the distance made between the clouds and the water in the eastern capital a place for the rich and powerful to show off their status. At this time, in the 5th floor of the Luo Water Pavilion, there were 3 people sitting by the window. Below them was the gurgling Luo water. Above them were floating clouds. The room was neither hot nor cold. The temperature indicator hovered between 25 and 26 degrees. Lord Yamamoto, you've worked hard. Storing garlic is an important matter. With Lord Yamamoto's hard work, I can finally free up my hands to do other things. One of the three people sitting in a triangle raised his wine cup and loudly praised the person sitting in front of him. The person called Yamamoto had no joy on his face. On the contrary, he was rather worried. Hearing the other party praise him, he also raised his wine cup and said, "Lord Yamamoto, you were the one who suggested this. I was just running errands, so you can't say that I've worked hard. If we're talking about hard work, Lord Yamamoto has worked harder than me. Lord Yamamoto has been busy using the garlic he's stored up as collateral, obtaining short-term money from other people and depositing it in a bank so that the merchants who collect the garlic can rest easy. His contribution is greater than mine. And also, Lord Yamamoto, you were able to think of a good plan to raise the price of garlic. As long as we wait for 3 months, we'll definitely have a great harvest. We'll be able to buy many good things from the great Tang and transport them back to our country." No. Lord Yamamoto downed the wine in his cup in one gulp and exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. He shook his head and said, "I'm not buying things back. I'm continuing to make money with money." The great Tang sold their useless cloth to Japan in exchange for a large amount of sulfur and silver. Many people in our country don't know about the great Tang's insidiousness, but I can't ignore it. Once I've earned enough money, I'll buy their technology and their good craftsmen back to build ships, cannons, and guns. Lord Yamamoto, who had been listening this entire time, had already drunk 3 cups of strong wine, but he hadn't touched a single bite of food. When he heard Lord Yamamoto's words, he worriedly said, "Lord Yamamoto, it's already not easy to earn money in the Great Tang. It's best if we stop as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Zhang Xiaobao realizes what's going on, we'll be at a disadvantage." "Lord Yamamoto, I don't like what you're saying. We haven't broken the laws of the Great Tang. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao is, he's still a human, not a god. I hope that he'll know as soon as possible so that I can compete with him and let him know the methods of the Japanese." Lord Yamamoto clearly didn't think highly of Zhang Xiaobao. When he thought about fighting with Zhang Xiaobao, he seemed eager to give it a try. When Lord Yamamoto heard Zhang Xiaobao's name, his face immediately paled. His hand that was about to pour wine couldn't help but tremble. In the end, he put down the wine pot and advised, "Lord Yamamoto, don't provoke him. Lord Windbridge, don't provoke Zhang Xiaobao. I heard that he is not in the capital, nor is he in Jili province. There are rumors that he went to the Turkic Khaganate. Since he is not here, the 3 months are up. Let's finish this deal and see how he reacts. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Lord Yamamoto, I'm not you. I won't buy cement and turn it into hard lumps. I also won't spend a lot of money to buy radishes and plant them like ginseng. Don't blame me for your failure. The price of garlic has already risen. Even if he knows, he can't do anything about it. This time, I've shipped over 1 million strings of silver and sulfur from the country. I can't just earn a little and go back. Lord Yamamoto, you have to quickly exchange all the sulfur and silver for Great Tang's money. 3 months later, I'll enter other industries. You have to listen to my orders and contribute to Japan together." Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto gloomily looked at Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto. He was clearly dissatisfied with their cowardice. "Yes." Lord Yamamoto and Lord Yamamoto replied respectfully at the same time. Lord Yamamoto revealed a troubled expression. "Lord Yamamoto, Great Tang no longer uses copper coins and silver. The silver we brought isn't easy to sell. Ordinary people don't need so much sulfur, and the production of firecrackers is strictly controlled. If we want to sell it to them, the purity of the sulfur must meet the requirements. Furthermore, Conan province doesn't allow people to refine sulfur privately. We have to think of other ways. Sulfur can't be refined privately, so we can sell it to the place where it is refined. The price can be lowered so that the people who collect the sulfur can benefit. I'm in urgent need of money. Sell the silver to the jewelry shop. You have to contact more merchants in this area. If there's no other way, we can use the silver to exchange for money. I need a large amount of cash to carry out the next plan. Lord Yamamoto was once again dissatisfied with Lord Yamamoto's efficiency. Lord Yamamoto looked at the wine and dishes in front of him and suddenly suggested, "We can send the silver directly to the Great Tang Bank as collateral to exchange for a loan. That bank can eat a lot of silver, but the value of the silver will be much lower. One tael of silver can only be used for a loan of 400 copper coins. It won't be the same as before. Collateral, hurry up and do it. As long as I have Great Tang's money, I can earn even more. Don't hesitate and don't be afraid of the loan amount. Cash, I need a large amount of cash." For the sake of his plan, Lord Yamamoto no longer cared about the depreciation of silver. He believed that as long as he had enough currency in Great Tang, he could do many things that others didn't dare to dream of. This time, Lord Yamamoto didn't try to persuade Lord Yamamoto. No matter how Lord Yamamoto saw it, they could only follow suit. After all, he was the leader. However, the worry in their hearts didn't lessen. This was a matter that affected the livelihood of the people, and Zhang Xiaobao would definitely interfere if he knew about it. Lord Yamamoto hoped that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't be so sensitive to the price of garlic when he received the news later. Chapter 871. Fang Lu came to Xingqing Palace the next day. She went to Wanyan County to arrange the spring clothing exhibition yesterday and didn't make it back in time. Other than Zhang Zhong, none of the officials invited by Li Longji had seen Fang Lu before. Even Zhang Jiuling had only seen her portrait, which was drawn by that old butler of his who didn't do his job properly. The current Fang Lu couldn't find the weak and pitiful appearance she had when she was escaping. She had turned into a slender young lady. She wore a light yellow long dress with a slanted lapel, and half of her exposed calves were covered by a pair of light blue leather boots. Her hair was let down, and there was only a large butterfly clip at the top. Weiwei's curled eyelashes fluttered occasionally, giving off a serene and dignified feeling. However, there was a string of bells on her wrist, which jingled when she moved, adding a hint of liveliness to her appearance. Two different styles appeared on the same person, giving a huge visual impact. All the officials, including Li Longji, were stunned. Sanshui Tuqiao Village's Zhang family's deacon, Fang Lu, greets your majesty and all the lords. Greetings, old master. Spring is here, and the grass is green and the flowers are blooming. It's just right for me to wear a long dress. Please take a look, your majesty and all the lords. Fang Lu bowed to Li Longji and the other officials generously. The address of old master was naturally for Zhang Zhong. After she finished speaking, she started walking in front of everyone. She would turn around or pose, showing the dress she was wearing to others. It's indeed very beautiful. I'll get someone to order a few sets later. Alright, Fang Lu, you don't have to continue advertising. You're really dedicated. Even when you see me, you didn't forget to promote your spring clothing. Li Longji watched for a while and suddenly realized that he wasn't looking for Fang Lu, to buy clothes. He had something important to discuss, so he quickly stopped Fang Lu, from performing. Oh, okay. Your Majesty, you'll get a 20% discount. Fang Lu, stopped and stood there, not forgetting to give Li Longji a discount. Yuan Xianyao took over the conversation and asked Fang Lu, have you noticed that garlic has increased in price recently? Fang Lu nodded. Yes. Moreover, as soon as the price was raised, I had my men purchase a lot of garlic from other places and told Uncle Song about it. That's why the Between the Clouds and the Water and the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant don't lack garlic. They'll be able to last until new garlic is harvested. Lu Zhou's Between the Clouds and Seas restaurant won't be affected for now. Yuan Xinyao's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Du Xian, who was standing at the side, stood up and asked, Fang Lu, since you already found out, why didn't you tell us? Did you only tell your master? Do you know how serious your crime is? Why should I tell you? I'm a deacon of the Zhang family, not a deacon of the imperial court. I'll tell you now, children often have runny noses during spring. We've specially made clothes for this. There's a pocket in the front, and there's a tissue in the inside. When the adults see their children's runny noses, they'll be able to find a tissue to wipe it off. It'll be all the rage for a while. Fang Lu looked at Du Xian in confusion. She gestured with her hands and recommended a new product. Du Xian was taken aback by the question. He thought to himself, my children don't need these clothes anymore. What's the use of telling me this? Hence, he asked, it's useless to tell me about this. Then, I'll tell you. Now that the spring river in Jiangyi province and the surrounding areas has thawed, there'll be plenty of fish. However, the price will still be high. This is because many people are sick of eating other kinds of meat during winter. It's a good opportunity to taste the freshness of fish. I reckon that within a month, the demand for fish will skyrocket. If you want to earn money, you should buy more fish as soon as possible and send your men to catch them. Fang Lu told Du Xian another thing. After Du Xian heard this, he replied, this has nothing to do with me. All right then. Because the Yellow River has opened up, most of the consumables have been used up due to transportation difficulties in many places. We need to prepare some as soon as possible. When the first transport fleet sets off, we can send them over and make a lot of money. Fang Lu continued to give Du Xian ideas. After the others, including Li Longji, heard this, their eyes lit up. It was indeed as Fang Lu had said. If they really followed her suggestion, they would definitely be able to make a lot of money. There was no empty seat under her great reputation. The mastermind behind the number one person on the top list was indeed amazing. Just a random idea and there was hope for them to make money. Du Xian was a little tempted. Suddenly, he realized that they were talking about garlic now. It had nothing to do with anything else. He immediately asked, then, what does it have to do with me? I'm asking you about garlic. Fang Lu glanced at Du Xian. You don't think it's okay to talk to you about this now? Back then, when the price of garlic increased, what could you do if I talked to you about garlic? You said that garlic had nothing to do with you. Anyway, you don't eat much garlic. You're in charge of discussing important matters. You didn't mention it, so it has nothing to do with you. However, there are many things in the world that are unpredictable. It's hard for the master to understand, so the servant should think about it first. It's a responsibility. Clouds change constantly, water is formless. Only after the rain does the master know that the sky is cloudy. It has nothing to do with what you said about opening up the river to transport goods. If I want to do it, I'll transfer the river boats of the Zhang family and Wang family. If they don't send out the goods, the price of goods up and down the Yellow River will definitely increase. Does it have anything to do with you? Fang Lu's voice grew louder and louder. Du Xian kept retreating. His face was red from the scolding. Especially when Fang Lu mentioned transferring the river boats of the Zhang family and Wang family to hold the goods, he was shocked. If he really did that, the impact would be greater than the wind logistics. Yu Wenrong saw that Du Xian was at a loss for words. He coughed and said, Miss Fang is indeed extraordinary. The Zhang family and Wang family do put the people's livelihood first. Otherwise, the Tang Empire will definitely be in chaos. I've heard that Miss Fang is smart and knowledgeable in astronomy and geography when she was young. You were even valued and nurtured by the Zhang family and Wang family. Now that I've met you, you live up to your reputation. Official Du is also anxious and has offended you with his words. Please don't blame him. However, now that the price of garlic is increasing, I'm afraid that His Majesty will not stop it. Later on, other things will continue to increase in price. I've called Miss Fang here to ask about a plan. Miss Fang, do you have any ideas? Du Xian looked at Yu Wenrong gratefully and secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. He just remembered that Fang Lu was not an ordinary girl. She was chosen by the Zhang family and Wang family since she was young and carefully taught. She was no less knowledgeable than him. It was said that she had a photographic memory and was good at calculation. If no one else spoke up for him, he would probably have to apologize to His Majesty after she finished speaking. Zhang Zhong smiled faintly at the side. He was very satisfied with Fang Lu, and thought to himself, that's right. Let them think that they can do whatever they want just because they're officials. How dare they threaten the Zhang family? Humph, how can the deacons of the Zhang family be so simple? After thinking about it, Zhang Zhong said to Fang Lu, since His Majesty asked you to come here and ask about it, tell us if you have any ideas. We can't let the people who hurt our people be proud. Fang Lu respected Zhang Zhong more than Li Longji. Without the Zhang family and Wang family, she wouldn't be where she was now. Even if she didn't starve to death, she wouldn't be able to live the life she had now. When she heard Zhang Zhong's words, she bowed respectfully and said, I know that it's Wind Logistics who did this. They used the logistics as a starting point and didn't sell the goods. They also set up a 3-month payment cycle. I've seen the copy of the contract. It says 3 times the payment, but it doesn't say that they have to pay 3 times the amount. In less than 3 months, the new garlic will come out. If the price of the garlic is high, they will sell the goods in advance and then buy cheap new garlic to compensate others. If the price of the garlic is still high, they will use money to compensate. I think that in the end, the price of the garlic will be too high and they will lose money. In this way, they can gain a lot of benefits from this. No matter what I do, they will definitely profit from this. Unless the merchants who see the benefits will stop gathering money to buy the garlic, the people will definitely suffer. Can't we stop them? Gao Lisher asked with a frown. Fang Lu didn't say anything for a moment. She lowered her head and thought about it. The others looked at her, hoping that she could come up with a good idea. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. Moreover, it was a situation where they wanted to suppress it. If they didn't suppress it, they wouldn't have to worry about it. However, everyone was gradually becoming more and more concerned about the economy. If they didn't suppress it, they would definitely be letting the people down. After a while, Fang Lu raised her head and said helplessly, I can only ask them to stabilize the price at the current level. When the new garlic comes out, they will still be able to make money. As for making them lose money, I can't do it. When the officials heard this, they all looked regretful. What they wanted to see the most was Wind Logistics losing money from this incident. They wanted to see if they still dared to casually make a move. However, even the person who ranked first couldn't think of a way, let alone them. Li Longji glanced at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher said, what's the plan? Order the Tang Bank to lower the collateral fee of the goods as much as possible and not to lend to Wind Logistics. Also, order the Military Arms Control Department to not collect sulfur in the near future. I investigated when the garlic price was rising. Their deposit was exchanged with silver and sulfur shipped from Japan. Now, they are still holding a lot of goods. As long as the deposit is not enough, other merchants who want to get benefits from it won't dare to let them continue to ship the goods. They will be forced to sell the garlic slowly now and wait for the new garlic to come out before buying the new garlic to compensate. The profit will be slightly lower. Fang Lu wanted to mobilize the two main departments as soon as she opened her mouth. This was the plan she thought of. Yu Wenrong thought for a moment and asked, then what if they use the garlic, silver, and sulfur themselves to engage in usury in private? If the bank changes the collateral ratio, the private lenders will do their best to lower the price. They won't dare to accept sulfur, but who would dare to give garlic a high collateral price? We can spread the news and let other merchants know that Wind Logistics doesn't have enough funds. Fang Lu replied. Then what if they would rather lower the price and engage in usury, then go and collect the garlic themselves to raise the price? Yu Wenrong asked again. Fang Lu smiled this time. If they dare to collect the garlic themselves, I will make them suffer losses. Once they directly participate in this business, I have many ways to deal with them. I'm just afraid that they won't interfere. The officials were slightly relieved. They felt that it was good to control the price of the garlic to the current level. When the new garlic came out, the price would naturally fall. As for how the other party would lose money if they directly bought the garlic, there was no need to worry. They thought that Fang Lu had the ability to do what she said. Only Li Longji wasn't happy. He didn't want the current price to be stable, but he wanted Wind Logistics to suffer losses so that they wouldn't dare to make a move again. Thus, he asked Fang Lu hopefully, is there really no way to make them lose money? Fang Lu shook her head regretfully. Your Majesty, I can't think of a good idea at the moment. However, if I tell the young master and he takes action, there definitely won't be a problem. Sigh. Looks like I have to send a message to Xiao Bao. Hopefully, he's not so busy and has time to deal with this matter. Li Longji sighed and looked at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur nodded and was about to send a telegram. At this moment, the little eunuch Luobin rushed in and reported to Li Longji, Your Majesty, the chefs from Savant's restaurant suddenly came. They're just outside the palace, saying that they want to cook for Your Majesty. The one leading them is Master Ni, the head chef of the flagship restaurant between the clouds and the water in Tuqiao village, Sanshui County. Li Longji looked up at the sky. It's still early to noon. Why are they here to cook at this time? He looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was confused. He also didn't know why the chefs from Savant's restaurant were here. If Master Ni wasn't in Savant's restaurant, then when did he come back? Seeing Zhang Zhong's eyes, Li Longji knew that he didn't know either. He asked, who sent them here? They said that it was Zhang Jidushi. They said that he could solve Your Majesty's problems, Luobin replied. Xiao Bao sent them. Solve my problems? I'm thinking of how to deal with Wind Logistics now. Do you think you'll know the solution after eating? Go, bring them to the imperial kitchen. Li Longji didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was up to, but he still agreed. Your Majesty, they said that they want to cook in front of you at Xingqing Palace, Luobin said. Then bring them to Xingqing Palace. Did they bring tools and ingredients? Li Longji agreed according to Zhang Xiaobao's wishes. No, they said to ask the imperial kitchen to do it. I'll go arrange it now. Luobin didn't need the emperor to tell him to go to the imperial kitchen. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. They waited for about half an hour. During this time, Li Longji had been talking to Fang Lu. He asked her what he needed to pay attention to since it was the beginning of spring, what kind of goods had the biggest price fluctuation, whether it needed to be suppressed, how the preparations for the clothing exhibition were going, what was strange about making clothes for children, and so on. Fang Lu answered him fluently and emphasized that the most likely problem was in the logistics. She told the emperor not to worry. Zhang family and Wang family would make corresponding adjustments to the daily necessities. As long as others didn't specifically target a certain item to create hype, then according to the law, the price fluctuation would naturally remain within a certain range without the need for Zhang family and Wang family to do anything. Even if someone did something, they didn't need to do anything about the daily necessities, such as canned food and drinks. Of course, condiments like garlic were an exception. Although it wasn't a necessity, many people liked it. As for the price rise of meat, they didn't need to do anything about it. They could still eat other things. As Li Longji and the other officials listened, they realized that there were still many dangerous aspects in Tang. It seemed stable, but in fact, it was constantly changing. It was just that the extent of the changes was within an acceptable range. The only way to control it was to go with the flow and adjust it from the side. Li Longji sighed in his heart. In this era of technology explosion, the country is at its most unstable period. If it weren't for the Zhang family and Wang family controlling the price of daily necessities like salt, tea, oil, cloth, rice, flour, medicine, and so on, there would definitely be merchants taking advantage of the situation to gain a lot of benefits. At that time, the members of the imperial clan and the various clans would also reach out and try to stop the situation when they noticed that something was wrong. However, they wouldn't even be able to kill all of them, and the throne might not be as stable as it is now. From the looks of it, I can only wait for more people to understand technology, for more children to become more knowledgeable and not so easily deceived. After this period of explosion and stabilizing, I won't need the Zhang family and Wang family to worry about controlling the situation. If it weren't for the garlic incident, I wouldn't have thought so much about it. At such a crucial time in Tang, the Zhang family and Wang family are actually doing so silently. Perhaps this is the true meaning of boundless love. No, boundless love. They are only loyal to Tang. While Li Longji was thinking about this matter, the others were also thinking about their own matters. It wasn't until Master and I led the team of cooks to Xingqing Palace that the crowd became lively again. All kinds of cooking tools and ingredients were delivered at the same time. Master and I and the others had clearly changed their clothes and were probably taking a bath. One was to be clean, and the other was to be afraid that someone would carry poison with them. The officials also understood that the other party didn't bring anything with them because they were afraid that it would be troublesome to check. At this time, Zhang Zhong stepped forward and nodded to the cooks in his family. He didn't stand back, and it seemed that he planned to taste each dish first after it was done. There was no need to check for poison since his cooks couldn't poison him. Master and I didn't say much. After bowing, he began to organize the people. Those who were in charge of the knife were in charge of changing the knives, those who were in charge of preparing the dishes, and those who were in charge of cooking stood in front of the stove to wash and pick the vegetables. Those who were good with knives took out a set of knives and prepared to carve. Li Longji was looking forward to the taste of the dishes specially sent by Zhang Xiaobao. The eyes of the other officials also lit up. They knew that the cooks in front of them represented the top culinary skills of the chefs between the clouds and the water. Usually, even if they went to between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand, they wouldn't be able to eat. Now that they didn't need to eat, they felt honored just by looking at the lineup. The team led by Master and I naturally wouldn't let the Emperor wait for half an hour before the dishes were served. Not to mention the Emperor, even between the clouds and the water or blue sea silver sand wouldn't let the guests wait for half an hour. The rule was that if the dishes weren't served in half an hour, the next dish would be served free of charge. If the dishes were still not served after the other people finished eating, they would have to deduct a little more from the price of the dishes. Only in this way could the difference between the dishes between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand be reflected. Therefore, the dishes were served faster for the Emperor. As soon as the oil was poured into the pot, 2 plates were served. Ginger ice prawns. Other than the simple shredded ginger, there was only ice prawns. There was no vinegar, soy sauce, or any other nonsense. Because the ingredients were all taken from the imperial kitchen, this dish didn't have any special taste. The ice prawns were still ice prawns, and the ginger was still ginger. Li Longji didn't eat it. If he wanted to eat this kind of dish, he could eat it at any time. The second cold dish was clams mixed with scallions. Only a little oyster sauce was sprinkled on top. The third cold dish was cucumber peeled with scallions and sesame sauce. The fourth cold dish was shredded chicken with ginger sauce. Only the shredded ginger was stir-fried with a few other seasonings. The chicken was originally prepared. After the 4 cold dishes were served, the first hot dish was served. Sliced chicken with scallions, bean sprouts, chicken, and a few other supplementary ingredients were served. Only then did Li Longji pick up his chopsticks. Without waiting for Zhang Zhong to taste first, he directly picked up his chopsticks and ate. As soon as the dish entered his mouth, Wei Wei nodded, "Not bad." When the earthy taste of the bean sprouts and the light taste of the chicken are mixed together, it actually became fresh. Adding the scallion oil, it's very appetizing. Everyone, try it. When the officials saw the emperor directly eat a mouthful, they couldn't help but glance at Zhang Zhong. The meaning behind their gazes was self-evident. How big of a face did the emperor have to have him eat directly without letting anyone test for poison? Although it was impossible for the chefs to carry poison with them, it was still possible to make poison out of things that counteracted each other. Who didn't know that when someone wanted to send a dish to the emperor, the hot dish would become cold when it entered the emperor's mouth? It seemed that other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan personally coming to cook, there had never been a time when the emperor immediately picked up his chopsticks. Now, Zhang Zhong was the second person to do so. Zhang Zhong was also very excited. He was the second person to pick up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't care whether it was delicious or not, he swallowed it as fast as he could. The others also came to taste one by one. Fortunately, there weren't many people invited by Li Longji, so there was enough for each person to take a bite. When the first plate of sliced chicken in scallion oil was finished, the second dish, braised mackerel with scallion and ginger, was also served. Following that, the third dish, shredded pork with sweet noodle sauce, was also immediately served. It was actually shredded pork with sweet noodle sauce, but it wasn't called that yet. From then on, one dish after another was served. Some dishes that took a long time were also prepared and would be served in a while. When it was time to eat the 10th dish, a box filled with a mixture of scallion, beef, and pork was also served as the main dish in front of Li Longji. Li Longji only tasted 2 mouthfuls of each dish and didn't eat more. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat the next dish if he was full. After eating 2 boxes and drinking some wine, when the stir-fried pork ribs with scallion oil were served, Li Longji and the other officials finally discovered the problem. In all of the dishes, whether it was the main ingredient or the supplementary ingredients, there was no garlic. There were scallions, ginger, cloves, and even flowers and spices, but there wasn't a single bit of garlic. However, the taste wasn't affected at all. On the contrary, it made people feel that garlic shouldn't be added, otherwise, the taste would become worse. When the last dish of stir-fried crab meat with ginger was served, Master Ni bowed to Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, the young master sent a telegram asking us to cook for your Majesty. He also said that these dishes won't be a secret dish between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. I reckon that they've already been sent by telegram to various places in Great Tang and sent to various restaurants. In addition, the north is warm and cold in spring. Dei Medical College has already developed tonics that will be sent to various places in the north. However, I heard that the tonics can't be eaten with garlic. Your Majesty must remember when eating them." Oh, okay, not eating garlic. Good, not eating garlic." Li Longji's eyebrows rose as he repeatedly agreed. If he still didn't know Zhang Xiaobao's method at this time, then he would really be a fool. Good method. As long as people don't eat garlic and like to eat other things, the price of garlic won't rise. Especially when these dishes are taught by between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand, they will definitely become popular. What a good method to take the firewood from under the cauldron. Xiao Bao's strategy is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Jiuling immediately felt that the dishes he just ate were incomparably delicious and praised. Yu Wenrong also nodded. Not bad. Once the wind logistics is used, there's no other way. Unless they also have a brand like Between the Clouds and the Water and Dei Medical College. One move, is it just one move? Li Longji suspiciously asked. He understood Zhang Xiaobao very well. He didn't just lose in one confrontation. As someone who was familiar with Zhang Xiaobao's way of doing things, he didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao only thought of this method. Gao Lishur interrupted, Your Majesty, this subject thinks that this subject's son, this subject's adopted son won't be so simple. Xiaobao's strategy has always been stacked. This time, the wind logistics is in trouble. I just don't know how Xiaobao found out about this matter. Xiaobao seems to have accompanied Mo Jianchang to Sanshui County. Gao Lishur had already treated Zhang Xiaobao as his own son and habitually spoke. When he found that the other person's father was still standing at the side, he could only change his words. However, he was also happy. An adopted son was also a son. In the future, when he died, he would also have to send him off. Zhang Zhong was faintly jealous in his heart. His good son had to be recognized as an adopted son by others. He always felt that it was a loss. That was the son of a god. This Gao Lishur was not afraid of shortening his life. He said a little angrily, Since Xiaobao has a plan, why didn't he tell me, his father, earlier? He should have told the emperor earlier. It's too unreasonable. Others didn't answer him. Don't look at how he said it. He was Zhang Xiaobao's father. If others followed him, it would be easy for Zhang Xiaobao to know about it. At this time, Master and I explained, Please forgive me, Master. Last night, the little Gongzi sent the news. We have been busy thinking about how to arrange the dishes, so we didn't have time to tell you. I also rushed back from Wanyan County overnight. The little Gongzi should have another plan to tell others and is in the process of implementing it. As for how the little Gongzi knew about the garlic, the news has already said that when the little Gongzi arrived at Sanshui County, he casually asked the county magistrate and found that the price of garlic had increased. He felt that something was wrong, so he asked people to investigate overnight and made a plan with the fastest speed. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with the little Gongzi. You are loyal. Isn't it because your family was too honest and was bullied? Then Xiaobao found you to be the head chef and helped you solve the problem. He said to you, You can't do this kind of calculation, and I can't cook. Whether the success of Between the Clouds and the Water will be successful depends on you. You even know how to cover for him. Zhang Zhong said another sentence to Master and I, but his words were full of praise. Naturally, he didn't know that his son was learning from the story of how the man surnamed Jiang bought people's hearts when he was defending the front line of the Yangtze River. When Master and I heard his master mention this matter, his eyes immediately turned red. He lowered his head and said to Zhang Zhong, Master, please don't worry. As long as I'm here, the dishes of Zhang Zhong and Wang family's restaurants will definitely be unique in Tang. Okay, you two master and servant don't talk about your daily life. Xiao Bao is really not ordinary. He can find the problem by just asking about the situation of Sanshui County. I just don't know what other plans he has. We'll wait and see. Li Longji stopped Zhang Zhong and Master and I from continuing to talk. Then, he said to Master and I and the others, Good, the dishes are good. They are even better than my imperial chef. Sure, Lishur, go and find out what Xiao Bao's next plan is. I want to know. After Master and I left, Gao Lisher was also busy finding out things. He didn't need to ask others and directly sent a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao. Fang Lu didn't leave after she was full. She blinked her eyes and thought hard about what should be after this plan of taking drastic measures. If she could figure it out, she would go further. On the day Li Longji tasted the dishes made by Master and I, all the restaurants in the Tang Empire that could receive the telegram knew about the new dish. Because it was between the clouds and the water, it received a lot of attention. Especially in the areas that were affected by the increase in the price of garlic, they found that all the dishes didn't need garlic. Apart from saving some money on garlic, the smart people faintly felt that the increase in the price of garlic was resisted by between the clouds and the water and Bihai Sha. This was not a small matter. Between the clouds and the water was supported by the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanshui County, the provincial governor and deputy provincial governor of Bohai County, and the minister of the Ministry of Works. If they took action, didn't it mean that the current emperor also acquiesced in this matter? Therefore, these smart people immediately started to follow the steps of between the clouds and the water. The dishes made at noon that day made them happy again. Many people who came to eat said that the new dish was good after tasting it. One was novel, and the other was not bad. Who said that one had to use garlic to cook? Fengxiao Zheng'er and Yamamoto Yuji also tasted the new dish at noon on the 5th floor of Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant. When the waiter specially introduced that the new dish didn't need garlic, Fengxiao Zheng'er was stunned, and Yamamoto Yuji was dumbfounded. It's over. I said that this won't work. It's only been a few days, and Zhang Xiaobao already knows. Fengxiao, hurry up and sell the garlic. If you sell it now, when the new garlic is sold, you can buy it to compensate others. We can earn less. Yamamoto was in a daze for a while, and then he advised Fengxiao Zheng'er, who was still stunned, with a pale face. Yamamoto Yuji's expression was not good either. It was not the first time that he and Yamamoto had fought with Zhang Xiaobao, but every time they fought, they would suffer losses. There was also the people of Xinluo. Just look at the Chamber of Commerce that was trapped in Chongning. As long as they encountered Zhang Xiaobao, they would not have a good time. Fengxiao Zheng'er was stunned for a while, and then he looked at Yamamoto Yuji and asked, Zhang Xiaobao is so free to care about the price of garlic? Was he targeting merchants specifically? As long as a businessman finds something that can make money, he will definitely stop it? No, definitely not. Yamamoto shook his head. He doesn't care about normal business matters, but he is against any business that has a deceptive nature, especially those that affect people's lives. As for other aspects, he doesn't care. It's up to whoever can make money. But, as long as someone wants to make salt, grain, silk, medicine, oil, and other things, he will definitely persuade them. If he can't persuade them, he will immediately use thunderous means. Then he didn't persuade us. Fengxiao Zheng'er argued. Because we are not from the Tang Empire. What he hates the most is people from other countries around the Tang Empire coming to find trouble with them. It is said that he has endless things to do all day long, and he is unwilling to waste his energy on this aspect. So, once he encounters someone, he will very firmly let them know what can be done and what cannot be done. Oh, I heard that he has a special training class that he will teach personally. Even if they can't meet, they will communicate through letters. Those people should still be learning, and when they learn his skills, he will let them go. Yamamoto Yuji and I also signed up and spent a lot of money to sign up. In the end, we found out that Zhang Xiaobao will only teach people who are loyal to the Tang Empire. Before he started teaching, there was a test. Yamamoto Yuji and I didn't expect that it was arranged by him, so we were eliminated. Yamamoto Yuji said to Fengxiao. He was very angry when he thought of what had happened in the past. What test? Fengxiao Zheng'er was puzzled. Yamamoto had never told him this before. It's a test of loyalty. Some people will be found by others and arranged for their families to be sent to other places. They will also give them many benefits. After they finish learning, they will secretly write down the knowledge that isn't very important to them. In the end, all those who agree to it will be eliminated. Yamamoto Yuji explained one of the tests, and Yamamoto Yuji continued, there is also a case where a person sent by a certain prince will be given a high position, but that person will have to help the prince do 3 things. The prince will guarantee the safety of the person and his family, but those who agree to it will still be eliminated. There is also a case where the person who wants to learn is told to write down what he has learned. If he doesn't do it, he and his family will be harmed. Those who are afraid are eliminated again. In the end, they regret it when they find out that the family of those who want to learn is protected by the 10,000 cavalry battalion. There is no need to worry about them. Feng Xiaozhenger understood and asked Yamamoto Yuji, what about you guys? How were you eliminated? Us? Yamamoto Yuji and Yamamoto Yuji looked at each other and sighed. Sigh, we were found by the people of Shinlua. They said that they are also learning. Maybe everyone is learning something different. When the time comes, we will share it with each other and learn from each other. Yamamoto Yuji and I thought it was right. When the time comes, we will try our best not to share the good knowledge with the people of Shinlua. Oh. Feng Xiaozhenger understood and suddenly asked with interest, then help me think of a way. I will definitely pass the test if I learn it. It's too late. It's only one world. I don't know when the next world will be. It's better to think about the current situation. It's probably not easy to sell garlic anymore. Yamamoto was worried again. Feng Xiaozhenger also returned to reality. He lowered his head and looked at the dishes on the table. He tried to think of a way. He didn't believe that he would lose so quickly and so easily. A few dishes between the clouds and the water had ruined his plan. There must be another way. Yamamoto Yuji and Yamamoto Yuji also wanted to help, but when they considered that their opponent was Zhang Xiaobao, they were confused. In their hearts, Zhang Xiaobao was invincible. If they didn't want to be fooled, the best way was to not interact with him. Otherwise, it would definitely not end well. Now that they didn't want to interact with him, but he still came looking for them. As long as more people recognized other seasonings, garlic would not be able to sell at a high price. Feng Xiaozhenger was like a newborn calf. He was full of fighting spirit. He was unwilling to admit defeat. After thinking for a quarter of an hour, he smiled and asked Yamamoto Yuji confidently, do you think garlic is really bad? Of course not. Garlic is still delicious when eaten together with meat. But it's useless for us to understand. Nowadays, many restaurants don't cook dishes with garlic. It's useless for people to be picky. I know this. The power of trends in economics is also the role of brands. Zhang Xiaobao has between the clouds and the water. That's enough. Yamamoto shook his head, but he still couldn't think of a way. Yamamoto Yuji was worried. Feng Xiao, don't you understand? Zhang Xiaobao doesn't want to use administrative means to deal with us. Otherwise, we will be doomed. For example, he will order the Tang bank to not give us any loans. For example, he will ask the government to strictly investigate and hoard. Hurry up and let go. Otherwise, it will be too late. You don't understand Zhang Xiaobao. He is using food to suppress us. Soon, he will use other methods. Really, I'm not lying to you. Just as they were talking, the waiter knocked on the door and came in. Sirs, our shop is taking advantage of the beginning of spring to launch a very cheap nourishing medicinal diet. We choose ordinary-looking medicinal herbs and combine them with special craftsmanship. The medicinal diet will strengthen the body and strengthen the body. Please try it, but remember not to eat it together with garlic. After the waiter finished speaking, he left the medicinal cuisine. Yamamoto pointed at the medicinal cuisine and said to Fengxiao Zheng'er, "Fengxiao, did you see that? Zhang Xiaobao's second hand is out. I estimate that it won't be long before these dishes and medicinal cuisines reach ordinary people's homes. The waiter just said that the herbs are easy to find, which means that it's not expensive." Fengxiao Zheng'er's expression became serious. He felt that he had finally met his opponent, and that was Zhang Xiaobao. As for whether Zhang Xiaobao treated him as an opponent, he didn't think about it. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the medicinal cuisine. He didn't know if it was because it tasted good, or if it was really good, or if it was just his imagination, but in any case, he approved of it. After swallowing the food and putting down his chopsticks, Fengxiao Zheng'er said to Yamamoto and Yamamoto, "It's impossible for Tang not to eat garlic forever. Even if it's a few months, it's impossible. The current situation is fake. Zhang Xiaobao is deliberately using this to force us to sell the garlic ahead of time. But I definitely can't sell it. If I sell it, I will lose money. Don't just think about the 3 times compensation and the current price of the garlic. When we pawned the goods, the price was not the real price. Whether it was the Great Tang Bank or private loans, our silver and sulfur can only get 2/3 of the money. In addition to the money we spent on hiring people and public relations, if we sell it now, for every kilogram of garlic sold, we will lose 2 taels of garlic. We are here to make money, not lose money." Yamamoto nodded vigorously to show that he understood. "Fengxiao, I understand. But if we don't sell it now, we will lose more than 2 taels of garlic. Then don't sell it. Continue to find people to pawn the silver and sulfur. Also, collect the garlic and give them 5 times the compensation. But the compensation period will be half a year. Show those merchants our silver and sulfur and tell them that within 3 months, a large amount of silver will be shipped from Japan." Fengxiao Zheng'er said confidently, as if he already had the victory in his hands. "But no silver will be delivered in 3 months, Yamamoto said. "They don't know. Even if it doesn't work, we have to bribe the relevant people and make them believe us. Go, do it. Trust me, we won't lose." Fengxiao Zheng'er looked at Yamamoto and Yamamoto seriously with a firm gaze. If it was in the past, his gaze and belief would have been useful, but not now. Yamamoto smacked his lips and shook his head. "Okay, I'll listen to you. But this time, it's Zhang Xiaobao. I won't count on him." The 3 of them didn't enjoy the meal at all, even though the chef at Between the Clouds and the Water was very good. As soon as the 3 of them left the restaurant, they split up. Fengxiao Zheng'er went to deal with the matter of increasing the compensation by 5 times, Yamamoto arranged the transportation of the goods, and Yamamoto was in charge of the public relations. They wanted to get more money to operate. Fengxiao Zheng'er's work went very smoothly. As soon as he said that the compensation would be increased by 5 times, many merchants began to buy the garlic and gradually increased the purchase price. Yamamoto didn't have much to do. He just had to hide the garlic and find a dry place that didn't lack water. The mountain temple was not easy to deal with. He had just eaten and had to find people to eat and drink. He also had to bribe people with money. Even so, the people did not relent. This was because the people who had lent him money had found out that Zhang Xiaobao had made a move. In their hearts, Zhang Xiaobao was a godlike existence. Who would dare to give money to the wind when he was involved? Even Zhang Xiaobao didn't consider this. He only needed to use his reputation to crush Fengxiao Zheng'er. His plan was still in progress. Chapter 872. Amidst the anticipation and prayers of the people who were preparing for the spring plowing, the warm current from the Pacific Ocean finally broke through the layers of obstacles and toured most of the Great Tang. Jiangnan Eastern Circuit's Hangzhou Prefecture calls. The water level in Qiantang Lake has risen but is within control. Jiangnan Eastern Circuit's Suzhou Prefecture calls. The water level in Lake Tai has exceeded the warning line. Requesting for reinforcements. Jiangnan Western Circuit's Poyang Prefecture calls. The water level in Pengxin Lake has risen. The wind is strong and the waves are strong. Jiangnan Eastern Circuit's June Prefecture calls. A section of Zhoushan County, a tributary of the Han River, has broken its dam. The people in the county are being evacuated. The cause of the breach has been found to be due to the embezzlement of the county magistrate of Zhoushan County. 200,000 yuan for repairing the dam has been detained and has been sent to the capital. Jingji Prefecture's Ningzhou Prefecture calls. In a private room in Savant's restaurant, Li Longji was tasting the new dishes while listening to Gao Lisher's report. Since the invention of telegrams, the transmission of information was many times faster than before. It was very convenient. As long as something happened in the country, telegrams could be used to report and issue orders. Li Longji listened carefully. When he heard that the rivers and lakes were stable, he happily ate a boiled clam. This season was the best time for clams to grow meat but not shells. After spitting out the sand, the clams were fat, fresh, and tender. When he heard that there was a breach due to improper management or embezzlement, Li Longji put down his chopsticks with a gloomy expression. After Gao Lisher finished reporting some of the important situations, Li Longji pushed the plate of clams away and stopped eating. He sat there sulking. Deal with it strictly. Especially the embezzling officials. I want them to be alive to earn but not to spend it. How's the monitoring of the military equipment going? Your Majesty, all the weapon parts are wrapped in oil paper. There's no need to worry about getting wet. However, the old grain in some places may become moldy. I think it's going to be used to brew wine. There's good news. The construction of the train is almost complete. The tracks are being laid now. It's estimated that it can be tested in the capital in midsummer. Gao Lisher also hated corrupt officials very much. He remembered the emperor's order and mentioned something that made people happy. Good, good. I heard from Xiao Bao that there's a train. As long as we're willing to spend money to build it, it'll only take half a month to travel from the capital to Luzhou. It can carry people and goods. Where are Xiao Bao and the others? Li Longji imagined the big picture that Zhang Xiaobao had painted for him. Suddenly, he realized that there had been no news of Zhang Xiaobao in the last few days. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao should have been busy with the disasters in the Great Tang. There had been no news of him sending reinforcements from Zhoushan district. Your Majesty, last night, Xiao Bao called and said that he would be staying in Sanshui County for a few days. He said that he had a seed that he wanted to personally guide the locals in their cultivation. Also, Mo Jilian and the others will not immediately enter the capital. The 200,000 some Turkic people have already been sent to various places. Some are still on the way while others have already arrived. Gao Lisher hurriedly replied, meaning that Zhang Xiaobao was very busy and had no time to deal with the disaster relief. Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment before nodding. In the past, Xiao Bao and the others had a convenient information network, so he was always in charge of disaster relief. Now that we have a telegram, we naturally shouldn't let him continue to be in charge. It just so happens that there are a lot of idle officials in some places, so let them form a temporary disaster relief department. If there are any more disasters, let them handle it. They can't just take my money and not work for me. Zhang Xiaobao, who Li Longji was thinking about, was currently enjoying life in Zhangjiazhuangzi. Regardless of whether the weather was still cold or not, he set up a shed by the roadside and sat down to enjoy the scenery. From time to time, he would say a few words to Mo Jilian, who was accompanying him. He would introduce how Zhangjiazhuangzi was and how Sanshui County was. Back then, the sky was so blue, the clouds were so white. Back then, Mo Jilian yawned and occasionally agreed. These days, he was dragged around by Zhang Xiaobao all day, climbing mountains, diving into the water, and wading through muddy ditches. He was even more tired than when he was on the grassland. As he grew older, he did not recover as quickly as Zhang Xiaobao, so he really did not have the energy to listen to Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. Wang Wan was not far away. She wore 2 more layers of clothes and was embroidering. It took her a while to sew a needle. No one knew what she was thinking about. Xiao Hai finally stopped studying his mathematics and followed Xiao Zhu to look at the scenery. Sometimes, they would run to the front of a certain house and listen to the old man sitting at the door tell stories of the past. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, dragged Xiao Yuan around. She realized that the farmers in her hometown were really rich. Every house had 2 stories, and they were all made of good wood. From the looks of it, if it were not for the sake of maintaining the same style, every house would have been built with 5 stories. Small bridges over flowing water, winding corridors, lush green grass, and leisurely windmills. To be able to live in such an environment around the flagship store between the clouds and the water, in Xiao Bei's opinion, was true wealth. The most direct way to make her feel that wealth was reflected in the tradition that Zhuangzi had always maintained. In every small pavilion along the corridor, there were prepared cooking utensils. No matter how the seasons changed, if one wanted to eat, one did not have to go into the house. There was a dedicated person in charge of watching the charcoal burning area. Once there, one could take out the red charcoal fire and find a pavilion to eat. The last time she came, she was still young and could not do it herself. Now that she felt that she was older and could do a lot of things, she brought a few members of the children's regiment to get charcoal and began to eat. Sometimes, they would run to one pavilion to cook. Sometimes, they would go to another pavilion to see if the food was ready. Fortunately, the members of the children's regiment were children from Zhuangzi. Otherwise, if Xiao Bei ran around like this, she would definitely get lost. This is for you. Xiao Bei did not eat much and only wanted to cook. In the end, she found that she had cooked too much and could not bear to throw it away. She put it on a plate and gave it to the Turks one by one. Fortunately, Xiao Bei did not like to eat meat and only cooked vegetables. They would not get old after a long time and could be eaten. In addition, the Turks were also tired of eating meat. Since Xiao Bei gave it to them, they ate it and did not waste it. At the same time, they were full of interest in this maze-like Zhuangzi. Kei Tachin, the left virtuous prince who was in charge of the army, ate a plate of tofu skin one after another. He yearned for the winding corridors in Zhuangzi, especially when he heard that this Zhuangzi could provide food at any time regardless of whether it was cold or summer. He compared it to his own tribe and was very envious. As he ate and looked, he habitually regarded this place as a place to attack. The scenery in his eyes gradually turned into a place to attack and defend. He began to think about where to enter when he attacked and how to defend against the defenders. He did not know if he did not think about it, but when he thought about it, he was shocked. He found that no matter which direction he attacked from in Zhuangzi, he would have to face a fan-shaped defensive fortification. The small buildings that looked scattered actually took care of all angles. From the outside, it looked like it was all buildings and fields, but the area surrounded by the small buildings could be used to mobilize manpower and supplies at any time. The platforms used for people to play between the clouds and the water to stand at a high place to watch the scenery were clearly arrow towers. Here, try this. Xiao Bei carried another plate of food and put it in front of Kei Tachin. Kei Tachin was stunned when he saw the food. It was too big, so he looked at Xiao Bei in confusion. Xiao Bei quickly introduced, "It's a big skewer. The outermost layer is dried tofu, the middle layer is cabbage, and the innermost layer is eggplant. I rolled it myself. I washed my hands. Who doesn't wash their hands after eating like you? It's not cooked yet, right?" Kei Tachin did not want to refuse Xiao Bei's enthusiasm, but when he saw that the cabbage was still straight, he could not help but feel puzzled, so he asked. This thing can be eaten raw. If it's rolled too big, the outer layer of dried tofu will break. It's not like you haven't eaten raw before. Beef and mutton, don't you all eat raw? If you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself. Xiao Bei looked like he was treating the thing he rolled as a treasure and reasoned with Kei Tachin. Kei Tachin hesitated and felt that he should not have an upset stomach after eating it. He gritted his teeth and took the plate to eat. He was really afraid that Xiao Bei would eat it himself. If he had an upset stomach, Zhang Xiaobao would torture him. While eating, Kei Tachin continued to look at the arrangement of zhuangzi. Xiao Bei was very happy when he saw that Kei Tachin had eaten. He asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at whether your family can defend zhuangzi if it's attacked," Kei Tachin said vaguely as he ate. Xiao Bei understood. He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Brother and sister said that unless we use the Tang Empire's cannons to attack from a distance, we will kill as many people as they come. Once someone comes close, they will face a three-dimensional crossfire attack. The people lying in ambush at the various firing points can shoot out the firepower of a machine gun with a single shot. If too many people come, they will set up cannons. There are no blind spots in zhuangzi. There are also two kinds of tactics. One is mine warfare, and the other is, why do I have to tell you everything? Do you want to attack our family's zhuangzi? I'll tell my brother. As Xiao Bei spoke, he suddenly realized something and turned around to look for his brother. Kei Tachin hurriedly reached out and gently pulled Xiao Bei back. He ate the rest of the food on the plate as fast as he could and said, "It's so delicious." "Is there more?" "Is it delicious?" "Yes, it's this cabbage and eggplant rolled with dried tofu. I'll make it for you now. Wait for me." Xiao Bei seemed to have forgotten that he wanted to look for his brother. He turned around and went back to work. Xiao Yuan followed behind and reminded him, "Aren't you going to tell your brother?" "What should I say?" "That he wants to attack our family's zhuangzi." "Where is he?" Xiao Bei asked. "Then just now I saw that there were too many cabbages and couldn't finish them. You don't like them, so I gave them to him. Actually, I know that he doesn't like them either. If I didn't say that I was going to look for my brother, would he stop me? How stupid." Xiao Bei spread out a piece of cabbage and placed the eggplant in it. He even stuffed the cabbage foam into it and rolled it slowly. Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and looked at Xiao Bei carefully, as if he had just met him. "What are you looking at? Come and help me. Today's cabbages have to be eaten. Otherwise, they will wilt overnight. Even pigs don't like to eat them." Xiao Bei urged in a dissatisfied tone. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that his sister was scheming against him. He continued to talk to Mog, who wanted to sleep. "After you are appointed as an official in the capital, I will arrange a place for you. You will be responsible for planting pasture. It's easier than planting rice. You will feed the horses. If there are any leftovers, you will feed the sheep. You can't let the sheep eat it directly. It will dig the roots. You can choose a place yourself. Don't be too far away from the capital." "Okay." Mog nodded his head slowly. In order to have a good rest and divert Zhang Xiaobao's attention, he asked, "Is the garlic problem solved?" Chapter 873. The heavy rain relieved the worries of the spring plowing people, but it also made the road more difficult to walk. The road in Hunan province was also very muddy. Only the rich villages would build a few concrete paths for people to walk on. As for the mainland, it was still paved with sand. It was not that they couldn't afford it, but they couldn't afford to waste the livestock. Walking on the cement road, the number of times the wheels broke down was reduced, but the livestock's hooves were very worn out. If they hit their paws, it would cause a lot of damage to the road. Before bicycles were popularized and cars were invented, they could only use the dirt road. The merchants who bought the garlic estimated the distance and the road situation and felt that the profit had decreased. They also found that the ships on the water were busy transporting the normal goods of the season, so the enthusiasm in their hearts faded. The price of garlic in Hunan province remained 3 times the normal price. Because of the hype in the surrounding areas, the price had not decreased much. It was still about 2 times the normal price. This price was still controlled by people. Otherwise, most of the restaurants and people would try the new dish between the clouds and the water. No one would buy garlic at all. Wind Logistics, which was in charge of Windy Bridge Shoji, was still buying garlic. The compensation had increased to 5 times the normal price, but the compensation period was extended. The local merchants didn't send them garlic, but Huainan province sent them a lot. They directly used the deposit they had just received. Windy Bridge Shoji, who should have been happy, was now worried. He didn't go to between the clouds and the water near the Luo River to eat the expensive dishes. He went to a restaurant near the Yellow River and ordered 2 cold dishes. He warmed a pot of wine and looked at the rain outside in a daze. Yamamoto and Yamamoto weren't very busy recently. They had just finished buying a batch of garlic and the deposit was gone. They wanted to use the silver and sulfur as collateral, but the price was very low. Yamamoto couldn't do anything. Even if he gave a big gift, the other party wouldn't give in. How much garlic have you bought? Windy Bridge Shoji's eyes were still looking outside. He asked casually. About 1.4 million caddies. The current price is 27 copper coins per caddy. The price in the capital is 21 copper coins. According to the compensation ratio, we need to pay 50,000 strings of coins. Including the bribes, it's 63,000 strings of coins. That's all we have. There are still 720,000 strings of silver and sulfur left. The part that is successfully mortgaged still has 9,000 strings of coins. Shanji was very familiar with this data and told Fengxiao Shoji about it. Windy Bridge Shoji did some calculations and realized that not only did they not make any profit from the garlic, but they were also losing money. He frowned and said, "No, this price is not good. We need to raise the price to more than 50 coins before we can make any profit. Why is there so little money left? Even if 1/3 of it is mortgaged, it should be nearly 100,000 strings of coins. Just now, it only added up to 72,000 strings of coins. Lord Windbridge, we borrowed from a loan shark. They said that they would give us 100,000 strings of cash, but in fact, they only gave us 90,000 strings of cash. When we return the loan, we will have to return 130,000 strings of cash. That's the principal amount. Besides, there's also the cumulative interest. We can't stand the cumulative interest, so we have to return the interest first. There's also the cost of transporting the garlic and renting the warehouse." Yamamoto explained. Fengxiao Shoji's frown deepened. Since it's 90% and 13% return, why is there still a rolling interest? That's how it was said in the beginning. Fortunately, we rented a warehouse. Otherwise, we would all be drenched, Yamamoto replied. No, we have to make the price of garlic rise. Is there any other way to get money? Damned rainy days. Windy Bridge Shoji began to complain about the weather. There is. Rumor has it that the Great Tang Bank wants to limit the use of silver as collateral, but for some reason, it hasn't been implemented. It's just that the price has been lowered. It said that there has been too much silver recently, and the market has adjusted automatically. It should be because the loan sharks sent the silver to the bank as collateral to get more money. I think that a few days ago, someone wanted to use the bank to restrict us, but later found that it was not good to do so, so they didn't implement it. It's just a rumor. I think that Zhang Xiaobao must have given the order to not allow the bank to directly participate in non-pure financial activities. Yamamoto was in charge of this matter, so he was very familiar with this matter. Windy Bridge Shoji laughed contemptuously. Zhang Xiaobao is a fool. If I were him, I would use all the resources I could to restrict my opponent, even the administrative aspects. He actually didn't allow it. Yamamoto was unhappy. If he said that Zhang Xiaobao was a fool, then wouldn't he be even more foolish after losing several times? He continued Windy Bridge Shoji's words. Zhang Xiaobao is not a fool. He just doesn't want to do that. In the book he wrote, the part that was leaked is not important. It mentioned that unless there is no other way, one should use administrative orders to solve the economic crisis. Otherwise, it will lead to confusion in the government and increase the dependence of the government on administrative orders. It will unknowingly cause the government to be unable to distinguish between business and government, and it will cause the officials to be too involved in economic matters. It will cause the officials to privately use their power to obtain business benefits that they shouldn't have. Then why does his family do such a big business? He is the Bohai provincial governor. Look at the northern part of Hebei province. How many businesses does his family have? Windy Bridge Shoji snorted. Yamamoto was speechless. Yamamoto was at a loss for words. After thinking for a while, he said, perhaps he will give it up in the future? It's useless to talk about it. The main thing is that he must be involved in the garlic business now. We have to be careful and not be careless. Otherwise, even the bones will be eaten by him. I don't care if he's involved or not. We have to make the price of garlic rise. Mortgage all the remaining silver to the great Tang bank and order our people to buy garlic at a higher price. There are still 2 months until the new garlic arrives. During this time, the price of garlic will definitely rise to 50 coins per caddy. Windy Bridge Shoji couldn't count on others, so he could only take the risk and buy it himself. He hoped that the great Tang's imperial court would not consider garlic as a necessity and accuse them of hoarding. Yamamoto couldn't think of a better idea. Seeing that Windy Bridge Shoji insisted, they gritted their teeth and agreed. Yamamoto transported about 600,000 strings of silver to the great Tang bank in Luoyang. According to the ratio of 3-to-1, they exchanged for more than 200,000 strings of silver and distributed it to the Japanese people all over the country. They started to buy the garlic. As soon as he started, before Zhang Xiaobao gave the order, Fang Lu reacted first. She sent out telegrams one after another, ordering all the industries that belonged to Xin Air to transfer the funds. She couldn't wait for this day to come. Because the money had to be sent to the Japanese people all over the country, they couldn't send it to those that were too far away. The distance to buy the garlic was limited to within half a month. The news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao. Mo Jilian was also very interested in this matter. He specifically looked for Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Zhang Xiaobao, someone is making a move. Aren't you going to do anything? If they don't buy the garlic personally, I will. Since they have come to this step, they don't need me anymore. I'll send the garlic from Huainan province to lead the way. The others will take care of the rest. It saves a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He didn't expect that Windy Bridge Shoji would dare to make such a risky move and was finally forced to this step. After all, the people of Wind Logistics didn't consider the weather. Mo Jilian didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao didn't do anything. He was even more curious and asked, then you'll just watch them do it? You'll know when the time comes. The Tang Empire is no longer the Tang Empire of the past. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let's not have lunch in Zhuangzi today. I'll go to the school to take a look. The rain is heavy these few days. I'll see if the school has taken the school into consideration. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the cattle in the field and said to Mo Jilian. What should we eat today? Mo Jilian didn't understand. Stew. Add more ginger slices. It's best if it's beef stewed with radish. I've tasted it before. It's bitter. You didn't peel the radish when you stewed it. Of course it's bitter. Huh? Peel it? Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, there was no need for him to do anything. Windy Bridge Shoji's fate was already decided. Just as Fang Lu used Xin Air's property to attack, the other businessmen followed suit. Luoyang City, Thunder Logistics Group. The owner, Li Qingfang, ranked 16th on the list of billionaires, immediately called for an emergency meeting as soon as he received the news from Wind Logistics. Then, a transportation team of nearly 30,000 people started to move around Hunan. Suzhou Prefecture, Splendid Grocery. The owner, Gu Yunfei, ranked 24th on the list of billionaires, took out 600,000 yuan at the last minute and used it regardless of success or failure. Jiannan Prefecture, Izhou Prefecture, Wanlu Trading. The owner, Dong Long, ranked 71st on the list of billionaires, received a telegram from Kaifeng's office. He was authorized to use Wanlu Trading's shares as collateral and get 800,000 yuan from Kaifeng's Tang Bank as proof. He was to transfer the money to Shouchuan branch to buy garlic on the spot and send it to Luoyang by water. Jiangnan West Prefecture, Yuezhou Lake, Dongting Fishery. The owner, Yang Yang, ranked 19th on the list of billionaires, immediately ordered the fleet that transported fish and prawns to the capital to quickly move out and clean the ships. Along the way, he looked for merchants who wanted to transport garlic and waited in Luoyang for other things to come back. Hedong Prefecture, Fen Prefecture, Shannan Prefecture, Guanyi Prefecture. In this way, one by one, people in the prefecture took action. It was as if they had a tacit understanding. Those who took action were all in the top 100 of the list of billionaires. Fengqiao Shoji would never have thought that his decision to buy garlic in person because he was worried that it would spoil due to the humidity and make it difficult to travel would attract so many people to attack him. It was not because of how much money he had. Including the garlic in his hand, he only had 300,000 strings of cash. Anyone in the top 100 of the list of billionaires would have more money than him. Many businessmen in Tang looked down on his methods. If someone in the top 100 of the list of billionaires wanted to do this, it would create a bigger wave than Fengqiao Shoji. However, they did not dare to do it. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would take action. Another reason was that they had a tacit understanding. They did not want to mess up the economic environment of Tang. Originally, there were already people who wanted to take action against Wind Logistics. However, they did not know how to disrupt the logistics compensation plan. At the same time, they were also worried that they would disturb Zhang Xiaobao. Therefore, they were waiting. Now, they finally saw the opportunity and learned a lot from it. It turned out that the simplest way was to change the eating habits of the people in a short time. Then, they would pay off all the deposits and wait for the rain to come. The rest was to force Wind Logistics to buy the garlic personally. There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to teach them. The businessmen all knew how to deal with it. That was to raise the price of the garlic and increase the cost when Wind Logistics bought the garlic. At the same time, they would sell the garlic to Wind Logistics at a higher price. If Wind Logistics did not buy the garlic, they would sell the garlic at a lower price. Wind Logistics could not afford to do that. They could only take out money to buy the garlic. If they did not buy the garlic now, they would wait for the new garlic to be sold. Then, these people would raise the price of the new garlic. If they bought the garlic now, the price would not go up. Even if they bought the garlic in the end, they would have to pay for it. If they did not take money, they would have to buy the garlic. However, not many of the previous garlic would be preserved by then. If they wanted to minimize losses, they had to sell the garlic before it went bad and the price was still high. If they sold the garlic at a high price now, they would lower the price so that the garlic in their hands could not be sold at a high price. When the price was low, they would be a foodie. When the time came, most of the garlic would have gone bad, and the new garlic would be sold at a high price. Windy Bridge Shoji was dumbfounded by the method of using money. He knew that if he insisted, the other party would also pay for it. However, there were so many people. If each of them paid a little, he would lose everything. He could not do that. Windy Bridge Shoji knew that this was a conflict of interest. He was so scared that he did not dare to buy the garlic anymore. He was thinking about how to preserve the garlic he bought for as long as possible. However, he found that he did not have a good idea. If the quantity was small, he could do something. The problem was that there were too many of them. If he wanted to preserve them for a long time, he would need other things to increase the cost. They are really bullying me. They just want to compare their losses with me because they see that I have to pay a few times more. I hope they will stop and let me get back my money. I will think of a way to sell the garlic in the future. At this time, even the gods will not be able to save the situation. Windy Bridge Shoji said to Yamamoto and Yamamoto, who were also worried. It seemed that he was looking for an excuse for his failure. After all, the other party was too strong. If it were other people, they might agree with him, but Yamamoto and Yamamoto definitely did not. Yamamoto sighed and said, Zhang Xiaobao not only calculated our capital, but also the changes in the weather and other people's thoughts. This time, he did not continue to do it himself. Windy Bridge Kun, hurry up and sell the garlic. We will accept the loss and collect as much money as we can. Let's first get 3 times the value of the garlic. So what if he continues to do it? Isn't it the same as now? Windy Bridge Shoji was not convinced. Like now? Windy Bridge Kun, you are dreaming. If Zhang Xiaobao continues to do it, we will have to pay. He will not bet with us like other merchants. You have not fought with him personally, so you don't know how powerful he is. Seeing that Windy Bridge Shoji was not going to admit defeat, Yamamoto glared at him and scolded him. Yamamoto also nodded and said, that's right. Zhang Xiaobao can't be judged by common sense. Not to mention other things, even if he was in our position, he would be able to turn the tide. With the same capital and the same capital, he will not lose. He definitely has a way to make money in this situation. Otherwise, why do you think the merchants of Tang are so honest? When they do business, they follow the rules. All the merchants of Tang follow Zhang Xiaobao's code of conduct. If the price is high, they will lower it. If the price is low, they will raise it. They are afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. They know the consequences of Zhang Xiaobao's anger. Even if they work together, they will not be able to defeat him. I don't believe it. I don't believe that Zhang Xiaobao is so powerful. Windy Bridge Shoji shouted. Yamamoto shook his head and sighed, sigh. There were many people who didn't believe it back then. That person from Tubo was able to enter the top 10 of the list, and he even hid his strength. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fighting outside, he made a move and thought that he could injure Jiannan. What was the result? A letter sent to Zhang Xiaobao allowed Zhang Xiaobao to discover the problem. Then, he controlled that person from 1,000 miles away. Not only did that person lose all his capital, but Zhang Xiaobao also took the opportunity to destroy that person. That's right. Yamamoto continued, after that, Yamamoto and I didn't believe it. We came up with a plan to sell silver and rice. In the end, we lost. We couldn't accept it and plotted to enter his research site. We came up with the ginseng formula and bought a lot of cement. After that, all the money was lost. The people from Xinlua didn't believe it and insisted on going to Changning to cheat Li Sun's brother, Li Yu. Li Yu went to Xinsai to borrow money from his brother and met Zhang Xiaobao. When he returned, the people from Xinlua lost all their money. Now, they are still trapped and working for him for free. Later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to Jili province. However, they didn't believe it and traded with Zhang Xiaobao. They also formed a military alliance with him. In the end, the entire tribe was lost. Later on, the two of them wanted to build a mud river. The Xinlua clan was dissatisfied and arranged for Li Dong to find someone to cause trouble. Now, the mud river was paid by Li Dong and the others. They still can't get back the 1 million strings of coins. You are not the first person to be dissatisfied, and you won't be the last. However, the outcome is the same. Whether you believe it or not, you will definitely lose to Zhang Xiaobao. Then what do you think Zhang Xiaobao would do if he were in our position? Fengxiao Shoji couldn't refute, so he could only ask for advice. Yamamoto and Yamamoto shook their heads at the same time. I don't know. We are not Zhang Xiaobao. While the three of them were thinking about this matter, others were also thinking about it. However, others were more relaxed than them. Between the clouds and the water by the Luoshui River. In a private room on the 5th floor, there was a rustling sound. Then, it stopped, and then the sound was much quieter. East wind. That's great. Touch, 2. I'll eat. Stop, I'll touch, 1 chicken. I'll eat, white. 5. I'll eat. Stop, I'll touch, red. Are you guys together to lie to me? It's been 2 rounds, and I haven't played a single card. Do you think I'm easy to bully because I'm the furthest away from the table? The person who didn't eat after shouting twice couldn't take it anymore. No, I'm just in time. I won't touch anymore. I'll let you eat. That person hurriedly persuaded. After a round, the person who didn't eat twice said, 30,000. Eat? I can't eat 30,000. Is there anyone else who wants to touch? No one said anything. Then I'll play, Nanfeng. Cheater, oh my, someone's already cheater. I got 3 copper coins just like that. I'm not playing anymore, the person who didn't play twice said angrily. He finally played a card with great difficulty, but he was cheated again. Don't. Didn't I let you eat it? I didn't touch it. Look, I have 30,000 in my hand. You have a bad idea. Isn't it just 3 copper coins? Do you have to be like this? The person hurriedly tried to persuade. It's not a matter of money. You guys are ganging up to bully me. It's just like how we bullied Fengxiao Shoji. I can see it now. Can anyone win by bullying like this? Why not? It depends on who it is. If it's Zhang Xiaobao, he won't be afraid of us even if we work together. I guarantee that he'll be able to solve it, the person said to the person next to him. Why wouldn't I believe you? This time, we're the ones who joined forces to attack Wind Logistics. Even if we win, if he fights to the death, we'll have to pay for it as well. If we let the people who sent him win, it won't be a glorious win. If it weren't for the orders from the headquarters, I really wouldn't want to get involved in this mess. Let's play cards. If you hit me, you can raise your cards and play. I'll definitely hit you back. Let me say this first. If we don't have a card in the end, the yellow banker will play the yellow banker. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. Fine, I'll win back your cheater money even if I have to. Jiu Bing, if you ask me, this isn't a matter of getting involved in this mess. This time, we'll let other scheming people understand that Tang's money isn't that easy to cheat. Didn't you see who made the move this time? Fang Lu made the first move, and Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. That means that he's tacitly agreed to let us do it. Don't move. I'll fight back even if it's just 1. North, I won't regret it. I'll remember you. Two cheaters. The opponent is dreaming. Draw the cards. No, I was just thinking about it. 9 cheaters. I'm thinking, Zhang Xiaobao didn't make a move because he knows that he'll be fighting with Wind Logistics. He probably wants us to make a move. Don't want 9. 8. If you ask me, bam, 9. You made it? You made 2 9 in a row. Now it's my turn, right? Fine, you're good. 2 rounds, you cheated me twice. Another round. Are you going to cheat again? How would I know that he has 2 8? If you ask me, Zhang Xiaobao definitely won't let us pay. If you don't believe me, just watch. His methods are unpredictable. 2 cheaters. Bam, I didn't use 2 cheaters this time. I didn't mean to give you a buy again. I definitely won't play again next time. You don't have many cards in your hand. Why bother? Opponent, it's your turn. Can you play a 9? Me? Fine, I'll play. Oh, sorry, I won. Thank you, everyone. You 3 play by yourselves. I'm going to watch them play Pai Gao. I can't afford to be angry. You paid for 2 cheaters. I owe you. Chapter 874. A telegram of more than a dozen words gave the businessmen who participated in the attack of Wind Logistics a sense of confidence. Zhang Xiaobao's reputation was like a golden signboard in the eyes of Tang's businessmen. Compared with Tang's official recognition of Zhang Xiaobao's means of governing, Tang's businessmen valued Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money more. Tang's businessmen had developed a habit. Whenever Zhang Xiaobao sent someone to discuss a cooperation, they didn't need to consider the proposal, nor did they need to spend time to evaluate it. They just needed to agree, take out money or manpower, and do as they were told. They would definitely make money. Here, don't pester me again. I'll give you 6 copper coins with 2 bars. I'll give you 1 copper coin, and you can take it yourself. I won't play with you in the future. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to really have a way to make money. If he was in the situation of Wind Logistics, I don't know what he would do. The man who lost money in Mahjong couldn't stand being chased by others, so he took out a 20 copper coin note and exchanged it with the man. He asked the man to pay back the debt with 7 copper coins and gave up the rest of the 13 copper coins. He would rather spend more than let the other 2 take advantage of him. He admired Zhang Xiaobao a lot and wanted to see what Zhang Xiaobao could do to make money for them. He wanted to create another classic in the battle of Monopoly. The man who got the 6 copper coins was not in the mood to ask for gambling money. He threw the money to the man and said to the man who lost money, I don't expect to be better than Zhang Xiaobao. I put my hope on my grandson. When my grandson is born, I will train him well and make a lot of money in the future. If he has half of Zhang Xiaobao's ability, no one will dare to touch his family's business easily in the future. Later on, I'll also learn from my boss and carve a little figure of Zhang Xiaobao. I'll give it to him every day. Let's go. Let's see what tricks Wind Logistics will play tomorrow. We'll accept all of them. They dare to play tricks in our great Tang. If we don't torture them to death, how can a small country like Japan dare to offend us? I'm leaving too. Here's 1 copper coin. Waiter, buy me a big vegetable steamed bun. I'm hungry. I still need to find by Xin Air to buy some children's clothes and bring them back. The person who had just received 1 copper coin gave the money to the waiter and walked out while muttering. The waiter respectfully took the money, turned around and took a big vegetable bun. He caught up with the man and said, the restaurant will give you a bun. Take care. Oh, here's a tip for you. The man took the steamed bun and ate it as he walked. Thank you, sir. The waiter still respectfully thanked him. In fact, 1 copper coin was not enough to buy a steamed bun. If it were a waiter from a small restaurant, he would have curled his lips. However, as a waiter from the restaurant between the clouds and the water, he absolutely could not do that. People who could eat at this kind of place were of extraordinary status. 1 copper coin could not be any lower, but it represented the intimacy of the other party. He knew in his heart that it was just a joke. In the capital, Li Longji had just finished his morning court session. There were many things to discuss today. Although it was called morning court session, it actually lasted until 6 in the afternoon, which was close to 12:30 in the afternoon. The wind was not strong outside. Li Longji directly asked the imperial kitchen to send food to the officials. He himself did not leave and was still thinking about the topics that had just finished. Today's matters included the follow-up of the Turkic people's resettlement, the differences in the climate of spring plowing in various places, the supply of medicine to the soldiers sent to Tubo, the construction of the new canal, the laying of the railway to provide the foundation for the passage of trains, and a series of other related issues. As for the distribution of goods, it was not a problem at all. Li Longji did not have the time to think about it, and the officials also did not want to put their thoughts on it. With Zhang Xiaobao around, there was no need to worry about unreasonable changes in the price of goods in a certain place. In fact, even without Zhang Xiaobao making a move, the top players in the Monopoly game would make a move first. While making money, they would also stabilize the price of goods at the same time. Li Shi, we have realized that the merchants of Great Tang are very patriotic, especially those who have joined the Monopoly game. As soon as a loophole appeared in the wind logistics, they immediately went to deal with it. Oh, it's called sniping. Normally, they would not cause any trouble. We are very relieved. While waiting for Gao Lishi to make food for him, Li Longji said with a gratified expression. Gao Lishi was rolling the dried tofu by the side. The dried tofu was half a chi long and wide. After spreading it out, he first applied a layer of chili sauce, sprinkled some cooked meat on top, and then sprinkled a layer of chopped green onions before rolling it up bit by bit. Li Longji would eat this for lunch. It was unknown whether it was because it was simple and fast to make and could save some money for the palace, or because he was addicted to the chili sauce, but recently, Li Longji had been eating this every day. There was also a large cup of cold water on the side, so that he could drink it when it was spicy. Gao Lishi finished making a dried tofu roll and handed it to Li Longji, saying, "With your majesty here, merchants are naturally patriotic." "Your majesty," Xiaobao said that it is not good to eat too much chili. "Should we change the dish for dinner?" After a while, Xiaobao's tomatoes in the northern part of Hebei province will be ready. You can try them. Li Longji did not pay attention to Gao Lishi's words and took a big bite. He chewed and swallowed with satisfaction, then took a deep breath and picked up the cup to drink 2 mouthfuls. His entire body became spirited and said, "It is not my fault. Back then, when Xiaobao's family created the Monopoly game, we thought that it was just a toy. Who could have expected that not only would it be used as a game for children to play, it would actually develop into an organization that involved economic theory. I know very well that Monopoly is no longer a game for merchants. Any one of the top-ranked merchants is even better than Fengxiao Shouji. If it weren't for Xiaobao, they would have been in a mess long ago. Don't worry, Fengxiao Shouji. Don't worry, Fengxiao Shouji. Although they wouldn't be as ruthless as Fengxiao Zheng'er, fearing that we would kill them, they would still cause the price of a certain area to fluctuate incessantly, thereby benefiting from it. We are waiting for those people nurtured by Xiaobao to grow up quickly. At that time, we will establish a new department according to Xiaobao's plan to adjust and limit the economic situation of our Great Tang. This subject estimates that it will be soon. Gao Lishi rolled up another tomato and handed it over. These 100 people have been studying for 5 years. Not only did Xiaobao teach them, but Cuckoo also taught them. I didn't expect Cuckoo to be so proficient in politics and economics as well. It seems to be different from Xiao Bao's and is a completely different theoretical system. Xiao Bao mostly teaches about speculation and response, as well as consumer psychology and financial integration. Oh, it's called zero-sum. Cuckoo mostly teaches about control and policy, which is closer to the administrative system. This is strange. The two of them are actually learning different things. Xiao Bao's knowledge is more aggressive. Although he has always been maintaining stability in the Great Tang, to other countries, his knowledge is a sharp spearhead. Cuckoo can be compared to a shield. Li Longji thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. Wang Wan also had a lot of insights on economics. She often wrote letters to the 100 people to explain, but mostly relied on the administrative system. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was like a heavenly steed soaring across the skies. Most of what he taught was to look for opportunities and artificially create loopholes in the economy. Then, he would set up a trap and attack. It was just like marching an army to war. If he really completed the first few steps, the final moment of the attack would be like a fiery invasion that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Yes, this might be the goal of these two experts. One is attacking and one is defending, one is anxious and one is stable. This emperor has seen cases of the two of them fighting. Cuckoo likes to use administrative orders to mobilize the country's resources. Even when she counterattacks, she prioritizes stability and stands firm like a mountain. Xiao Bao is like the wind and fire, devising traps one after another. Once he counterattacks, he will not rest until he is dead. As Li Longji spoke, his eyes occasionally glanced at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong might have been prepared. He had ordered mutton-steamed buns for lunch. In fact, he didn't like mutton-steamed buns. He liked to eat stuffing, such as wontons, dumplings, and pies. Today, when Li Longji let him choose, he chose the steamed buns. At this time, he was eating with his head lowered. He used a spoon to scoop up some dry tofu and immediately buried his face in the bowl to drink the soup. He didn't even look at Li Longji. Every time Li Longji looked over, he would be drinking the soup. In his heart, he knew that there wasn't any expert in the family. There was only his son and daughter-in-law, these two little immortals. He was worried that he would give himself away when Li Longji asked. Li Longji wasn't stupid. After discovering this situation, he had a eunuch deliver the tofu that Gao Lisher had just finished rolling to Zhang Zhong. He said, "Minister Zhang Zhong, try the tofu roll." "Yes, yes. This subject thanks your Imperial Majesty." Zhang Zhong swallowed the food in his mouth. He solemnly took the tofu roll and put it in his mouth. With his mouth stuffed, he naturally couldn't speak. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry and ate with him. Zhang Zhong couldn't eat the tofu roll for an entire day. Zhang Zhong found the problem. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind and quickly finished the tofu roll. He let out a long breath and said, "The tofu roll that your Imperial Majesty gave me is really delicious. Don't lie in front of me. Who doesn't know that your son Zhang Xiaobao has good things for his family first? I don't believe that what you eat at home is worse than what I eat in the imperial kitchen." Li Longji didn't buy Zhang Zhong's words. "Yes, yes. Your Imperial Majesty is wise." Zhang Zhong nodded vigorously. "Minister Zhang, how are the people at home?" Li Longji asked. "Thanks to your Imperial Majesty's auspicious words, they are doing well," Zhang Zhong said. "How are the servants at home?" "They are all doing well. With your Imperial Majesty's care, they naturally won't be bad. I noticed that the servants at Minister Zhang's home are all extraordinary. They seem to be taught by a capable person. There are a few people in my palace who often make mistakes. I wonder if I can send them to Minister Zhang's home to learn from them." Send them to this subject's home? All right. Actually, why don't you send them to Xiao Bao's home? The servants at home were taught by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo back then. Then forget it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are busy. I won't disturb them, Li Longji said regretfully. He felt that the servants taught by the expert of the Zhang family shouldn't be bad. If there were other skills that he couldn't find a suitable person to teach, he could send a few more for the expert to choose from. If there really were suitable people, Great Tang would have a few more capable people. Seeing that Zhang Zhong didn't agree, he thought that it was the expert who asked Zhang Zhong to do so. He could only give up and wait for the expert to change his mind. Zhang Zhong didn't know what Li Longji was thinking. Seeing that the emperor didn't continue to ask, he continued to eat with a heavy heart. He ate very slowly and only finished when the others were almost done eating. He was afraid that if he ate too quickly, the emperor would ask him to send more people to his home. Li Longji didn't know that Zhang Zhong was thinking too much. Seeing that the officials had finished eating, he was about to dismiss them when he suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's eyes flickered. He wanted to avoid the gaze but felt that he shouldn't. It was very awkward. Li Longji coughed lightly and said, "We suddenly thought of something. Zhang Xiaobao, the scholar of the Bohai Sea, once ordered people to collect several crops from faraway lands. We believe that he will send some of the crops to the various regions of Great Tang. We are worried that the people will be used to the crops and won't cooperate. If there are people in your family who are farming or know people who are farming, we will take a portion of the seeds and send them to the world." Zhang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. So it was about the seeds. He felt that it was a good idea for the emperor to help his son, but then he suddenly remembered that with the reputation of the two clans, there was no need for the emperor to ask others to farm. He was clearly worried that there wouldn't be enough seeds, so he asked for benefits from the officials first. "This official thanks your majesty on behalf of Xiao Bao," Zhang Zhong complained. Li Longji harumphed. Wei Wei nodded. Gao Lisher stood behind Li Longji. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a bad idea. If the emperor asked for the seeds, wouldn't his godson be at a disadvantage? As long as it didn't affect the foundation of the country, he had to help. He then said to Zhang Zhong, "Minister Zhang, remember to ask Xiao Bao to lower the price when he sells the seeds. It is fate that we are officials of the same palace." "Yes, I will remember General Gao's words." Zhang Zhong felt that Gao Lisher was more pleasing to the eye for the first time. Li Longji looked at the officials with a regretful expression and waved his hand. "Disperse. Go back and do your work. When the carriage is ready, we will give you a carriage and ship allowance." Ever since Kei Tachin heard Xiao Bei mention the three-dimensional crossfire, he couldn't sleep well. He kept thinking about the strategy that Xiao Bei didn't mention. As a leader, it would be a pity if he couldn't understand the defense of a place. In order to study it, he brought a lot of advanced equipment, including a newly produced high-powered telescope, a very bright flashlight, and a set of climbing tools specially used by the seedling protection team. He also took a bamboo tube and used it as a receiver when he placed it on the ground. He also carried a folding military shovel. He began to wander around two zhuangzi that were joined together. To be precise, there were three. He counted Zhangjia zhuangzi and Wang family's zhuangzi as one, and Gu family's zhuangzi as the other. Now that Gu family's zhuangzi cooperated with Zhang Yingxi and Wang family's zhuangzi to defend, Gu Yingxi earned a lot of money and bought 2 houses in the capital. He often stayed there, but he didn't stay there for long. He felt that Tuqiao village was safer than the capital. Kei Tachin didn't know. He was still investigating the defense system of Zhang Yingxi and Wang family's zhuangzi. He looked at the flowing water, the pavilions, and the farmlands and ponds. He had to understand everything. After wandering around for 2 days, all he saw was mist, and all he heard was the sound of ducks and dogs barking. It was a rural scene, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find what Xiao Bei said. If an enemy came, they would blow their heads off. Could it be that the little guy lied to me? If an enemy really came, Zhuangzi wouldn't have any means of defense. That's strange. Kei Tachin leaned against a big tree that had just sprouted new leaves. He muttered to himself as he watched a flock of poultry pass by. As he watched, he realized something. No one let the flock of poultry go. The goose at the front would call out twice, and the chickens, ducks, and geese behind it would obediently follow. A gust of wind blew and scattered the flock of ducklings led by a duck. The ducklings were blown away, and as soon as the wind passed, they called out again and stood in line. They followed behind the flock and continued to move forward. It was very interesting. Hee, little guy, it's fun. If no one is looking after it, it will be caught and eaten by other criminals. Kei Tachin started to worry about other people's poultry. At this time, a child's voice suddenly came from the tree. You can try to catch it. It will peck you to death. Our Zhuangzi's geese listen to Furong Rong. Furong Rong teaches them to lead a group out for a stroll. When they see someone invading, they have to flock together. Kei Tachin was shocked. He looked up and saw a 12 to 13-year-old child busily working on the tree. He said, "Oh, I see. What are you doing?" "I'm building a canopy for little Swallow's family. It's snowing in winter and it's crooked. I'll go to school later." The child on the tree replied. "Who is Little Swallow? Does she live on a tree?" Kei Tachin felt that he had found the key to Zhangjia Zhuangzi's defense system. Little Swallow is Little Swallow. Do you know what swallows are? They fly away when it's cold and come back when it's hot. They like to make nests under the eaves. You're so stupid. How can you not know this? The child said with disdain. Kei Tachin nodded. I know. They won't live on a tree even if you're there. You're so uncultured. It's so scary. It's written in the book that swallows make nests under the eaves because they're afraid that the mud nests will be wet by the rain. Can't they just make a canopy on a tree? There are too many swallows in Zhuangzi. Every family has one and there's no place for them to live. We find a place for them on a tree. Last year, a family lived on this tree. I don't know if they can fly back this year. The mountain is high and the road is long. The main house is better. There's a nest under the eaves. They don't move in winter. They make nests in the main house's hall. In winter, we feed them the raised insects and they eat them. The child looked very regretful. He nailed the canopy a few more times before he slipped down from the tree. He casually patted the dust and hopped towards the school. Kei Tachin leaned back again and muttered, "There are swallows that don't fly to the south? Is the Zhang family really that powerful? Oh, I understand. They can make nests on a tree. The education system of the Tang Empire is really extraordinary. I hope that the children of my family will also understand it in the future." What are you muttering about? Move, you're blocking me. How can you figure out Zhuangzi's defense system? It's been 2 days and you've been blocking my way every day. Tell me, what can you do even if you know? Do you still want to attack? With the 500 people you left in Sanshui County? The sudden sound scared Kei Tachin again. He leaned against the tree and looked around with a vigilant look. Just as he was leaning against the tree, he felt something poking at his back. He jumped forward and looked back. He saw a gun barrel sticking out from the tree he was leaning against. Oh my God! Kei Tachin's soul almost flew out of his body. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. This is Zhuangzi's defense system. There are eyes watching you in all the places you can think of, and there may be places you can't think of. Also, you will hide behind the ladies' room at night like a ghost. For the past 2 days, all the girls in the inner courtyard have gone to another toilet. They will think that you have ulterior motives. If you hide in the ladies' room again, someone will take care of you. Kei Tachin returned to the courtyard with a pale face. He was very depressed. He thought that no one would know when he came out at night. Who knew that everyone saw him? Zhangjie Zhuangzi's defense system was indeed extraordinary. After crossing the courtyard, he was shocked again. He had received too many shocks today. He saw Xiaobei and the other 9 people in the courtyard, sitting or standing. In front of them was a big tiger and a big rabbit. The tiger was chasing the rabbit. Xiaobei anxiously shouted, "Bad tiger, you lost." The first line of walking reeds in Daya is to walk the reeds on the other side, and not to trample on the cattle and sheep. Square bracts and square bodies, Weiye mud. Roar. The big tiger roared and ran away, unwilling to admit defeat. The big rabbit, which was safe, jumped in front of Xiaobei and kissed him hard. Xiaobei smiled happily. Continue. The rabbit of the Moon Palace escaped the tiger demon's pursuit and even obtained a precious hurricane boots. Its running speed is very fast. If it meets the tiger demon again, the tiger demon won't be able to catch up. It's a pity that when we were blocked by the bear demon at Song Yen Mountain, the spirit-sifting banner was destroyed because of Xiao Yuan's wrong calculation. It hasn't been fixed yet. Otherwise, we could have killed the tiger demon directly. Don't always talk about me. My calculation is slow to begin with. You forgot that you also destroyed something called the Brocade Cloud Shuttle. It was sealed, and it was faster than the hurricane boots. Otherwise, the rabbit would have run away long ago. Maybe it has already seen its family. Its family is running out of food, and there is a lot of food in its summer ring. Xiao Yuan retorted Xiaobei unhappily. Kei Tachin understood. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were telling stories to their younger siblings while helping them revise. He felt that this was a good idea, but the average family couldn't afford it. There were few teachers, and they were too busy. Kei Tachin was very envious when he compared the education of his own race. At this time, Mo Jillian happened to come over. He had heard the contents of the telegram just now. No one was avoiding him, so he came over to help say something about the wind logistics. Seeing that Kei Tachin was also here, he nodded and said to Zhang Xiaobao, news from Luoyang says that the merchants have increased their sniping efforts. The wind logistics won't be able to deal with it in a few days. Oh, okay. It's time for me to do something. I can't let the participating merchants lose money, said Zhang Xiaobao happily as he took off the tiger's head and revealed his head. Mo Jillian said with emotion, they are so obedient. They believe you when you say that you will make profits and not lose money. I'm thinking that if you use up all your wealth today and say that you need money, with your reputation, you can get tens of thousands of strings of cash, right? Tens of thousands of strings of cash. That's too little. Uncle Emperor said that even if my brother has nothing, as long as he calls for help, all the merchants of the Tang Empire will respond. Even Uncle Emperor will take out money for my brother. Not to mention my brother, I can get tens of thousands of strings of cash just by calling for help. Xiaobei said discontentedly when he saw that Mo Jillian called his brother's ability small. Mo Jillian said in surprise, he is actually valued so much. I don't know how he cultivated in his previous life. Chapter 875. The mountains were dyed red, the roads were rutted, and the flags were fluttering in the wind. The sun was gone, and the moon was bright. The horses neighed, and the people bowed in the mud. The wind was blowing, and the rain was falling. During the spring plowing season, those who hoped for more rain suddenly found that the rainy season seemed to be extending. This added a trace of worry. After Li Longji gave the order, the temporary disaster relief department quickly started to work. They sent telegrams to the various prefectures to check Chongping's warehouse. If there was anything missing, they were to report it immediately. If they did not, they were to be punished severely. They also sent conscription orders to the Zhang family and Wang family. If they needed supplies, the Zhang family and Wang family had to take out something. They knew that if Chongping's warehouse was empty, the Zhang family and Wang family would definitely be prepared. If Zhang Xiaobao was not busy with other things and was not willing to follow the disaster all day long, he would have already distributed the supplies to the disaster areas. Many people guessed that Zhang Xiaobao did not take action this spring because he was afraid that every disaster relief would be led by him. In the end, the people only remembered the Zhang family and Wang family and did not know the kindness of the imperial court. That was why he was indifferent. Today, there was not a big disaster in Hunan province. Because of the bridge, the embankment on this part of the Yellow River was deliberately strengthened, so it was not washed away. On the embankment, there were countless carriages. The muddy road was full of ruts, and occasionally there would be people pushing and pulling horses. When the wind blew, the flags would flutter non-stop. Mother, walk slowly. The road is slippery, and it is difficult to walk when it rains. We should build a 3 feet wide cement sidewalk. Wait for me to write a letter tonight and send it to the capital's Ministry of Works tomorrow. Let Minister Zhang see if he can find someone to pay for it. On the road, a 14 or 15-year-old boy supported a woman and walked with difficulty. His pants were covered in mud. He spoke to the woman as he walked. The woman frowned slightly and advised, "How can you be involved in such a big matter as building a road? Even if you write a letter, you should send it to the eastern capital's Luoyang prefecture first. Minister Zhang is not in Luoyang. I can't count on the officials in Luoyang to do their best. How can I not be involved in such a big matter? I passed the imperial examination last year, so I should contribute to Tang. Otherwise, wouldn't I be wasting the merchant's money? The purpose of the Chaoyang operation is not to cultivate trash." The young man found an excuse for himself so that his mother would agree. The woman looked at her son's stubbornness and sighed, "If you take action in Chaoyang, there will be more and more high scholars. If you don't get a good ranking in the examinations, your high scholar status will become worthless in the future. Learning is not only for the spring quarter examinations, but also to increase one's knowledge, to understand reason, and to understand the greater good. This child has studied chemistry in school. Isn't the soap that I make very useful?" Looking at the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, they are still servants. When it comes to knowledge, I admit that I am inferior. Mother, why did you come to my side again? There are so many carriages, and the horses are tired out. Be careful not to lose your temper and kick people. You can go to the other side. My body is agile, and even if I encounter a crazy horse, I can still avoid it. As the young man spoke, he pulled his mother back. The woman had no choice but to listen to her son. In fact, she deliberately went over so that if there was any danger, she could help her son block it. "Mother, let's walk on the grass. I heard from the other students in school that there is a war in Hunan province. It is called a war without knives and arrows. The Japanese's Wind Logistics wants to cause trouble, but the merchants of Tang Empire can't stand it and sent people here to deal with them. Mother, look, the flag of Splendid Grocery. Mother, don't be fooled by their status as merchants, they are quite capable. I heard that the merchants who came this time are all in the top 100 of the list of billionaires. They are famous everywhere. Any one of them can affect the rise and fall of local prices." The young man saw a group of carriages passing by and pointed to the flag to introduce it to his mother. If they are so capable, wouldn't it be chaotic? I don't see them showing off. There are still 2 of them in Luoyang. Mother feels that the rice and noodles are still the same. The woman usually did not care about such things and knew little. When she heard her son's words, her words were full of disbelief. The young man walked to a nearby tree and broke off a willow branch. He waved it in front of him, afraid that a grass snake would suddenly jump out and bite him. He smiled and said to his mother, "Mother, you don't know. It's not that they can't do it, but that they don't dare. The people on the top list are powerful, but there is someone even more powerful. He is above the list. Zhang Xiaobao, the son of Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Works, is close to my age. If the merchants on the list dare to attack the local economy, Zhang Xiaobao can immediately make them bankrupt. Unfortunately, I have never seen him." "Xiaobao? Mother knows Xiaobao. Mother has seen him before. There is also his fiancée, Cuckoo. She is so beautiful. Her pair of big eyes can speak. With one look, you can tell that she is a blessing to her husband. She is gentle, virtuous, and generous. She is very cheerful." The woman finally had someone who knew. "Ah. Mother, you have seen her? What does she look like?" The young man was interested. "She is not as good-looking as my son. My son is the most good-looking in the Tang Dynasty. Even if you can't pass the Jinshe exam in the future, I will be satisfied if you can find a wife like Cuckoo." In the eyes of the woman, her son was the best. The young man nodded helplessly. "I also think that mother is the best mother in the world. But mother's requirements for your daughter-in-law are really making things difficult for me. Moreover, I don't think she is gentle and cheerful." "How is she not gentle and virtuous? She smiles at everyone. Mother likes her." The woman wanted to set the standard for her daughter-in-law. The young man trembled. "Mother, when she is riding a horse, she is also very steady. When she kills people, corpses are piled up like mountains. When blood flows like rivers, she blinks her cute big eyes and smiles. People say that it is better to hear the king of hell cry than to see the devil laugh. Even if I can find such a woman, I would not dare to marry her. I would be scared to death by nightmares at night. Only Zhang Xiaobao, who talks about destroying countries with a smile, has the ability to control her." "Ah, mother, I suddenly thought of something important. We should not eat garlic recently. Tang Dynasty's merchants are fighting with Wind Logistics. On one hand, they want to raise the price. On the other hand, they are worried that ordinary people will not have a good life. We have to help them and let them rest assured. Mother knows. We have been eating onions recently. That broken place in Japan dares to compete with our great Tang. Let them know how powerful we are." The woman deliberately straightened her body and said disdainfully, showing the pride that Tang people should have. The woman was not the only one who thought so. Others who understood the situation also supported her. It was just 2 months of not eating garlic. Now that their lives were better, eating other things was the same. As a result, the merchants who participated in the sniping found that the situation was clearer. It was easier for them to operate. The price of garlic was adjusted according to Wind Logistics' actions, so Fengqiao Shouji could not gain any advantage. Fengqiao Shouji could not sleep well for a few days. His eyes were red, and his skin was wrinkled. He was as haggard as a green bristle grass in the rain. However, he was not as tough as the green bristle grass. Buying 50,000 strings of garlic at a high price only affected the price of garlic in a small area. It did not lead to a large-scale price increase at all. They wanted to sell garlic, but they could not sell it. The entire Hunan province's people tacitly stopped eating garlic. Even Zhang Xiaobao did not expect this. If they wanted to sell it to a distant place, transportation was a problem. The mountain of garlic could not be taken care of because of the lack of storage. In the rain, some were damp, some were moldy, some were shriveled, and some were even rotten at the bottom. Every day, they lost a lot of garlic. Ha ha ha. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Fengxiao Shoji, who was standing by the window, suddenly laughed out loud. Yamamoto Kazumoto was frightened and thought that Fengxiao Shoji had gone crazy. Just as they were about to do something, Fengxiao Shoji stopped laughing. Wow, when I, Fengxiao Shoji, came to Great Tang, I actually made dozens of people on the top rankings of Great Tang attack me at the same time. Although I lost, who could do that? Who in the world can attract so many people to attack me at the same time? Even if I lose, they will make my name. Yamamoto Kazumoto nodded. Indeed, there had never been dozens of people on the top rankings of Great Tang attacking a single person. Yamamoto was about to say a few words of agreement, but upon further thought, he realized that this wasn't the case. Even if several dozen merchants didn't work together, any one of them, given the wealth of their family, would only have a fraction of what Fengbridge Lord had. The reason for this was to show the unity of the merchants of Great Tang, and it felt like they were doing this for Zhang Xiaobao. After hesitating for a moment, Yamamoto resisted the urge to say it out loud. It was better not to make things difficult for Fengxiao Shoji. Fengxiao Shoji's face turned red with excitement. He continued, I have an idea. I will continue to collect green onions and ginger. I still have a lot of money. I don't believe that the people of Great Tang will not eat anything. I will make them busy. Fengxiao Shoji, you can't do that. How chaotic can Great Tang be? If you personally collect the green onions and ginger, the prices of the two will increase by several times. It might even increase by dozens of times. It will increase our purchasing cost. Yamamoto felt that Fengxiao Shoji had really gone crazy. When he came, he brought sulfur and silver worth 1,000,000 strings of coins. If he were to withdraw now, he would have less than 400,000 strings of coins left. If he were to collect more green onions and ginger, he might end up with nothing left. He was here to earn money, not to act rashly. Fengxiao Shoji shook his head. If the prices increase, won't the people eat? I want to see what Zhang Xiaobao can do to destroy his reputation and shatter his legend. Yamamoto, Fengxiao Shoji, Yamamoto Shoji, all the supermarkets in Hunan province have put up notices. Just as Fengxiao Shoji made up his mind, a Japanese man ran in and shouted at the three of them. Najiang? Supermarkets? What kind of notice? Fengxiao Shoji did not know how to speak anymore. He could only say, what? It's about the green onions and ginger. The notice says that from tomorrow onwards, all the supermarkets in Hunan province will supply green onions and ginger at the same price. 10 days later, they will supply garlic at the same price. The people of Hunan province can use their household registration to buy garlic. It said that it's spring plowing and it's a great discount. The Japanese man said. He meant that the price of garlic will drop in 5 days. However, he did not know that Fengxiao Shoji was thinking about the green onions and ginger. When Yamamoto heard this, he whispered to Yamamoto Shoji, is it over? The supermarkets were established by the Zhang family. There are many chain supermarkets around them. They have many business partners. Before Fengxiao Shoji could do anything, Zhang Xiaobao had already blocked the road. His timing is really accurate. But I am puzzled. Where will the green onions in 10 days come from? From elsewhere? He would rather lose money than sell them? I don't think so. How can Zhang Xiaobao do the same thing as other Tang businessmen? Then he is not Zhang Xiaobao. Let's wait and see. There are still many things to do. Do you still remember Zhang Xiaobao's scheme? Yes, he should have stopped earlier. The batch of garlic from Huainan province was coming to attack our deposit. If we stopped immediately, we might have suffered less losses. But Fengxiao Shoji did not believe it. Sigh. Yamamoto did not dare to continue thinking about it. He waved his hand and asked the Japanese man to leave. He turned around and looked at Fengxiao Shoji, who was stunned, and sighed. After a full 15 minutes, Fengxiao Shouji recovered from the shock. What should I do? What should I do? Lord Fengxiao, with the rest of your money, go to the Great Tang Bank and get the silver back. After deducting the interest, you should still have 350,000 strings of silver. Quickly sell off the overstock of garlic in order to make a comeback. When Yamamoto came up with this idea, he wanted to cry but had no tears. In less than 2 months, they only had 400,000 strings of silver left. Including the sulfur that was not pawned off, they only had 500,000 strings of silver in 2 months. What kind of business could lose money like this? Next, there was the storage fee. Because the goods were not from Great Tang, before they were sold, they had to specify where they were stored and what they were used for. Now that it was exposed, they had to pay a tax. When they first came in, they left with the tribute from Japan. The tribute had not been sent to the capital, so the purpose of the other goods was unknown. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao would solve this loophole. Yamamoto only hoped that there would not be any additional punishment. Fengxiao Shouji could not think of any other way and nodded, "Okay, Yamamoto, help me." The 3 of them took the loan contract and the remaining money from the Great Tang Bank and headed to the Great Tang Bank in the center of Luoyang. When they arrived, before they could say anything, a person approached them and said with a smile, "Are you Fengxiao Shouji, Yamamoto, and Yamamoto?" "You are?" Yamamoto was puzzled. "I am Zhangjie Zhuangzi Inner Court Deacon, Su Si. This should be Yamamoto." When we received the news, the young master said that Wind Logistics would not lose everything in one go. Yamamoto is Yamamoto. Japan is a great country, and Great Tang is also a great country. The people of Great Tang are kind and intelligent, and the people of Japan are kind and intelligent. Yamamoto and Yamamoto have suffered losses before, and the young master believes that the 2 of you will change. He will persuade Fengxiao Shouji to come and repay the loan. He also said that Yamamoto is loyal and is talkative. Since Fengxiao Shouji is new, he will not respond. The first to speak will be Yamamoto, right? This person called himself Su Si. He first said a few diplomatic words, then named Yamamoto and told them the reason. In an instant, the backs of the 3 of them were drenched in sweat. Fengxiao Shouji was the most affected. Not only did he sweat a lot, but his face also turned pale. He had finally witnessed Zhang Xiaobao's prowess. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was currently staying in his hometown in Sanshui County. He was so far away, yet the telegram was sent. Not only did it prevent him from having any other ideas, it also allowed the inner yard to wait at the bank. They only knew that Zhang Xiaobao's economic skills were not small, but Zhang Xiaobao had already analyzed their characters. Could it be that he was really invulnerable? Yamamoto was used to it and admitted, "That's right, I'm Yamamoto. May I know why Su Si is here? If I say that I'm helping you, you will think that I'm a hypocrite. I'll tell you the truth. The young master wants to teach you a lesson. He knows that you guys are manipulating the price of garlic, but he still bought it at a high price. He wants to take over your Wind Logistics and offers you 10,000 strings of cash. It's an exchange. The condition of the exchange is that we won't pursue the fact that you guys bought and sold the goods under the name of tribute. However, you have to pay the taxes. The silver will be 100% collected, and the sulfur will be exempted because Tang needs sulfur." The young master said that this is the last chance. "Do you agree or not?" Su Si didn't say any pleasantries and directly told the 3 of them what the young master meant. "Agree." Yamamoto and Yamamoto said at the same time. They didn't even think about it. Fengxiao Shouji was still thinking about what Su Si said and was trying to calculate the gains and losses. Seeing that the 2 of them had agreed, he was puzzled. Did the 2 of them finish analyzing the gains and losses? "Fengxiao, since Zhang Xiaobao sent someone here, he definitely didn't mean to mock or bully us. He doesn't want to do that. His conditions must be the best for us. If we don't agree, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yamamoto explained to Fengxiao Shoji. This was the reason why he and Yamamoto agreed so quickly. Fengxiao Zheng immediately lost his initial arrogance of wanting to be on the same level as Zhang Xiaobao. He realized that he was too far behind Zhang Xiaobao. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaobao could make decisions with just a few words. Even the top merchants of Great Tang had to take the initiative to express their stance. In terms of economics, Zhang Xiaobao was like a god. Just like how the ancestors of Buddhism said, one hand pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the earth. In the heavens and under the earth, he was the only one. I wonder how Zhang Xiaobao is going to teach them a lesson. Fengxiao Shoji's voice was trembling when he spoke. He wanted to know how Zhang Xiaobao was going to handle the logistics. He really couldn't think of anything. If Fengxiao Shoji isn't in a hurry to return to China, you will know later. Let's sign the contract. Su Si said with a smile. Fengxiao Shoji nodded. Okay. There's one more thing. Where did the garlic come from in 10 days at the supermarket in Hunan province? From Xinlua. After the young master found out about what you did, he immediately contacted someone at the border of Xinlua and exchanged an important technical formula for a large amount of Xinlua garlic. During this period of time, he has been transporting the garlic to Hunan province at the fastest speed. After 8 days, he will be able to distribute the garlic. After 10 days, he will be able to buy the garlic. Su Si didn't hide anything, but he didn't say what the technical formula was. This made Yamamoto and the other two curious. Fengxiao Shoji wanted to return the money when he went to investigate in the future. After doing some calculations, he realized that Tang was willing to pay more for the sulfur. After paying 100% of the silver tax, he didn't have any money left. And this was because Zhang Xiaobao didn't pursue other matters. He was indeed ruthless. Su Jun, isn't young Master Zhang Xiaobao going to compensate the other merchants? Fengxiao Shoji asked. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't do anything. Chapter 876. Fengxiao Shoji and Su Si signed the contract. The next day, someone came looking for them to discuss the purchase of silver and sulfur. The price of silver was reasonable, and the purity of sulfur was not bad. Fengxiao Shoji was willing to pay an extra sum to show Fengxiao Shoji that Zhang Xiaobao was a fair businessman. However, before the money in their hands could even warm up, they had to pay another tax to Great Tang. Luckily, Zhang Xiaobao said that he would not punish them, so no one came to find them. As noon approached, Yamamoto and the other two didn't dare to go to the Water Cloud Club. They found a restaurant on a narrow road in Luoyang that specialized in soup pancakes. The variety inside was not bad. There were shaved noodles, ramen, and minced noodles. The three of them saw that there were some black fungus in the minced meat noodles, so they chose this one. The three of them ate until they were sweating profusely. When they were paying the bill, Fengxiao Shoji took out 6 coins from his money pouch and placed them on the table one by one to show that the amount was correct. If Wang Wan saw this, she would definitely feel that this scene was very familiar. The difference was the amount. The restaurant had placed 9 copper coins, so it could be seen how poor the three of them were. Needless to say, the people in the soup pancake restaurant were honest. The three of them ate until their stomachs were full. When they burped, they did not smell much of the black fungus. It was all ginger. Yamamoto rubbed his stomach and gritted his teeth. Damn, it's so delicious. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Fengxiao Shoji, isn't it time to go back? Remember to go to the side and take a look. Just now, I saw that restaurant selling sesame seed pancakes. I bought a few to eat on the way. It's a pity that Hunan is not as good as Sanshui County. What can Sanshui County do? The two of you don't have a single copper coin on you. Fengqiao Shoji understood Yamamoto's meaning. They wanted to walk back to the Four Seas Academy and buy some dry rations. Sanshui County is good. It doesn't matter if you bring sesame seed pancakes or fried noodles. When you see a pavilion, you can drink free soup and eat salted vegetables. Actually, you won't starve to death even if you don't bring any food. The money we have is for the students of our country to study. We can't squander it. As Yamamoto spoke, he took out one Roman note from his pocket. The denominations varied. The large ones were 100 strings of coins, while the small ones were only 10 coins. Shan Si also chimed in, "Lord Windbridge, you can't enjoy any more. Let's go. Suffer more hardships so that you can remember them well." Windy Bridge Shoji pursed his lips and didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with hostility. He looked back and forth between the two of them, implying that he would remember them. A day later, the news that Su Si had taken over Wind Logistics spread throughout the entire Hunan province. Before the merchants who had pushed up the price of garlic with Wind Logistics could react, the price of garlic in the entire Hunan province fell to the bottom. The normal price was reduced from 10 copper coins per caddy to 1 copper coin per caddy. Su Si, under the name of Wind Logistics, began to transport the garlic to the designated location. As for the losses caused recently, Wind Logistics was willing to compensate with the market price. As the merchants of Wind Logistics knew that Windy Bridge Shoji wanted to collect garlic, other than the first time when he really wanted to transport the garlic to the location, he chose to transport the garlic to the nearest location in order to save on the shipping fee. For example, he chose to transport the garlic from one village to another. The merchants were dumbfounded. Wind Logistics said that they had found the lost garlic, so it was impossible for them to pay 3 or even 5 times the original price. Moreover, even if they did pay, they would use the cost of transporting the garlic from Xinlua to offset it. Even if they paid 5 times the original price, it would only be 5 copper coins. Because of the delay in transporting the garlic, paying again was different from losing it. It was impossible for them to pay the highest price, so they would calculate according to that price. This involved the problem of artificial speculation. For example, if a merchant wanted to transport the goods from one place to another, the price of the goods would be the same when they were bought and the same when they were sold. If there was a slight delay on the way, the merchant who handled the consignment would make arrangements in advance at the destination and raise the price of the goods. Would the logistics company have to pay according to the price? If that was the case, if the logistics company deliberately lowered the price of the goods in that place, the merchant would lose money. Therefore, usually, the compensation would be based on the price of the goods at the destination, which was the price of the goods at the time of shipment. As the system was not perfect, there was no way to preserve the value of the goods. The late arrival of the goods and the non-arrival of the goods were two different things. In this way, if Wind Logistics lost money, they would only lose a small part of the money. If they lost the garlic because it was not delivered, they would have to pay the fixed amount. The merchants did some calculations. No matter which method they chose to pay, they would lose a part of the money in the end. Although it was not a lot, and according to the terms of the contract, some merchants could even get a break-even result. However, if they really calculated it, this was not the case. Because the merchants had put their energy on the garlic, they did not trade in other aspects during this period of time. No income was a loss, and none of them were willing to accept such an outcome. They really wanted Wind Logistics to compensate them with physical objects. For example, if a lot of garlic rotted due to the delay, then this loss would need to be managed by the logistics company. The stipulated time when they signed the contract was set to prevent the garlic from rotting. The merchants felt that the price of garlic could not stay so low. There would be a time when the price would rise. Then, they would still be able to make money once the price of garlic recovered. However, they were worried that Zhang Xiaobao was determined to deal with them. After compensating them for the garlic, he would keep lowering the price so that their garlic could not be sold at the normal price for a period of time. In that case, some people would borrow money to buy the garlic, and some people would mortgage their fixed assets to buy the garlic. All the money would be bet on the garlic. This part of the merchants had no choice but to choose to pay in cash. First, they did not want to provoke Zhang Xiaobao, who was angry. Second, they could quickly recover their funds and carry out the next step of investment. Sure enough, when they just got the money from Wind Logistics, the price of garlic once again returned to the normal fluctuation. The purpose of lowering the price first was to force these merchants to make a decision. Some of these merchants lost money, and some lost money. They wasted a lot of time and opportunities on the garlic, but they did not get the slightest benefit. In addition to them, there was another group of merchants who participated in the plan to attack Wind Logistics. They still had a lot of high-priced garlic on hand. According to Zhang Xiaobao, they would not lose money. They were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to give them an idea. Fengxiao Jingsan and the others did not leave immediately. They wanted to figure out how Zhang Xiaobao would make others earn money. The person who was in charge of the specific operation was Su Si. He found the merchants on the various rankings and sold the remaining garlic from Wind Logistics at the price of 10,000 strings of coins. Even the rotten ones were shipped away together. He gave the merchants a formula to make sweet garlic, which was also a formula for Xin Luo. He signed a contract with the merchants to buy sweet garlic. It was also because of this that Xin Luo was willing to take out so much garlic. They had signed a long-term acquisition contract, the kind that was tariff-free, and they could also get foreign exchange from Tang Dynasty. The better garlic was picked out, leaving behind the bad ones and the ones that were starting to rot. Zhang Xiaobao asked the merchants to transport the garlic that could last for a while before rotting to the place where the flood had washed away the fields. The ones that could not be transported in time were planted on the spot to cultivate garlic sprouts. The ones that could be transported could be used to plant garlic sprouts in the flooded fields. Even if garlic was rotten, as long as it was not completely rotten, it could still grow garlic sprouts. As long as the core was not rotten, the other parts would provide nutrients for the growth of the garlic sprouts. As for what to do when the garlic sprouts grew up, it was simple. They could be directly made into various dishes, canned food, or even made into pickles. The people who had suffered the disaster would weave tiger head altars with branches. As for how to sell them, Zhang Xiaobao did not need to teach the top 100 merchants on the rankings. The merchants discussed through telegrams and estimated the operation method and price. They found that they did not lose money. If they operated well, they could even make a small profit. Chapter 877. Zhang Xiaobao had never been to Hunan province in person to solve the problem of the price of garlic. He was not as nervous and anxious as other people when they encountered problems. He was like the sky after the rain, calm and peaceful. The people farther away from Hunan province did not know that not long ago, there was a war that cost 2 million strings of coins, which was 2 billion coins, and there was no smoke of gunpowder. As the instigator of the war, Wind Logistics had changed its name. Its 3 leaders lost all their money, and its supporters also did not get any benefits. The sniper side, on the other hand, made a small profit. At the same time, they solved the problems of resettlement and employment for the people in the disaster areas not far away. The news spread to the capital in the blink of an eye. The people who paid attention to this matter understood the situation from beginning to end. Suddenly, they had a very comfortable feeling, like drinking a mouthful of iced sour plum juice in the desert on a hot summer day. Zhang Xiaobao's method of dealing with the Wind Logistics was too smooth. Not only did he solve the problem of wind logistics, but he also taught the merchants who followed wind logistics to raise the price of garlic. Moreover, the merchants who came to work as thugs gained benefits. In the future, there would be a new food, sweet garlic, and they would be able to taste many kinds of food made with garlic sprouts. At the same time, he also sorted out the income problem of the people in the disaster areas. National scholar, this is my national scholar. What is that saying? Li Longji said happily when he dipped the tomatoes grown in glass from Jian and with sugar and ate them. Only Gao Lishur knew the emperor well. If it were someone else, they would not have thought of the emperor's question. He put down the tomato that was about to be stuffed into his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, did you say that Xiao He once said, 'It is easy to listen to generals, but if you believe, the national scholar is unparalleled?'" Yes. In fact, it is not unparalleled. There is also Cuckoo. Speaking of Cuckoo, I just remembered that she has recently settled down and did not want to lead troops to attack others. Li Longji nodded. Weiwei Gao Lishur shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, Cuckoo did not move, but wrote a letter to the Ministry of War, asking them to carry out a sand table simulation and even a real field exercise. She divided the troops into two groups. One group is equipped with cannons, hot air balloons, and the other group is equipped with swords, spears, and sticks." Huh? Cuckoo wants to make fun of people? How can swords, spears, and clubs defeat cannons? Li Longji was flabbergasted. Your Majesty, that's exactly the case. That's why Cuckoo made a rule that the number of people armed with swords, spears, and clubs is 10 times that of cannons. Priority is given to choosing the terrain and climate. That's bullying with numbers. Gao Lishur briefly explained the situation. No. Li Longji waved his hand and said, "That doesn't make any difference, unless Cuckoo personally leads 10 times the number of troops. Maybe then we'll have a chance." Not so, Your Majesty. Cuckoo didn't say that. In the plan she gave to the Ministry of War, it was mentioned that whoever wins a battle with 10 times the number of soldiers and the terrain chosen by him and the weather chosen by him is qualified. Whoever wins a battle with 3 times the number of soldiers and the weather chosen by him and the terrain chosen by him is excellent. However, these 3 are not true military gods. A military god should have an equal number of soldiers and be able to win a battle with any terrain and the weather chosen by him. Gao Lishur began to talk about the grading system in detail. Then who can do it? The influence of the terrain and the weather is very important, so it has to be checked. Li Longji had a better understanding of military affairs and spoke. Your Majesty, Cuckoo said that if she has time this autumn, she can use the same number of soldiers and the same terrain and weather to fight with the Tang generals. She wants to warn the Tang generals not to underestimate the enemy just because they have good weapons. Life and death in war are just like the weather, changeable and unpredictable. In the future, they will go to other places and won't have the opportunity to choose the weather and terrain. Oh. There's such a thing? I'm looking forward to it. Even if the 10,000 cavalry battalion is here, I'll have them train well. I wonder where Cuckoo wants to fight? I'll start preparing now. Li Longji was interested in the drill, but what he wanted to know more was where Cuckoo wanted to go with her sword. This subject will remember it. There's still some time before Cuckoo's matter. Xiao Bao's stratagem, Lishur, do you think it's over? Li Longji thought of Zhang Xiaobao again. He had seen the chain of stratagems against the wind logistics, but he felt that it was not over yet. Gao Lishur had the same thought and said, Your Majesty, this subject feels that it's not over yet. Xiao Bao's stratagem won't be so small. 1 million strings of coins, which is a lot of money in the national treasury, and a part of it was given to the merchants who participated in the attack. Xiao Bao only got empty logistics, and his family doesn't lack logistics. And according to this subject's understanding, Xiao Bao is very vengeful. This matter will ultimately be blamed on Japan. It's a transnational commercial war. Since this is the case, Xiao Bao should continue the war and at the same time, get some benefits for his family. It's always been like this. He doesn't do this for money, it's that. He's afraid that I'll be suspicious, afraid that people will say that he's a saint, and then when I turn hostile, he will fight with me and affect the lives of the Tang people. He can't bear it, can he? Without waiting for Gao Lisher to finish, Li Longji continued. Gao Lisher was so scared that he knelt in front of Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, this subject doesn't dare. Even if your Majesty wants to kill Xiao Bao, he will stretch out his neck and not confront your Majesty." Alright, according to Xiao Bao's words, you're burning newspapers on the grave. Are you trying to fool ghosts? I believe that you won't, and at the same time, I also believe that they will. But I'm not worried. I'm not muddle-headed yet. I'm still very good at judging people. Even if I give them a seat now, they won't sit. They're afraid of trouble and not being able to wander around. Let's not talk about this anymore. Help me think, what is Xiao Bao's backup plan? Sometimes, I feel that watching Xiao Bao's stratagems is more interesting than listening to the discussions of the subjects in court. Li Longji's heart was as clear as a mirror. Just as he said, he was not muddle-headed yet. Gao Lisher did not refute and said, yes, this subject burns newspapers. This subject also feels that Xiao Bao's stratagems are fun. Yes, newspapers. Speaking of newspapers, the local newspapers that have telegrams should be able to keep up with the capital, right? In the past, only the places around the capital could get the news early. But further away, they would get the news later. Let me think about it. This is a business opportunity. In the past, it was considered good to publish a newspaper every half a month. The advertising fees were very low, and not many people bought newspapers. The main reason was that the speed of news transmission was slow, so the price could not be raised. But now, Your Majesty, there's no need to think about it. Xiao Bao had already telegraphed a detailed plan this morning. This subject did not have the time to read it in full. I only remember that the most eye-catching part of the plan was that in the future, the price of newspapers would be set at 1 copper coin per copy. Also, it would not be the current 16 pages, but at least 64 pages, or even 128 pages. Gao Lisher did not want to interrupt the emperor, but he was worried that the emperor would be angry when he realized that the plan was not as good as Xiao Bao's. Huh? Li Longji was stunned and said, according to this plan, the people who buy newspapers will be able to get the same amount of money by selling the paper. Is that still newspapers? It's called a book. This subject will go and get it for your Majesty to take a closer look. This subject is not sure either. Gao Lisher hurriedly left. Not long after, he returned with 2 pieces of paper in his hand. Your Majesty, this subject took a look at it on the way here. It won't be a loss. Of the 128 pages, 120 pages might be advertisements. When the merchants who advertise see that there are many people selling their products, they will naturally be willing to spend more money. When the people who buy the paper realize that they can still sell it for 1 copper coin, even if they don't sell it, they will be willing to buy it after using it to paste walls, light fires, or even practice calligraphy. You can also print short stories and jokes in the newspaper to increase the income of literate people who don't have scholarly honors and can't find a good job. Xiao Bao said in his letter that those who have children studying in school are at least 80% likely to be able to buy the newspaper. It's not because of the things written in the newspaper, but because of the pride of having their children read it. Gao Lisher didn't show the letter to the emperor and only explained it to him. Li Longji pondered for a moment before agreeing, that's right. Since Darren Wang bought newspapers and had his children read them in front of the door, the Wang family also has children studying in school. After seeing this, they will definitely buy newspapers and have their children read them in front of the door. This way, their children will be able to practice more outside the school. In the future, if I want to do something, I just need to get people to write supportive words in the newspapers. Then, when I do something, the people will be very supportive. It's like killing multiple birds with one stone. Zhang Xiaobao, Zhang Xiaobao, you've already thought of everything. I really want to transfer him to the capital to become the prime minister, but he's still too young. Lisher, he should be able to take the imperial examinations now, right? Next year, I'll have him participate in the spring imperial examinations. I'll give him the top scorer. With his talent, it won't be considered biased, right? It won't be considered. If Xiao Bao becomes the top scorer, no one will dare to criticize him. If he doesn't become the top scorer, it will be difficult to stop the public from gossiping. Not only will the people of Great Tang doubt him, even other countries will laugh at him. It's just that this subject sees their intentions. Cuckoo also wants to take the imperial examinations, and Xiao Bao is sometimes quite afraid of Cuckoo. For a person of his age, he would already have a servant to warm his bed or choose a concubine. Occasionally, he would even go to the brothels to drink wine and listen to music. However, not only does Xiao Bao not do these things, he even occasionally cooks delicious food for Cuckoo. He's a man, not a chef, so how can he do such things? Sometimes, this subject really doesn't understand. Fortunately, Cuckoo isn't a shrew, otherwise, this subject wouldn't agree no matter what. Gao Lisher thought of Wang Wan again and felt indignant for his godson. Li Longji didn't want to care about whether Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan listened to who. He took the telegram from Gao Lisher and read it word by word. Tai Bai, the day after tomorrow, someone will pay for a banquet at the hibiscus garden. I heard that there will be a big shot coming. Why don't you prepare early? Who knows, maybe you'll be chosen and be moved to a more suitable position. All day long, you're dealing with reports with a listless appearance. The position of Minister of Revenue really doesn't suit you. In the office of the Ministry of Revenue, Li Bai sat under the window. From time to time, he would compare the data of several sets of reports on the table. Occasionally, he would turn his head to look at the scenery outside. Just as he was taking the time to sigh, a person sitting at the table behind him leaned over and whispered to him. Li Bai didn't need to look to know who it was. The official secretary of the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the 3 daos. His rank was lower than his, and he always asked for poems from him and showed them off. Hearing him mention the hibiscus garden, Li Bai thought of how the shore of the Chu River there was already lush greenery. His eyebrows slightly relaxed, but before he could feel happy, the corners of his mouth moved again. He shook his head and sighed. I'm not going. I have to do my work properly. A few days ago, I drank too much and was delayed. I'm not going anywhere. It's really a big shot. There seems to be a commandery prince. If a commandery princess also goes and takes a fancy to you, then... The official secretary didn't seem to give up and continued to persuade him. In fact, his purpose was to let Li Bai change places so that he could take over Li Bai's position. Li Bai still shook his head. Seeing him urging him, he picked up the writing brush on the pillow and said to him, Brother Qisheng, these days, haven't you always wanted to know how I became the Minister of Revenue? You're curious about who recommended me? Yes. Tai Bai, you want to tell me? The official secretary nodded and looked forward to it. In the past, I didn't want to tell you. I was also planning to find a place in the capital to worship so that I could find a better place. However, whenever I found someone, when they asked me where I used to live and found out who recommended me, they would immediately change their initial intention of recommending me and only talk about the wind and moon with me. Li Bai couldn't help but feel disheartened when he thought of the blows he had received during this period. The official secretary craned his neck and asked, Who did you find? I found Wang Bei, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, He Zhizhang, Yuan Qianyao, and even sent an invitation to Wu Huifei. Anyway, I found all the people who were willing to give me a chance to meet them, but the result was the same. Li Bai said the names one by one. The official secretary was surprised and envious. He didn't expect that Li Bai could be summoned by so many people. He didn't have this ability. Suddenly, he thought of one person and said to Li Bai, "Tai Bai, didn't you find Zhang Zhong, the minister of the Ministry of Works? He may have some ideas. Find him?" "Ah. I was recommended by his son, Zhang Xiaobao. When I was in Jieli province, it was Jinan province. Zhang Xiaobao asked me which official I wanted. He didn't give me a level 5 official, so I had to choose a minister. I thought that if I came to the capital first, although Zhang Xiaobao asked me to be a minister, I could find someone to visit him. If someone else arranged it, I wouldn't be a minister anymore. I can't blame myself for thinking too highly of myself. I only thought that Zhang Xiaobao's reputation was a bit bigger, his family was rich, and he was smart, but his influence on the officials in the capital wouldn't be that big. To be honest, when I came here, I thought that the recommendation letter that Zhang Xiaobao casually wrote would be useless. He made a note, wrote a sentence recommending me, and put his name at the end. I came here with guesses and full of expectations, but I haven't moved from the place until now. But is it my fault? Who knew about that lousy note at that time? Who knew?" Li Bai's voice was sobbing when he spoke, and his body was trembling with Weiwei. The registrar finally understood this time. He patted Li Bai's shoulder and said, "Tai Bai, treat it as if I didn't tell you about the hibiscus garden. In the future, I won't ask you to go to such a place. You just have to be a minister and don't think about other things. It's useless, no matter who you ask. Even if the emperor goes to the hibiscus garden the day after tomorrow and sees the poem you wrote and suddenly feels that you should be promoted, after knowing that you were recommended by Zhang Xiaobao to be a minister of revenue, he will continue to encourage you to do a good job in the position of minister of revenue. In fact, I envy you, but I also hate that you don't improve. If I can get Zhang Xiaobao's recommendation, no matter what position I am in, I will do a good job and satisfy Zhang Xiaobao so that he can continue to promote me. You are holding a golden rice bowl and begging for food. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I heard that Zhang Xiaobao will be returning to Beijing soon. You better behave well. When you get promoted, I'll be able to sit in your position. If there's a chance, let me talk to Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobei is fine too. I'll treat you to a drink every 10 days. Li Bai looked at the registrar gratefully and nodded. I already know that being an official is not easy. I have decided to drink for the next 3 days. It's just that being in charge of the forms has tired me to death. I don't know how Zhang Xiaobao can manage so many things. I heard about the wind logistics, but I can't figure it out. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Just think about how this matter was done by Zhang Xiaobao and everything will make sense. Tai Bai, if you are not in the mood to work today, why don't you and I take a leave of absence after this morning? I will go to Savant's restaurant with you to drink and have a good drink. We will start to work hard tomorrow. Savant's restaurant posted a new menu outside this morning. There are 10 dishes, all related to garlic sprouts. I still have the 40 strings of cash coupons from this season when I ate at Zhang Wang and Wang restaurants. It was given to me because I got an excellent minister in last season's evaluation. In order to have a chance to meet Zhang Xiaobao, the registrar planned to further improve his relationship with Li Bai. Garlic sprouts were indeed a good thing. Some people thought that they were better than chives. With the appearance and end of the wind logistics, garlic sprouts became popular. In order to attract customers, all restaurants followed the example of Zhang Wang and Wang restaurants and launched a series of garlic sprouts dishes. Whenever a customer ate a garlic sprout, the waiter would tell them the story of the windy flow of the Hunan province. The waiter would tell them about the power of the windy bridge. He would tell them about the pain of not being able to eat garlic from the north and south of the Yangtze River, up and down the Yellow River, and out of the sea. Finally, he would emphasize that Zhang Xiaobao's book was about how it was lonely at the top. In any case, it was to tell the diners that they were not eating garlic sprouts, but loneliness and loneliness. After half a month, the garlic sprouts became popular. The price of garlic sprouts increased slightly, but it did not reach the level of the Windy Bridge. The main reason was that the garlic sprouts could be cut several times, and the number of sprouts that grew from a garlic clove was more than the garlic clove itself. As the garlic sprouts became popular, the price of chives, which were similar to the garlic sprouts, began to decrease. Just when some people were worried that the chives would not sell well and Li Longji was looking forward to how Zhang Xiaobao would benefit his family, between the clouds and the water and blue sea Silver Sand launched a series of dishes again. It was a chives feast. Most of the ways to make chives were not strange. What was strange was that the Zhang and Wang families had gotten so many yellow chives from somewhere. They were just like garlic sprouts. After tasting them, they realized that they were not as spicy as the chives and were as tender as the garlic sprouts. Chapter 878. It was not as if the clouds were pressing down on the border or the wind was blowing. Passers-by occasionally asked about the object in the carriage. It was as white as snow and sparkling as crystal. The introduction of the yellow chives seemed to have a tendency of overtaking the garlic sprouts. In the palace, Li Longji was eating the dumplings made with yellow chives and drinking a bowl of garlic soup. He seemed to be talking to the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall. How was it? How was it? How was it? Did I guess it? Luobin, you tell him. Luobin was at a loss, he didn't understand what His Majesty was asking. When he saw His Majesty looking at him, he quickly said, Your Majesty is really a god. The meaning of your words a few days ago, I didn't expect it to come true today. Your Majesty's power makes people sigh. Hearing Luobin's praise, Li Longji happily ate another dumpling. He asked Luobin again, Do you know how I guessed the specifics? Luobin was confused. Specifics? Who knew what specifics? Just as he was fretting, Gao Lisher walked in with a tray in his hand. He helped Luobin out of his predicament and said, Your Majesty, I am well aware of what you said a few days ago. Zhang Xiaobao still has a backup plan that has yet to be revealed. When it is revealed, the Zhang and Wang families will definitely be able to earn a lot of money. Your Majesty's scheming is truly admirable. Humph, a small trick, a small trick. Even if Zhang Xiaobao is as cunning as a fox, he won't be able to deceive me. Without the garlic sprouts first, how could the yellow chives sell so well? Li Longji had a scheming and astute appearance. He slightly raised his chin and acted as if he did not care about anything. Your Majesty, the sweet garlic is marinated. Please try it. In the future, if you want to eat yellow chives, you can ask the agriculture temple to specially plant them. The method is simple. If it is kept in the shade for a long time, its leaves will definitely turn yellow. Gao Lisher replaced Li Longji's chin and put the tray on the table. He then introduced the method of planting chives. Li Longji paused for a moment. He hadn't expected that growing yellow leeks would be so simple. Looking at the garlic on the plate, he picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, nibbling on it. Immediately, he nodded in satisfaction. Good, good, good. This garlic tastes very good. It can be eaten with rice and is refreshing and appetizing. From now on, my great Tang will have another delicacy. Your Majesty's words are extremely correct. However, in the future, there will definitely be countless garlic sprouts in the fields of our dynasty. This subject is afraid that the garlic will always be abundant and the garlic farming will suffer losses. This subject must carefully consider. Gao Lisha reminded. His eyes were fixed on the skin of the garlic that Li Longji had peeled off. It was translucent and lustrous. He continued, Your Majesty, you may not know, but the skin of the sweet garlic is still edible. It is crisper than the garlic cloves and is more chewy. If you choose to marinate it with green garlic, its skin will be chewy but not dry. When Li Longji heard Gao Lisha's words, he couldn't help but pick up another one. This time, he ate it along with the skin. He nodded and said, It's indeed not bad. We'll discuss this matter in the morning assembly tomorrow. Gao Lisha took note of these words and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, when this subject went to get the garlic just now, I received a telegram about Xinlua. What's the matter? That's one part of Xiao Bao's chain of plans. Some time ago, he transferred garlic from Xinlua into our Tang Empire. He used the sweet garlic formula to exchange for it, so Xinlua collected garlic in the country to make sweet garlic. However, the sweet garlic formula requires a lot of sugar. Xinlua has no sugar available, so they want to buy it from our Tang Empire. Gao Lisha unhurriedly explained the contents of the telegram. Oh? There's such a thing? If it was the Li Longji of the past, he might not have had much of a reaction. But now, he was very interested in what Zhang Xiaobao had done. He felt that this matter was definitely unusual. Yes, there are already people who want to transport sugar from other places to Dengzhou and sell it to Xinlua, but Xiaobao stopped them, didn't he? Without waiting for Gao Lisha to finish, Li Longji continued to ask. Your Majesty is wise. Xiaobao ordered people to buy sugar in Dengzhou. He said that when a large number of new garlic arrived, they would be able to gather and make sweet garlic. Therefore, the merchants who wanted to sell sugar to Xinlua immediately sold it to the Zhang family and Wang family. No one dared to stop them. The sugar carts gathered over there were endless. Gao Lisha replied with a face full of pride. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and said, How can there be so much sugar? It's probably because the merchants brought empty carts and wanted to exchange more things from Xinlua. With Xiao Bao's help, naturally no one dared to object. The logistics of the wind was like yesterday. Do you know why Xiao Bao did this? This subject doesn't know. I think there must be a deeper meaning. Do I need you to tell me? When did Xiao Bao say he would come back? Tell him to come as soon as possible. I want to punish him in the hibiscus garden. You're in charge of it. Also, you can bring the cookware from the imperial kitchen and promise to make chili fried potato slices for me. I've been waiting and waiting. I'm guilty, yet I still dare to delay time. Li Longji couldn't think of Zhang Xiaobao's follow-up actions, but he remembered the dishes that Zhang Xiaobao promised to make. He still didn't know what potatoes looked like. Yes, this subject will remember. Xiao Bao might have already set off. Along with Xiao Bao will be the leaders of the various Turkic tribes. When the time comes, Your Majesty will need to personally confer officials to show the kindness of the great Tang. Gao Lisha agreed. At the same time, he was looking forward to the potato fried chili. When we reach the capital, we'll probably be able to settle the marriage and continue to live together. On the small river that connected the Luoshui River to the capital, Zhang Xiaobao personally rowed while Wang Wan sat across from Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them slowly made their way forward while chatting. The two of them were the only ones on the small boat. The others were on another boat. Zhang Xiaobao recalled the matter that he had received from his family before leaving and asked Wang Wan. We've always lived together since we were young. Could it be that we're deliberately separating just because of the engagement? I'm not that hypocritical. Who would dare speak ill of us behind our backs and ruin our reputations? Wang Wan didn't think too much about it and directly replied. No, that doesn't matter. What I mean is that you see, the two of us aren't young anymore. Nowadays, we're also advocating for late marriage. The main reason is because of late childbirth. After all, giving birth to Xiao Bao's baby has a negative effect on a woman's body. Generally speaking, it's about right around the age of 20. But, actually, if we don't carry out human reproduction, at our age, it's also, right? Zhang Xiaobao's words were spoken intermittently. In the end, he didn't directly say what he wanted to do. Not only did he stutter, but his face was also red. His hands were still rowing, but if one looked closely, they would discover that when the oar touched the surface of the water, it actually created continuous circles of ripples. It could no longer display the level of a single oar gently pushing against the shore. Wang Wan looked at the sky and sniffed. Seeing that he had been silent for too long, she asked, "If you want to do something, just say it. Is there a need to be polite between the two of us?" Say it directly. Alright, then I'll say it. Now that the weather is warm, after the engagement, when we go to bed at night, can we count the stars together? Zhang Xiaobao, who had mustered up his courage, finally said it. After saying it, his whole body collapsed, and he lay there on the ground. Wang Wan stopped looking at the sky and turned back to Zhang Xiaobao. She said earnestly, "Xiaobao, your EQ is a little lacking. Don't count the stars, you should count the moons. Be good." After Zhang Xiaobao counted the moons for a period of time, the group entered the capital. Mog and company bid farewell to Zhang Xiaobao and reported first to learn the etiquette of meeting the emperor. They couldn't be rude. Zhang Xiaobao muttered, "There's a moon in the sky, and a moon in the water. The moon in the sky is in the water, and the moon in the water is in the sky." Along the way, Wang Wan, who was always smiling, stayed at Savant's restaurant. They didn't even return to their home in the capital. What arrived before Zhang Xiaobao's group were the new vegetables produced by the Jianan greenhouse. There weren't many, and they were preparing to keep the seeds. The vegetables they brought were given to Li Longji, and the rest were eaten at home. When Li Longji, who was thinking about the chili fried potatoes, heard that the eunuch on duty had arrived, he didn't care about Mog at all. The first thing he asked was, "Where is Zhang Xiaobao? Why didn't he enter the palace?" Replying to Your Majesty, little Jidushi Zhang and Deputy Jidushi Wang have returned to Savant's restaurant. They didn't even go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Jidushi in the capital. I heard someone report that Jidushi Zhang said something about a moon in the sky, and a moon in the water. He's probably sick. Maybe he caught a cold? The eunuch on duty even found excuses for Zhang Xiaobao. He had taken money from him, so he naturally had to protect him. It would be strange if Li Longji believed him. The cold hasn't been treated yet? He kept muttering along the way. Then I will immediately give an edict to the medical school. If he brings his younger brother and sister, won't he bring good doctors? Oh, the sky, the moon. Yes, I understand. What's in the moon? Chang'e, Xiaobao is old. It's time to set the marriage and arrange for people. You should go personally. Tell Xiaobao that tomorrow morning, I will first discuss the marriage of Bohai Jidushi and Deputy Jidushi with the officials. I'm hungry. Li Longji was finally smart. Although the clues he guessed were wrong, the result was the same. As for whether it was appropriate to put the marriage of an official before the court, where only fifth-rank officials could participate, he didn't think too much about it. He believed that those who understood would naturally understand, and those who didn't would also understand. The eunuch on duty was smarter, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't arrange for Li Longji to eat. He agreed and respectfully retreated, rushing to Savant's restaurant with the fastest speed. When he arrived, it didn't take him long to see Zhang Xiaobao, who was counting the moons in a daze. Although Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand how to count the moons, he was very clear when it came to other things. At this time, he was holding onto his brush. His eyes were fixed on the paper in front of him. His other hand was lightly tapping his face as he muttered to himself. A moon in the sky, a moon in the water. Looking at the moon, homesick, one in the water, one in the sky. He repeated it a few times, then said, I told you all to count the moons for me. You want to buy candy in my great Tang? Wait until I can count the stars. The eunuch on duty was stunned. What was wrong with this Zhang Xiaobao? He was singing and talking. Wang Wan, who had been beside Zhang Xiaobao all this time, burst out laughing. She pinched the brush and took it out from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. She glanced at him and said, Xiaobao, I have to admit that your EQ is a little lacking, but your IQ is definitely not a problem. If I let you count the moons for a few days, you can use it to scheme against others. Fine, in a few days, I'll let you count how many stars there are. The emperor has sent someone to see you. Aren't you going to welcome him? How many? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the eunuch and asked as he stood up. A lot, a lot. Wang Wan turned her face away and said. Of course I know a lot, but, young Master Zhang, please take a seat. I'm just here to take a look. I heard that young Master Zhang and Miss Wang are back. I wish I could grow wings and fly over to take a look. But I'm on duty. Fortunately, His Majesty is kind enough to send me here. The eunuch on duty didn't dare to let Zhang Xiaobao say welcome words. If he wasn't confused by the conversation between the two, he wouldn't let Zhang Xiaobao stand up. What's the matter? You can leave after you finish eating here. Someone, come and tell the kitchen to make an Earth Class 1-star set meal. Remove one dish and add a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes brought back from overseas. Zhang Xiaobao didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with the eunuch and gave the order. When the eunuch on duty heard the word overseas, his smile was filled with gratitude. He had never eaten before. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would ask him to stay for a meal. Just now, he said that he was on duty. He thought that he would put the food in a box and take it away. He quickly said, Thank you, young Master Zhang. I'm hungry. Oh. Go back and tell the emperor. I will immediately give the order to transfer 1,000 dan of refined rice from the Bohai Protectorate into the palace. Zhang Xiaobao was slightly stunned. He understood that the eunuch was imitating Li Longji's words. Because the northeastern rice had a longer maturity period, it tasted better. So, he followed the eunuch's words. The eunuch on duty blinked and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He said, Young Master Zhang, it's not about transferring rice. It's... I suddenly remembered something. The emperor has said first. Tomorrow, in the court, other matters will be postponed. First, we will discuss the marriage of the Bohai Protectorate governor. Young Master Zhang, it seems that the emperor wants to give the Bohai Protectorate governor a morning greeting. There's such a thing? Cuckoo, don't look at the wall. Come with me. The emperor is hungry. I have to personally cook for the emperor to show my loyalty. To be able to take care of the Bohai Protectorate governor like this, as a subject, I am honored. Zhang Xiaobao stopped tidying up his desk. He pulled Wang Wan, whose face had suddenly become rosy, and hurriedly walked out. When he reached the door, he turned around and said to the eunuch on duty, Let's go together. Don't wait for the food. We'll talk later. Okay. Young Master Zhang, wait for me. Young Master Zhang, good, very good. These two things are fried together. The taste is fresh, spicy, and refreshing. Xiaobei, Xiaoyuan, and all of you, try it. In the hibiscus garden, Li Longji was happily eating. The food was still hot and had just been fried. There was no need for others to test the poison. When he saw Xiaobei come over with Zhang Xiaobao, he lowered his head and worked hard to deal with the venison in front of him. Xiaobei was no different from returning to the palace. He did not have the slightest fear of meeting the emperor. Hearing this, Wei Wei looked up and curled her lips. It's not good. I like to eat mashed potatoes. Brother made the sauce himself. When it's paired with thin chopped green onions, it's fragrant. Oh, can it be made into other dishes? Li Longji knew something. When he saw the sauce around Xiaobei's mouth, he laughed and asked, Xiaobei, I gave you the task of inspecting all the officials of the Tang Empire. Did you find them? When he said this, Xiaobei was happy. He had more power. He stuck out his tongue and licked the sauce back. He replied, not yet. When I received the news, I was already at Sanshui County. Who did I check? Before I met the emperor, all the officials were very obedient. No one spent money to welcome me. I'll endure it for now. We'll talk about it again when we reach another place. Then I'll wait for our Xiaobei to go on a killing spree. Li Longji did not know why, but as long as he saw Xiaobei, his mood would become very good. Unfortunately, he could not find him in the palace. He could only hope that Pan would perform well. This subject will definitely help your Majesty solve your worries. If anyone dares to not listen to the emperor, I'll go and teach them a lesson. Xiaobei said righteously. Looking at Xiaobei's serious expression, Li Longji laughed out loud. He thought to himself, even if there's no problem with the person Xiaobei found, with Xiaobei's cute appearance, I'll still be able to convict him. As he watched, Li Longji was a bit absent-minded. He then looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who was busy cooking, and Wang Wan, who was wiping his sweat from time to time. He let out a long sigh. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had grown up. He remembered that when he was asked to draw a portrait of the two of them, weren't they just like Xiaobei? It was like a dream. Many places in the palace had changed. The capital had changed. The great Tang had also changed. Many of the court's officials had retired, while others had left. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had also changed. But no matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the only thing that had changed was their appearance. Their calm and collected eyes still did not show any anger. Pa. While Li Longji was immersed in his memories, Zhang Xiaobao brought out the last dish. There were 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. 4 were cold and 4 were hot. There was a vegetable soup. The fried shredded potatoes on top of the soup were golden brown, making it seem like a work of art. There were not many dishes, but there was a lot. Everyone who saw it was given a share. Li Longji was so happy that he even let the palace maids and eunuchs waiting to the side have a taste. Li Longji and Zhang Xiaobao did not stand on ceremony. They did not say anything and just casually pointed at a chair for them to sit next to him. After washing his hands, Zhang Xiaobao threw the towel he used to wipe his hands to a eunuch and then lazily sat next to Li Longji. He leaned back and also did not say anything. Xiao Bao, of the things you had people bring back from faraway places, are the yields of sweet potatoes, and corn really high? They're tall, especially potatoes. They're easy to grow and can be eaten as a vegetable or as a meal. Yes, they can also be eaten as snacks, Xiao Bao said confidently. The snacks at the end were added when he saw Xiaobei look over. Oh, that is to say, even if our great Tang is hit by a disaster at the same time and the production of rice and flour drops sharply, we can still survive by planting crops that are not picky about the soil. Is that right? Yes. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's bored expression, Li Longji was not angry. If it were anyone else, with the exception of Zhang Zhong, who dared to have such an attitude, he would have already pulled them down and beheaded. Wei Wei smiled. Li Longji looked up at the sky and said to Zhang Xiaobao, look at the round moon in the sky. Look carefully, do you see Jade Rabbit? Zhang Xiaobao did not even look up. How could there be a moon in the middle of the day? Besides, even if it was night time, there should only be a waning moon today. Li Longji must be doing this on purpose. Zhang Xiaobao, whose face was about to turn green, muttered to himself. He then turned to look at Wang Wan and found that after coming out of Savant's restaurant, Wang Wan seemed to have changed into a different person. She liked to lower her head and the tips of her ears were red. The puzzled Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji, I see. I see it. Jade Rabbit is crushing medicine. Chapter 879. We heard that you, Xiaobao, have been feeling unwell for the past few days. Is that true? Li Longji was very concerned about Zhang Xiaobao's condition and deliberately asked. Zhang Xiaobao's good mood suddenly turned bad. It could be seen from his face that he was staring at the dishes, as if he regretted not poisoning them. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was not easy to deal with, the red-faced Wang Wan couldn't take it anymore. She could bully Zhang Xiaobao, but she definitely couldn't allow others to bully him. She coughed lightly and even omitted the respectful address. Xiaobao hasn't been feeling well recently. It's mainly because he thinks too much. It's not easy to look at the moon and think about things all day. Li Longji held back his laughter and followed along with Wang Wan's words. Then don't let him think about it anymore. Be careful that he doesn't fall ill from overwork. That's right, I think so too. Who cares if Xian Luo's plan is completed or not? Let it go, let it all go. Even if Xian Luo is returned to the Tang Empire's territory, what's the use? Xiaobao won't look at the moon at night in the future. Count the stars with me. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with heartache and said to Li Longji. Li Longji had just picked up a potato slice and his mouth was still open when his chopstick stopped in front of him. He looked at the blushing Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan, who had started to pour wine for Zhang Xiaobao, and was momentarily speechless. Humph, 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 humph. Xiaobei lowered her head and laughed. Although she was young, she knew a lot of things. Her ability to understand was also very strong. She could understand Uncle Emperor's distress. Looking at the two of them being lovey-dovey, Li Longji put the potato slice into his mouth and chewed it twice. He turned to Xiaobei and asked, Xiaobei, do you know what your brother thinks of when he looks at the moon? I don't know. It's not time to eat mooncakes yet. Could it be that he wants to raise rabbits? I heard that rabbits like to eat carrots. I like to eat them too. Eating carrots can make one smarter, right, Xiaoyuan? Xiaobei replied with her chopsticks in her mouth and asked Xiaoyuan. You're asking me? Is that so? I don't like it. Xiaoyuan was eating a candied sweet potato, so when he heard Xiaobei ask, he answered hesitantly. Xiaobei glared at him. After thinking about it, she decided not to make things difficult for Xiaoyuan. She didn't know what love was, but when she saw her brother and sister, she knew that she would be together with Xiaoyuan in the future. As for what they would do together, it would probably be like Sister Cuckoo. Therefore, when there were outsiders around, she had to give Xiaoyuan some face. Li Longji glanced at the family in front of him. He was a little dazed, a little depressed, a little happy, a little disappointed, a little, in any case, it was a very complicated feeling. He wanted to make a decision, but he couldn't. Today, he finally had the upper hand, but before he could savor it, he was kicked into a disadvantageous position again. Xiaobao, your health is important. I will send someone to bring you to the pharmacy in a moment. See if there is any medicine that you can use. Take it back and get well. You must get well. Li Longji really wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao to tell him how the moon found a way to deal with Xinlua, but he couldn't say it out loud. According to the rules of the game, he had to give something. He couldn't be conferred any more positions, so he had to give medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaobao took the opportunity to make a psychological suggestion and finally returned to normal. Thinking about it, his family didn't seem to lack anything, but if he didn't want it, he would be breaking the rules. Suddenly, he saw Xiaobei eating and had a new idea. "Your Majesty, this subject is cold all over. I heard that there are many brocades in the palace. I wonder if you can give this subject some warmth?" Okay. You've worked hard, Minister Zhang." Li Longji didn't ask anyone if there was any brocades in the palace. He readily agreed. Even if there wasn't any, he had to get someone to send it over. "What do you want that for?" Wang Wan picked up the glass of wine, took a sip, and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "I see that Xiaobei has been playing maze games in recent days. It's too tiring to make a maze with other things, so it's better to make it with brocades." Zhang Xiaobao replied softly, then said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject heard that Xinluo recently wanted to collect a large amount of sweets. I suddenly remembered that Xinyuan Island is located in the south, and the crops take more than a year to mature. If people were to go there and plant sugar beets or sugarcane, the output would definitely be not small, especially in the islands further south." "Xiaobao, are you saying that you want the people of Xinluo to go to the island southwest of Xinyuan Island? You want them to plant sugar beets and sugar beets? So that they can obtain sugar easily?" Li Longji understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words. "Your Majesty is wise, but this subject doesn't know if the moon there is as round as Xinluo. Cuckoo also thinks so. Therefore, this subject and Cuckoo have been sighing at night for many days. One moon in the sky, one in the water. Xiaobao, you've suffered." No matter how Li Longji looked at it, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special kind of tacit understanding. It seemed that looking at the moon had become a matter between the two of them. As someone who had experienced it before, he could roughly guess, so he wanted to help. "Xiaobao, don't worry. I'll settle your matter tomorrow so that you won't have to look at the moon anymore." "That's great. I can count the stars now." Your Majesty, this subject has thought of something. It's related to the train. When this subject returns today, I'll write a detailed plan." In this instant, Zhang Xiaobao became spirited. His back straightened, his eyes brightened, and even his thoughts became nimble. Li Longji was also relieved. He knew that after tomorrow's morning court, Zhang Xiaobao's memorial would definitely set off a storm. His efforts had finally paid off. The next morning, the fifth-rank officials of the capital entered the court. Secret Service Officer K.M.O. Jilian, and the other leaders of the Turkic tribes also came. Li Longji didn't show any signs of excitement because of the arrival of the two. According to what they had agreed on yesterday, he first proposed to the officials that the marriage of the Bohai provincial governor and deputy provincial governor had to be carried out with the court ceremony. To him, 1,000 or 10,000 emojilians couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The officials thought that the emperor would first mention the matter of rewarding Secret Service Officer K, but who knew that the emperor would mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If he wanted to carry out with the court ceremony, then it was no different from being a member of the imperial family. "How is it?" After Li Longji expressed what he wanted to do, he saw that the officials were silent, so he asked. If it wasn't Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, if it were two people who weren't members of the imperial family, someone would have already stood up to oppose and collect evidence in order to gain benefits. However, this matter involved Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Unexpectedly, no one in the court made a sound. They were all thinking about how to get into the line of sight of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Secret Service Officer K once again felt the strength of Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing that Li Longji was waiting for others to speak, he immediately echoed, "This subject was just about to mention this matter. I didn't expect that Your Majesty had already thought of it." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.